खिलाड़ी को उन्होंने नॉक किया, शुरुआत उन्होंने कर दी, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे, क्या एक और क्लच कर सकते हैं? जी हाँ, उन्होंने 3 प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर दिया।
एक बार वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज्यादा प्लेयर्स को, और अब एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, डेड प्लेयर। पर अभी तक वो डाउन नहीं हुए, उन्होंने कारनामा करके दिखाया। बाबा को भी वहाँ पे टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब हो चुका है। ये स्प्रे क्लोज हो सकता है, कनेक्शन बना, नॉक बना, सेम तीसरा ये नॉक यहाँ पे निकालने में कामयाब हो गए।
Day of comebacks is gone, and now it is going to be the day of chaos. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind 2026. I'm going to be your host and caster Salty. Joining alongside is going to be my Necro Man, and of course, what we've seen so far in the past. Zutsu Gaming yesterday went hammered yesterday with those brilliant performances. Today they start off with the map of Rondo. It is going to be a brilliant setup, but I want to know how you're doing.
Listen, I'm doing fantastic, Salty. Just you can look at me, I'm looking pretty fresh today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and speaking of Zutsu, yesterday they were definitely the one looking pretty fresh inside of the lobby, but we cannot really forget teams like the Night Mobs as well. On that map of Miramar, Night Mobs was able to secure so many elimination points, and that was one of the main reasons why now Night Mobs is in a pretty decent spot in the overall standings. Moving the conversation on towards a few more known suspects like Wyld Fangs. Not exactly the ideal circumstance we expected Wyld Fangs to be in, but I guess today we can hope for better.
You know, it's still early days of the grind for all of these teams. They've just played 6 matches, and some of these teams, they are starting to set up that lead up top. There are a lot of teams, of course, for whom chances are going to be there. You mentioned Night Mobs, one of them as well. TWOB in the mix of things. But coming back in the picture of things, Genesis Esports, after that first day, it seemed like there was something which was halting that progression. What do you think can be? Because Hunters and Viper, they're still at the very top of their individual scorecard.
Maybe it was the map pool itself, right? On day one, they played on the map of Rondo, if I'm not wrong, so that was a little bit of a switch in the pace as well. Genesis Esports is one of those teams that likes to go frag heavy, and Rondo is a map that really rewards you if you're someone who does have the assaulting power. And I do believe now, since we're once again going to have Group B kick things off on the map of Rondo, I do believe that Genesis Esports might just do really good. The same conversation can once again go back towards Wyld Fangs. This was another one of those teams that did really good on the day one. It's because the map of Rondo was there. And now, once again, Wyld Fangs is going to play on that Rondo. They will do really good.
You know, talking about that map of Rondo, we've seen that there is that switch up of the pace as compared to Group C and D, who have always tried to push up and get more eliminations on board. Groups A and B rather like to take a rather passive start. Of course, talking about Group B and their best moments from last year, we saw LASTADE Esports as well kind of make it inside of those final circles, but Zutsu in those final moments, they were absolutely brilliant. Team Tamilas, I think conversation has to be made around them because I feel like this is a team that has been stuck together for a while now, but still those big performances are not really coming in.
Luckily enough, Team Tamilas is still there in the top 3, and that's because of the consistency they're able to maintain in the overall standings. Team Tamilas getting that constant point flow, they're feeling pretty good for themselves. Yeah, we're not really seeing those flashy plays from the boys, but I'm pretty sure in the future, they might just have a bit more of that confidence, and they can start going for those elimination points as well.
Absolutely. Yesterday, of course, Flock, I think that man was on top form, by the way. He is the Finnish leader from Group B itself, coming out to be the top player in every single map. This man had played 18 finishes from just 6 matches. He currently stands as the most fragging player from Zutsu Gaming, and I feel like he's taking too much responsibility on his shoulders. But then, conversation has to be wrapped around SINEWY Esports as well. Some teams, a team that actually did pretty well in last season. This season, the start hasn't really been that good for them.
And I guess one of the main reasons for that has to be that drop clash inside of the map of Miramar, right? SINEWY, they're constantly drop clashing against one of the teams, and that's why they're also struggling a little bit on that particular map. We've got the overall standings for Group B popping up on the screen. Zutsu currently on top with 73 points. Genesis Esports as well, pretty much in close proximity, but the real concerns, they start to rise from the 3rd spot, because now the top 2, they're running away with a massive lead, and if the 3rd spot is not able to catch up, then that means the first 2 slots are already booked.
They certainly are booked, of course. But that leaves us with a huge vacuum in between the position number 2 and 3, just like you mentioned. There's almost like a 25-point difference in between Team Tamilas and Genesis. Wyld Fangs, extremely frag heavy, 31 points from finishes and just 9 placement points. I think some improvements can be made. But if we move our conversations towards the second half of the leaderboard, you can see certain big names, EVOX particularly. I'm not really sure what is going wrong for them, because yesterday was supposed to be their day. They played their maps of Miramar, but still, in spite of their brilliance on that map, they could not convert those games.
So once again, luckily enough, if you look at the players of EVOX as well, they're currently sitting on the 13th spot. From the 13th, the 8th spot is not too far away.
Yeah.
One decent game, double digits on the board, and EVOX can instantly catapult themselves in the top 8. So I would not really consider that big of a problem for EVOX yet. Specifically speaking of teams like 4TR and TWOB, now that's a major concern right there. If TWOB is not able to have one massive game at least today, then they will stay at the bottom, just like how Blitz Esports was. Speaking of 4TR, yes, they do possess the firepower, but for some reason, the positioning, it's always been pretty bad.
Teamwork has caused a lot of problems for 4TR, if I must say. I'm expecting those big games to be coming in pretty soon, but just like you mentioned, this is day 3 already for group number B, and if they do not get the big performance on board, the vacuum will be created. Top 5 players, ladies and gentlemen, in front of our screens. You've got Flock, you've got Hunters, Viper, Reaper, and Spray God, of course, from Team Wyld Fangs. Hunters and Vipers, no surprises over there. 17 and 13 eliminations respectively. They are turning out to be the duo to watch out for Team Genesis. But look at Flock, look at Reaper. I think these two players have individually gotten their team a lot of those points.
Spray God specifically, right? He's the only person from the side of Wyld Fangs over here on the chart in the top 5 players. And I do believe that Wyld Fangs yesterday was a bit of a lackluster day. They are someone who likes to rely on the firepower. And as I mentioned, Rondo, since we're going to kick things off on that map, I do believe Wyld Fangs, Genesis Esports, we will see a big up in the overall standings. But if Genesis Esports does perform, it's going to be bad news for the rest of the lobby, because that lead just extends even more. But hey, we've got today's matches lined up on the screen. Group B is going to be the one to kick things off in the first 3 games, and then Group A will chime in.
It is going to be an interesting day, of course. Group A playing their 2 matches of Miramar, but you brought up the right conversation over there, because I feel like Wyld Fangs, they are extremely strong on the map of Rondo, because if you remember the way they kicked things off, they had 10 eliminations, not really a lot of placement points on the first map that they played, but I'm expecting Wyld Fangs to start on a similar note once again. Do you think Sensei will be able to make those rotations? Because I think that is a facet of their game where Wyld Fangs have been struggling a lot lately.
Yeah, rotations have been a concern. Positioning inside of the late game has been a major concern as well for Wyld Fangs. But I guess one strong suit that they've got is the firepower, and that's what they always try to rely on. Wyld Fangs' one job is that to try and secure as many points as possible in every single game and just achieve that average points flow. The moment they do so, Wyld Fangs just consider the upcoming points as bonus points. And that's what I've noticed as well. If they reach 5 to 6 points in one game, they're more than happy to just give up.
Should be more than happy, but ladies and gentlemen, talking about happy, it seems like the casters are happy with these certain teams. It is Anki who is actually going ahead with KALINGA Esports, an extremely interesting pick. Spiro and Amazing going ahead with SINEWY Esports. Ravan with EVOX. Me ahead, going ahead with EVOX as well. Johnny going ahead with Genesis. Icy going ahead with the Night Mobs. And of course, Necro, you have been talking about Wyld Fangs. It seems like you have your faith banked on these lads. I want to see Goten perform as well. I think Goten and Spriga together can do a lot of damage. It's just the teamwork that they are trying to figure out. But EVOX, I think for them, this day is going to be extremely crucial, because I've never really seen Kalan, Spy, Shadow, who has been doing so much good lifting for his team as well. I think they are not used to actually being on the second half of the leaderboard, are they?
I do understand overall the look looks pretty bad, but understand this, there's not a lot of points separating the first half and the second half.
Yeah.
All it takes is one double-digit performance, even 10 points on the board, and instantly EVOX can be up top. So I don't think it's that big of a concern for EVOX, and they themselves know that. They're not too far away from the race yet. And EVOX is one of those teams that does pack a lot of experience as well. They know what exactly needs to be done, and I don't think they're going to be cracking under that pressure. But speaking of teams like TWOB, new boys on the block, struggles once again there. I'm not exactly sure what TWOB needs to do. They're way too far back in the overall standings now.
Yeah, 13 points from the 6 matches that they've played. Certainly not the best of performances, not the best of starts. But we've seen that there are certain teams who kind of start slow. We've seen Rivalry Esports do that as well. Initially, they were quite low, but then that big jump up comes in. They did not make it. They did not finish it inside of the top 8. That is a different conversation altogether. But we'll find out, ladies and gentlemen, if the comeback from TWOB is going to come through. The map of Rondo is getting dolled and prettied up. It is going to come in front of your screens right about now.
The Planes in the skies once again for the first time in this day. And since we know it's going to be Group B to kick things off, there's a lot of teams in Group B that love this map, including Wyld Fangs, Nightbobs, KALINGA Esports, and KALINGA Esports. Speaking of them, the first ever game, they were dominating, securing a lot of elimination points, and at the same time there with the placement points as well. And that's why it makes a lot of sense why AnkiBot went with KALINGA Esports. I had a conversation with that man, and that's what he said. On Rondo, KALINGA Esports is pretty good. And looking at the playing flat path as well, starting all the way from that southern side, all the way towards the northern side, which is going to be right next to Ryan.
Have a look at the map standings, Necro. It seems like KALINGA Esports, X Esports, they will expect a big performance. X Esports, we haven't really talked about them. You're talking about pressure at the pre-show as well. It seems like the pressure has gone on to these lads because after a good start inside of BGIS, the grind, it seems like their position has taken a tumble. Even LASTADE Esports, EVOX, Wyld Fangs, these are the teams who have made a name for themselves, especially in those early aggression moments. We'll have to find out where does that aggression lie for now. We do have that little bit of cluster towards the south. You've got three teams, KALINGA, Rising Esports, as well as Team Tamilas in similar fray.
I'm a little bit concerned for Reaper down south. The man's all by himself. His teammates are all the way towards NoNx factory. And right next to Reaper lie two players of KALINGA Esports and one man of Rising Inferno. So that's going to be a little bit tough. So for Rising Esports, luckily enough, Dragon OP, he's a little bit far away from that pack, so Dragon can just easily back away and let those two duke it out against each other. Looking at what's happening on the screen as of now, NoNx, they found themselves in a bit of a problem. It's Vanguard in the front. NoNx tossing out those utilities, Fame on the verge of finding the connections as well. Arthur, he was not able to find that connection. 26 bullets in the magazine. That's not a good look for Arthur. He's been spamming through those bullets. SMG for up close and personal combat. It's going to give you the advantage, but since you've only got limited bullets, you cannot even waste them.
This is a drop clash that we have seen so far in the past as well towards Dachi. This time, Fame is going to go down even after the big man struggling. NoNx Esports not really in the greatest of positions, but even Vanguard, 3 eliminations on the block already. One of their players did take a tumble. The smoke, I believe, did not go in the right place. It is not the smoke, I guess. They were trying to throw in bandages to their comrades. And nade is brilliant. Another one of their players is going to go down. Insidious takes the fall. Now it's all down to Anush TWOB. Brilliant comeback coming in from SINEWY Esports, by the way, in this fight.
Yeah, that's SINEWY knocking on the doors. They've been quiet the whole time, but now it's time for them to showcase themselves. Shotgun up close and personal. Rex Boy, the man's got his hands onto it. He knows exactly where the foe lies as well. Anush TWOB is constantly giving his position away. And now the opponents, they just want to make that pounce. Opening the door as well. Utilities tossed on the back of that. Anush TWOB forced back a little bit more, but luckily enough, the man's got his hands on the Molotov as well. The utility count is looking pretty good on Anush. Man's actually stacked up as well, I'm not going to lie. Nade being cooked up, waiting for someone to just walk in from that door. But the nade was not placed that well. Anush TWOB still has got his hands on the Molotov. If he wants, he can actually toss it towards the stairs, but he hasn't done it. Instead, he lets the opponents get aggressive. And Anush TWOB finds a lot of value as well. That Molotov, the flames are going to start a spread, but instead, it's on the side of Anush. Luckily enough for SINEWY, they can still go for the backup. They can still go for the recovery. But the moment I say so, the third man falls down as well. Now it's going to be TWOB knocking on the doors. Executor and the boys just getting the confirmations. And Anush TWOB, the only person standing. This one nade, it needs to find the maximum value. The moment the pin was pulled, instantly TWOB closes that door. They're playing this pretty smartly. Waiting for the right moment, right opportunity, and just one man from TWOB is making that pounce. Executor, this man's got guts of steel. All the players just funneling in through that door. And just like that, the final man of Vanguard in this area gets eliminated too.
I love this capitalization from TWOB. They were lying in wait, waiting for this fight to break out. But as soon as they spotted SINEWY Esports on their knees, they were extremely quick to capitalize. They got themselves 2 eliminations from SINEWY Esports. And then, of course, getting down Anush TWOB in the back lines. That was brilliant push coming in. And we saw the technicality as well. All 3 players funneling in from that door, from that staircase. Because Anuj, in that position, he was on top form. EVOX on the other side. Have a look at this. Looking to take this fight against Vanguard Esports. Their players have been brought back, but it seems like Evil is still going to go that punish. He's going to get knocked out. A little bit of retaliation, but where are the rest of the lads? Karlan joins the fray. Vanguard Esports looking to defend this.
Problems after problems starting to stack on top of each other. Evil, the man's knocked out. Karlan, he wants to go for that revival, and it will come through as well. EVOX, it's not a bad start though if you look at it. 2 elimination points, all the 4 players still on the block. They've got the recalls as well. So yeah, it's looking really good and dandy. EVOX can keep on hammering on the opponents and keep on securing those points. And for Vanguard, they cannot afford to lose out on any more, boys. Fadeaway shots taken against the man in the front. He wants to back away no matter what. He will find a bit of that escape route, and he will take it as well. Dreams out of harm's way. Things looking good and dandy, but EVOX, they want to chase him down. They're not going to let go of the man just like that. He's taken down to barely any sort of HP. Dreams fires back. He does find the first knock. Colin, he ejects out of the vehicle. 1 connection is all that's needed. And now he pulls out the shotgun. 3 shells in the shotgun. Colin playing ring around Rosie with that one last man left over, and still somehow Dreams. He shuts them both down with barely any sort of HP. But here comes another man from EVOX, and he's going to be the savior.
You know, for Vanguard, there is not much that Dreams could have actually done. That was a brilliant fight, brilliant attempt. Extremely gutsy from that lad to eject from the driver's seat, go onto a passenger seat, and take those 2 players down coming in from EVOX Esports. That was brilliant.
Oh my god.
But from the back lines, things don't really look good for EVOX as NoNx looking to approach Anonymous from a different direction, also looking to spray them down. Team EVOX, they have nowhere left to go and hide. 2 players extremely low. Meanwhile, the 2 players, they are healthy. For Vanguard, by the way, Necro, they've used 2 of their recalls already. I'm not really sure if all 3 players are going to be coming back on their feet once again.
No, Vanguard's messed up. They've messed up big time. Now they need to continue their journey with just a 2-man squad. And looking at EVOX, to be honest, yeah, even they're once again back upon the feet. It's looking pretty good for them. All the points they get from here on out are going to be the bonus points. Another man down for EVOX. Surviving now seems next to impossible. NoNx, they want to press upon the matters even more. Punish the players of EVOX even more. Colin spots that man, but he also reveals his own position. Shouldn't have taken those shots. 26 bullets in the magazine, 15 on the spare. He's running thin on ammunition. Getting charged up from the back as well. And now there's too many foes in the front. EVOX, that's the final man taken care of as well in this area. But they're still up and alive. They've got 3 recalls available. Everyone's going to be back on foot.
Hopefully. That is a good start for EVOX, by the way, but they had to suffer a lot of fights over there. Multiple third parties to deal with, and now NoNx Esports, the timing on that push was brilliant. But have a look at this, Wyld Fangs in the distance. It is Sensei, the closest man to the teams of H4K. This time, Wyld Fangs not really going in for those initial battles which they are known for. The firepower of Goten and Spray God, which everybody expects them to exploit, get those early eliminations on board. It seems like they want to keep their players alive. But something that we've seen so far from Wyld Fangs is they take those fights pretty late inside of the map, which kind of delays their recalls and never really get the opportunity to get their fallen men back up. Is that going to be a problem again? Will be the question.
The question is, where's the next zone going to shift as well? That's going to be revealing a lot of those intentions too. Looking at the replay of fight between Vanguard and their foes, then later on we saw a third party coming through from SINEWY. There was just 1 man alive from Vanguard, others TWOB, but this man, he was a real troublemaker for the opponents. Shutting down those 2 players, another third party came through from TWOB. They collected that scrap. And for TWOB, that's exactly how they need to start playing as well. Collect those elimination points, try and get as many as you can on this map, and that's going to make you feel really good. And Dreams, the fact that this man only had 1 HP, I'm not going to lie, Colin whiffed a lot of shots. And that's why he met that fate.
We've actually seen some great moments of brilliances already from the start of this game so far. We saw Dreams pull off that 1v2, that was brilliant. We saw Anuj in that 1v2 situation as well. Extremely causing problems. The circle once again shifting a little towards north. You've got EVOX, wait a second, the recalls.
Yeah.
They were quite far away from the circle. Now they will have to travel a long distance. The good thing is there is no interruptions on their path towards the circle, so I guess it should be an easy entry. It's still going to burn down their nets quite a lot. Have a look at this, Sensei finally on the offense. Taking shots against 40R. Now their shots connect.
Oh my god! Sensei, the man's just mowing down the lawns. And the opponents can't even do anything. Rising Esports, they're taking a fight against Team Tamilas. It's not a good thing for any one of those. Sensei gets those confirmations. 4TR, they mess up big. Keep this thing in mind. Morty is still up north in Stadium. He's constantly giving those recalls. So I guess Morty's got his team's back. 4TR had all the recalls up in life. Pin his life is back up on his feet. Another man's going to be once again back up. So it's all looking good in the hood.
Yeah, it certainly is, but the problem is that they've lost Spray God in the process. Wyld Fangs to go in for a recall, but I'm not sure if they're going to find space and the amount of time that they need to go in for the recalls as well. It is Z-God who's already in the mix of things. Look at this, Goten, one opportunity and he strikes them down. But the problem is 4TR, all the players are going to come down here itself. Will they be able to survive from the onset of the inevitable? Wyld Fangs, they are looking extremely strong in these early phases. And the good part is Sensei seems to be taking a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, which is a good sign.
Yeah, the Blues now going to be doing a lot of damage. You got to be quick. You got to make sure that you're extremely quick on their feet. If you get caught out in the blue for too long, you're not going to be able to sustain that damage, especially when you've just been recalled. You don't have proper resources. LASTADE Esports pressing up on the matters even more, rubbing that salt on top of the wounds. It's NoNx Esports and even TKM. Xtreme is just running away. He's on the run. Does not want to face the players of LASTADE Esports yet. LASTADE with that shotgun. Not letting go off that man, Xtreme. And just like that, he gets caught eventually too. And that's going to be it for the Night Mob. 0 finishes racked up in this game.
But look at the minimap, Necro. It seems like the circle still pushes us towards the western edge of the map itself. Not a lot of compounds over there. Teams are going to be struggling. Look at that cluster that has formed on that eastern part of the circle. Majority of them still migrating. But my concern is, while all these teams rotate, there's going to be somebody who wants to stop them dead on their tracks and get all those elimination points. I'm going to be looking at the finish feed right now because I'm pretty sure it's going to be popping up pretty soon.
It's pretty funny to see Vanguard, EVOX, and even 4TR go for that late game rotation. Still all the way back in the blue. They're taking a lot of damage. Rising once again, taking shots. They actually do find a few successful knocks as well against NoNx. And now Anonymous, he's the only player looking healthy. Makes that run to safety lines. Anonymous is going to be fine. He did have that shotgun to work with. But now since he's the only person standing, I'm not sure what the game plan is going to be for NoNx. Probably stay quiet, stay put.
NoNx, they don't even have a lot of recalls to work with, just one. And I'm not even sure if there's a lot of time for them to actually bring their fallen comrades back up. Elsewhere, it is going to be Team NoNx Esports who are under fire. LASTADE, we've seen these lads before. Bad OP, Gyrogod, Stone, BGMI. They were flawless back in the last BGIS as well. This time, looking to pounce on top of NoNx Esports. Brilliant timing. They have got the numbers advantage as well. As Jowish, he cooks up this nade. And right behind the block, it seems like there are going to be multiple teams looking in for the third party. Situation does not look good for NoNx Esports, Necro.
Oh, look at KALINGA. Boys down to barely any sort of HP. Sliver. Util's tossed out against Pasha and PMWIGL. And at the same point, it's a proper 4-on-4 fight. Really tough to say whose cake it's going to be. KALINGA Esports, to be honest, if you look at the positionings, they're not looking too good. Pasha back up on his feet. LASTADE, they mess up big. That's going to be just that one individual surviving from NoNx being a problem. There's also Joyish up close and personal, and Joyish is keeping his position anonymous.
But from the backlines, look at that. Team TWOB. They're the ones who are closing in the distance, and I'm loving this. Their first few finishes came on the back of a brilliant third party. Once again, they want to pull exactly the same trigger. You talked about Joyish. He's lying low, not moving a muscle, keeping his position anonymous. I guess he wants to do that for a while now. KALINGA Esports, they are in a good position. But holding on to this is going to be a different world of trouble. LASTADE, by the way. They've lost down on one man. Problems are going to arise as these compounds near Fongtun. These are going to be hottest pieces of real estate inside of the circle right now. With the fourth circle shifting, majority of the recall towers are going to be taken out of the picture in just a few minutes. Are you going to be able to bring your full squad back up? That is going to be a big question. Look at EVOX, by the way. brilliant rotation coming in from them. Now they've found a good position on the western part of the circle as well.
3 players next to each other. Shadow is the man leading the pack. But if they would have had their hands on the Porsche, then maybe they would have been a little bit more quicker. And yes, speaking of Porsche, my personal favorite is going to be the 911 Carrera GTS. Which one is your favorite? Let us know in the chat, and also head inside of the game and check it out. But back towards this fight. EVOX against the Poison Zutsu. Veron once again going prone. The man does not have a lot of HP. Flock! Oh, the vehicles collided! And somehow Flock gets knocked out. Zutsu now in a world of trouble. Veron does not even have enough HP. The man's not healthy. Fight's now down to a 3-on-4. EVOX at the same time. Now they get the man advantage in their hands. It's now taken down to a 2v2 still. Quick trades happening on the board. Zutsu getting that fallen comrade is going to be the most important thing they want to try and pull off. But Evil, he's got a few more utils he wants to keep on tossing. And Shadow, he finds another crucial knock. Utils constantly being traded as now Nobi, he wants to push up. But Nobi's still on top of the rock. He's finding a few connections through that smoke. Now pulls out the S12K, gets the re-knock. Nobody himself is taken down really low. That first aid being popped. 2 players of EVOX making the pounce at the same time. If he manages to clutch this, it's going to be one of the most insane clutches in the history. 7 bullets in the magazine, gets the fresh one as well. This 1-on-2 duel, it's not looking too good for Nobi as he gets pushed. And that's going to be the nail in the coffin.
For Team EVOX, problems escalate. They could not reset after this fight. And have a look at that. Team Tamilas are knocking on their doors already. But you were talking about Zutsu Gaming. It seems like the big man falling, Flock colliding that vehicle head on. I think that was the reason of their demise. Brilliant recovery coming in from Evil as well, because the flank angle that was set up and with those precise nades, there was nothing that Zutsu could have actually done. Team Tamilas, meanwhile, they get the information, they take a couple of shots, but then they try and fall back, regroup with Reaper once again. But for EVOX, that was a brilliant recovery once again. Can't talk less about it. 7 eliminations on board already, and Evil just doing so much heavy lifting for the rest of the team. I still feel Veron could have actually done much more in the clotheslines, Necro. Inside of the smoke, he was lying in wait, but what was he trying to do over there?
I'm not even sure why was he not patching himself up. He could have actually popped a first aid. The man had enough time. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as well. Maybe the reason why he did not pop that first aid was because he thought his position would have been compromised, I guess, with that sound.
Yeah, maybe.
But still, he could have done a lot more.
I think he had enough HP to actually go in for the fight, especially inside the smoke. Since your position's anonymous, all you're going to try to do is just take those shotguns in and go head on against your opponent. But, well, that was a hit and a miss. In Zutsu Gaming, they are going to be lying in wait. Now, that is one good news, by the way, for the rest of the lobby, because the first team, the top team inside of the lobby, has been taken out of the picture.
I think the entirety of Zutsu, they were just playing it too defensive.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that call was made by Ash as well. Guys, don't over-peak, don't over-commit. Play a little defensive. And, well, that's why Zutsu got absolutely obliterated. Sometimes you got to be on the offensive side. Look at Team Tamilas, Mr. IGL. Aim God is on this side, his teammate. Mr. IGL's trying to gather a bit more of that intel. And having a look at the fight once again, Veron was able to find that first knockout. He was the one who initiated that fight. But then later on, somehow Zutsu was not able to capitalize onto it. Veron in that smoke, the man was just trying to slither away, but he gets caught.
Yeah, I mean, the first knock was brilliant. Veron could have actually capitalized on that opportunity. Numbers advantage in the hands of Zutsu Gaming. Yes, Flock was taken down. That was an unfortunate collision. But it's still fine, Veron. You are one of the best fraggers inside of the lineup. You should have actually been more aggressive in that position. But nonetheless, we will talk about another fight. Team Tamilas are finally making their move. But it seems like the split is enormous, by the way. Reaper, he's nowhere close to the rest of his teammates.
Yeah. All the way down south. I'm not even sure what Team Tamilas wants to do here. Oh, I know what they're doing. Team Tamilas thinks if the circle's going to be shifting up north, then it will shift right on top of Mr. IGL and Aim God. But if it does shift down south, there's going to be Reaper having a decent spot. That's what Team Tamilas is banking up on. But what if Reaper gets picked off?
Exactly, right.
Reaper's job is to keep quiet. And I guess he won't be able to get picked off just like that. Wyld Fangs, all the 4 players up and standing. NoNx Esports, yeah, they're getting boxed in. And just like that, X has been eliminated from the game. You blink it and you miss it. That was quick.
Kana was burning, but still, wow. This man is truly showcasing his class over here. 3 eliminations already. Goat and Spray God with 4 each. The aggression that we have been talking about. Once again, Wyld Fangs extremely precise. Sprays down from Goten. Finds a knock against Genesis Esports. Spots down the lads from Rising Esports as well. This is brilliant placement from Wyld Fangs. Rising Esports wants to capitalize, but Wyld Fangs wants to close in the distance. They want to eliminate the lads from Rising Esports. It's going to be a little risky though. Dragon, wow. AK with the 4x. That spray actually connected, by the way, Necro.
It was pretty close. A few more nades tossed out in that direction. Genesis Esports still behind that buggy. Fury Gravity taking a lot of damage upon themselves. And there's that vehicle. Once again, just staying around that same block. I'm not even sure what the game plan is. Wyld Fangs on the move. Now I want to be in that comfort zone. 13 finishes already racked up. Wyld Fangs, they're up for a massive grab. The next circuit shift is going to be extremely important. If it does shift on the left side, that's going to be massive, but instead it just centers on up once again. The teams inside of the city might just have the advantage, but Rising Esports, they might just have the advantage as well.
Good news for 4TR as well, because this is one of those circles. For the first time, we've seen a little bit of teamwork coming in from all 4 lads. Zygon in the back lines looking to protect the frontliners from the threat that Team Tamilas possesses. But have a look at this. EVOX. A little bit of spray down was there. Vanguard have been caught. A couple of those players have been tagged up. And one of their players has been knocked down as well. Not really sure if Vanguard will be able to reciprocate, but EVOX continue to press on the trigger. I love the aggression coming in from them. They have the good side of the circle and they want to push Vanguard out. Deployable covers in front of them as well. I love what EVOX are doing. They're trying to stay away from all the healthy battles that there are. They're trying to pick off those lone stranglers who are battling the zone as well as trying to make their way inside the circle. And this is a good strat, by the way.
It indeed is. Slowly and steadily creeping up. Once again, just waiting for the right moment to strike. Waiting for Team Tamilas to be completely absent. And that's when maybe Zigot's going to go for that pounce. He hasn't even revealed his position yet. Haven't taken a single shot. EVOX spotted that Molotov. Extremely close. EVOX taking too much damage upon themselves. The man softened up and already knocked out. Spy, he's not going to stay alive for too long. There's a lot of shots taken against that man. This nade, it's really good. Was on the verge of finding a knock as well, but luckily enough, that's not going to be the case. 4TR, all the players now want to move in tandem. Shuba's in the back lines, but even he wants to push up. Nade toss next to 4TR. It's going to do some chip damage, but it's still not enough.
This is how quickly Domino can actually fall for Team EVOX as well. They were in a good position, but have a look at this. The tag team effort between Team Tamilas and 4TR was brilliant, and 4TR especially, when they had a look at the finish feed and spotted those players getting knocked out, they quickly closed in the distance and have a look at this. They are right at the foothills of this warfare.
And that separation between Team Tamilas, even it does not work out.
Yeah.
Reaper getting picked off now. Team Tamilas, they've only got 2 men standing. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what that game plan was. What that call was! Oh my god, the nade still did not connect. It was right next to Aim God. The man standing. And that's all Team Tamilas needs. Make sure that you're not knocked out. A few more utilities tossed right next to Aim God, but this time it's going to be Aim God, whose nade's going to be much more precise. Blows up Evil. Shadow still there around the corner, and Aim God is taking too much damage upon himself. Constantly those shots being fired through the smoke. Aim God still trying to crawl next to Mr. IGL. More smoke's being tossed out. He wants Aim God to crawl right next to him, but Mr. IGL, he needs to get out of his hiding. He needs to get that revival. Aim God's not going to be able to survive for too long. And just like that, he's been eliminated from the game as well.
You know, this has been a good game for 4TR so far. They have a nice vantage point. Even the circle is shifting on top of them. If they eliminate the likes of Team Tamilas as well as EVOX, they're going to get complete control of this northern terrain. And this is going to give them so much breathing room as well as vantage point. They can have direct lines of sight right across the circle to Wyld Fangs, which is brilliant. They can literally spot anyone and everyone, by the way. TWOB on the other side, they are looking to make their way inside the circle, but right on their path, there's going to be two big names, LASTADE as well as KALINGA Esports, and they're not going to let them breathe easy. Spray got the distance, gets taken down by Rising Esports as well as Wyld Fangs. All of a sudden, they are in trouble.
Spray got down. Wyld Fangs once again making those rookie mistakes. But the question is, how does Wyld Fangs even make it inside of the circle? It means they need to make that push either against the players of KALINGA Esports or Rising Esports. And I personally think they should go for that fight against Rising. If they try to take a fight against KALINGA, there's going to be third party coming through from LASTADE or TWOB. But luckily enough, these two teams are busy duking it out against each other. Wyld Fangs making that push against KALINGA, and these utilities not finding proper knocks. KALINGA, Archit, whiffs a lot of those shots. Position now compromised, and he does not have anywhere to go. Archit trapped in that corner. From the back, there's going to be a few more players. Wyld Fangs as well, absolutely trapped. And the utilities now start to find those knocks for Wyld Fangs too. But it's just Kana standing, he can't do a lot. And eventually the man gets eliminated from the game as well.
Once again, just like you mentioned, rookie mistakes coming in from Wyld Fangs. All four players just huddled in this one corner. Those nades obliterated that lineup. Beautiful compound defense coming in from KALINGA Esports as well. But how long can they hold on to this position is going to be the real question from up top. There is threat from 40R. They have to push up inside the circle, which means they will have to cross this road. And that is open terrain for the breeding grounds for 40R as well. But also a little bit of threat coming in from TWOB. But look at this highlight. Vanguard Esports. Just absolutely no breathing room given whatsoever. We saw those nades pop up. EVOX, they are still standing tall, by the way, which is brilliant. But I'm not really sure how he's dealing with the threat coming in from both the TT as well as 40R.
True. KALINGA, once again, they're having a pretty solid game. It's something about Rondo and KALINGA. They always do really good.
Yeah.
And it's something about Rondo and Wyld Fangs as well. Wyld Fangs gets a lot of elimination points, but never close out the game. And that's what happened once again. They had 15 elimination points, by the way. Wyld Fangs did secure quite a bit of those. But a chicken dinner would have been the cherry on top of the cake they were looking for. TWOB with just a two-man squad. Man advantage not exactly with them. KALINGA really wanted to press up. Rub the salt on top of the wounds once again, since they know TWOB, they do not have enough men for the fight. But 40R from the far fray, the shot's too deadly. Morty's on top. He's got a really good angle on the fight. And now TWOB, they're going to start to push out. Making that bounce against the players of KALINGA this time. And Owen, he's got a nade cooking up. The nade does a lot of damage. Owen knows exactly what's happening. Goes back behind that deployable cover. Gets one of the men instantly finished off. KALINGA, they're trying to move out in the open. But they're getting absolutely mowed down. Sprayed down. The lawnmowers, they're not going to let go of this one, as the entirety of KALINGA, they have been dismantled.
Told you this is going to be a good game for 40R. 7 eliminations already, hammering down TWOB as well as KALINGA Esports in the process. And now they only thorn to their success will be Rising Esports. This is, of course, two teams left inside of the final zone, ladies and gentlemen. A 4v4 40R needs to get patch up as well. One of their players quite low on HP. Meanwhile, Rising Esports, they do have a little bit of the high ground and more of that map control. They are looking for that big victory. We have seen Dragon do this in the past quite a lot. Can 40R break that deadlock will be the question, as Pain is live. He looks to charge on up.
Rising Esports, 4 players up in life. They've been camping in that same house since the start of the game. Rising Esports, they somehow know how to crack that circle. Right now as well on the verge of winning this game. Yesterday too, Rising Esports, they had one decent game. Not a lot of elimination points, but still something to work with. And a chicken dinner. That definitely gave them a little bit of that boost in the overall standings, and also gave them a massive ego boost. And right now, Rising Esports, they want to clench their fist and close out this game as well. But it's 40R in the front. It's not going to be that easy. 40R do possess a lot of firepower, but the amount of utilities that are being tossed, oh, that's doing significant amount of damage. Heavy amount of damage inflicted. Another nade tossed in that proximity. It's still not doing a lot. Another nade tossed, and this one's going to blow right next to the man. Still Pain, his life is alive.
The airstrike is brilliant. Rising Esports looking to soften the play up. from 4TR, but it seems like they're still yet to hesitate. They were expecting a little bit of those openings, but now it's time for 4TR to pay back as Igor and Shub up in the front lines as the first nade comes up. Will it knock somebody? Not really. This is Rising Esports, who have been split up. 2 players are right next to the lads of 4TR as all 4 players from both the teams, they come face to each other. And this is shotguns and ARs going head-to-head as the first man falls. Rising Esports,
wow.
They climb up and 4TR have been obliterated, ladies and gentlemen. What a chicken dinner coming in from Rising Esports.
We talked about 4TR having that firepower, but still for some reason they were not able to take that initiative. And in the end, Rising Esports realized that it's not a good idea to just hold back. They made that push in tandem, and somehow things really did work out for them. Able to shut down one of the first man in the front lines for 4TR. That was a major knock, and right then and there, Rising Esports knew that it's going to be their fight.
You know, I think they had the upper hand in that fight right from the get-go itself. We saw the airstrikes come through, so many nades in tandem come in, and every single one of them landed close to the players of 4TR. You know, final fight, when you are left patching yourself up, when you're constantly bandaging, meanwhile the opponents are coming at you, you know you've already lost that fight. There's no way you're going to get back.
Yeah, but luckily enough, that was not the case for 4TR, right? Yes, they were popping those boosters, but they had the first aids available. They already popped that first aid. I still believe it should have been a proper, fair, and balanced fight, but for some reason, I'm not sure how did 4TR mess that up so much single-handedly.
None of their shots connected, but talking about their shots, 4TR did connect shots from this position itself. They had the high ground. The circle constantly favored them. Pain His Life was brilliant, taking down lads from KALINGA as well as TWOB. And then, of course, this was the final battle where they missed all of their bullets.
I mean, just look at Rising Esports. In the end, they were just oozing with confidence.
Yeah.
And they knew that 4TR is not going to be able to stop the wave of Rising Esports. Decent bit of elimination points. Once again, it's not a frag-heavy game for them. If you look at Rising Esports' overall standings as well, Rising Esports and Team Tamilas, they've got a solid balance between the placement points and the elimination points as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of elimination points racked up. 10 eliminations for this team. And RECKO turning out to be one of the highest fragging player from this lineup. Look at that, 915 points of damage. We didn't really get to see so many fights coming in from Rising Esports. Majority of it was fixated on Wyld Fangs, who were on a roll, by the way. So many eliminations racked up. But something is wrong with their rotations, because yes, of course, they had to battle the circle. The circle shifted away from them, but you don't really push up in a vehicle, right, just like that. You know, that invites all those nades coming in.
Okay, listen, I might be a little bit weird for saying this, but I do believe that in the new zone meta, playing around the edges gives you a default disadvantage. That's what I personally think. If you're going to be around the off-centric or center, that makes a lot of sense. You will be having the circle either shifting next to you or pretty much on top of you. But if you're playing on the edges, and if the circle takes a curveball and shift away from you, already the good spots are taken inside the circle. There's no way you're going to be able to find a good spot. And even if you are trying to fight for a good spot, there's going to be an instant third party. So it's a default disadvantage, that's what I think. But for now, let's move on to a short break as we'll move on towards the map of Wrangle next.
And we're back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to BGIS, the Grind 2026. And it seems like there's been a little bit of switch up on the desk. Icy Baby 1-2 is back in place of Necro. And of course, we are going to be walking you through the map of Erangel, which comes next. But before we proceed, that map of Rondo Icy, it was extremely confusing for sure, because there were a lot of teams who were in good position. All of a sudden, they get taken out. I want to know your thoughts. What do you think of that chicken dinner as well as 4TR's performance?
I think 4TR making a little bit of a comeback here is a well-needed one here, considering that they had a really rough run, especially when they were playing in Miramar in particular. But props towards Rising Esports, they were able to overcome the odds as well, knowing that everybody else is focused on the edges.
Yeah.
Them focusing on just making the endgame zone and then surviving that 1 versus 1 team fight was really crucial for them.
You know, talking about crucial, ladies and gentlemen, what is crucial for you is doing well inside of your matches for sure, because it is extremely important. What is also very important is looking good along the way as well, and make sure you get these Peaky Blinders set where you can dress up like Thomas Shelby and Arthur Shelby. You can see all the items that are available, and we always know it is the swagger that comes along with the long coat and the weapons that Arthur Shelby and Thomas Shelby possesses. So make sure, get yourself the Peaky Blinder set right now, but bring the conversation back up. Icy, once again, good performances coming in from Wyld Fangs, a lot of high finishes coming in from them. I felt like EVOX could have capitalized, made their position a little stable, but it seems like that was not really the case.
I think Wyld Fangs has been just living up to their usual name, right? Just full-on aggression, you know, hope it's a make-or-break situation. And we saw a lot of moments coming from them, which resulted in them taking out a lot of competition. However, losing their fight against KALINGA was a little bit unfortunate for them. But let's talk about the MVP from that match here. It's going to be Anuj 2OP coming from Vanguard. And Vanguard having a better day here once again in the map of Rondo. And they have been getting a lot of finish points across the board.
Talking about finish points, ladies and gentlemen, it was Anuj 2OP, of course, who started things off. That brilliant 1v2 that we got to see against, if I'm not mistaken, SINEWY Esports. Playing his live as well, quite brilliant over there from 4TR, getting 5 eliminations, just racking those points up. Mr. IGL from Team Tamilas, always one of those most aggressive IGLs in Form 5 elimination for this land. And Goten from Wyld Fangs. He's been phenomenal so far. I think he's been doing a lot of those heavy lifting, but it seems like Wyld Fangs needs to work on those position points, because just one is hampering their progress. Rising Esports at the top of the point standings. You've got 20 points from that game. Wyld Fangs as well, 15 elimination points and 16 points in total. And you've got 4TR with 14. EVOX, I think this was a team that needed this big game, and 12 points certainly helps their measure, and now they are back inside of the top 8. Now this race is certainly heating up, I see, because Zutsu as well as Genesis, both of them got taken down quite early. That vacuum that was there between Team 2 and Team 3 now has been brought down to just 14 points.
Well, it's not that bad, considering that they do already have a very strong safety cushion as well. So I would say Zutsu, Genesis, they had one bad game, Rondo, which again isn't too bad if they do well on the other maps in particular. But Wyld Fangs, again, they are the team with the most amount of points in this top 8 without position points. Think about it, so they've only got 10 position points and they've got 46 finish points, and they are currently in the top 3. Wyld Fangs obviously living up to their name from ever since Sensei has taken leadership. Whatever team or whatever players that has been swapped in, their strategy has always been full-on aggression, getting finish points, but just could not make it into his position points. It feels very sad that the entire year, when he was playing Wyld Fangs, playing Revenant Export, it took him so long to finally get, finally winning a single winner chicken dinner in BMSD. And then I was like, wow, finally we get to see that, because they've always qualified without winner chicken dinners and only have finish points.
I think that is a team that is here to entertain. The Sensei himself as a person as well, he is extremely entertaining, and he understands that, alright, fine, we're just going to go and hammering down all the teams. But again, coming back to the esports perspective, it seems like we just saw the overall leaderboard, I see, and there was not really a lot of points difference. The highest points difference from top 8 was the 16th place team. Of course, TWOB, there's just a mere difference of 17 points. Now for TWOB to get those 17 points, it is going to be extremely difficult. But barring TWOB, everyone else was just like about 5 or 6 points away. And the competition on the second half, it's so tight. I think one good game is going to propel you. And I think that is what I want to see on the map of Erangel.
I think there are two particular teams in the bottom 8 that needs to step up here. It's going to be SINEWY and 4TR official. 4TR official was able to make a little bit of bounce back. Why? Because their drop clashes in Miramar has been hurting them. And you can see it's very clear, apparent on the scorecards that they're not exactly doing well. So for 4TR, this is a very, very important moment for them if they want to stand a chance to push into the top 8.
You know, talking about that, I think SINEWY Esports also have a drop collision, but thankfully they've got 3 rankers lined up, one that comes right next. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the big bird goes back up to the skies once again, and this is going to be the lovely lands of Erangel. This time, of course, the flight path moves in a little towards the eastern part of the map itself, from military base towards Yasnaya Poliana. I'm not really sure if the teams are going to be liking this because, of course, we've seen so many teams love to go towards Georgopol, so many teams love to go towards Primorska, but all of those teams, they're going to take the hurt. Are there going to be initial collisions? Now, that remains to be the big question as we do have the map standings in front of us. Icy, my co-pilot, I'm going to ask you which team do you think is going to get the chicken? Because Genesis certainly leading the map standings.
I think Genesis and Zutsu has a very, very clear objectives on how they want to play Erangel. But Genesis has been more dominant in terms of their macro aspects of decision makings as well. And what I mean by macro decision makings is not about their rotations. It's more like, oh, this is the zone, which is a power spot, which is a god spot. And how can we capitalize on this god spots to make everybody's lives miserable? That's Genesis' strat so far. It's been working out. But however, when it comes to maps like Rondo, when it maps to Miramar, Genesis hasn't been able to do that too much. So Erangel is something that they are going to be very, very comfortable at. But it looks like we are going to be seeing another drop clash once more. And this time it is going to be TKM versus NoNx. If they've lost Beast right from the get-go.
Little bit of bounce back coming in from the Night Mobs as well as the shotgun strikes. No bullets in that weapon. No weapons on the other man, that is worse. And of course, Team NoNx, they get wiped off from the get-go itself. Night Mobs, they're going to be extremely happy for sure. Now, this is what you call a positive trade. 4 eliminations, just 1 casualty. Yes, there was a drop collision, but these are 4 extremely crucial points that have been struck. And look at this, look at the DOA status. The team they collided against was actually their closest competitors, and now they've actually pushed them outside the top 8.
Yeah. The Night Mobs has pretty much won all their drop clashes so far. The only reasons why they could not convert the games is because sometimes these drop clashes kind of take too long to a point that teams actually come and rotate and then look to try and punish them. And that's why they could not get exit strategies, especially from their games in Erangel in particular. And again, this is a team that you know they do have the capabilities, they do have the firepower to work with. It's just that they need to find a spot that they can safely loot and then just get into its endgame zones. Kind of similar to how OG is kind of experiencing as well if you were to compare it to Group A, especially their 2 days runs that they have been playing so far. Their early drop clashes are smooth sailing, but when somebody decides to drop clashes, things just go absolutely south for them. Just because the timings of rotations to convert into mid-game, to convert into late game just completely gets messes up. And now I'm very happy that TKM, you know, they are able to get out early, stock up. They lose 1 player, but it's still doable with 3 players.
You know, you talking about Orangutan reminds me of that drop fight that we casted together.
Yeah,
OG
with
versus Soul in the region of Rozog. That was painful to watch, by the way. Team Soul just hammering down OG from all directions, but nonetheless, the victors from the last game, ladies and gentlemen, on towards Milta Power and the Milta factory region. They are going to be quite safe and dandy for sure. They do have Team Genesis right on their north side, with Wyld Fangs also closely following up. But are they going to get caught in mid-rotation? That is going to be a big question as the circle is in front of us. And I'm not sure if the teams are going to be liking this circle because now majority of it, I see, is under the waters.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tricky one here, considering the fact that the circle may shift in towards Primos directly from this angle. It doesn't show a clear indicator of where it's going to be heading as well. If it shifts to Quarry, being in Quarry region is great. The watchtowers outside of Quarry is just a god spot to punish any teams rotating from the east side. If it heads towards Primos, well, whoever is directly inside the center of Primos is going to have a good time. The west side of the mountains are great. But if it shifts up towards Gatka, well, all hell breaks loose because nobody is going to be expecting the circle to shift from Gatka. But if it does do that, well, you are going to see a lot of big migrations being caught up, mid-rotations or teams getting gatekeep from the south side in particular. So a very, very tricky one. I highly doubt the circle is going to shift into his military island, but based on this position as well, X Esports, they may consider just taking a down low, a chill pill, maybe wait for 2 circles before rotating in and capitalize on people rushing to get in the zone during circle 3. So it's a very weird one, but while they're trying to do that, they might run into his TWOB first, down towards the south side. So I think X Esports and TWOB has a very, very similar idea to just wait out to circle 2, circle 3 before they make the rough call.
Yeah. I think majority of the teams, they are going to be making their call as well. Zutsu Esports in a lovely position. That is always their home ground, by the way. That region of Feripe, they always love to loot around the terrain, and they love to traverse these forests as well, where they dominate. Team Tamilas, meanwhile, they are en route to their home ground. They love the regions of Primos. Elsewhere, it seems like TWOB and X Esports, they have started colliding already. Inferno moves out, shifts direction, shots that lad down. That is brilliant use of positioning for yourself. Evades a nade. This time he gets taken down. Brilliant cover fire coming in from his comrade there. TWOB, they are pretty well suited in this fight as Team X Esports. They've taken heavy damage. True player is down already. Third player knocked down. It's just one lad. That is going to be Adi. Can he bring a little bit of revenge arc for the rest of his comrades? Goes in for a revive. Now this is time to reset, I see.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1 versus 1 here. But Executor, he can actually go in for the flank as well. The nades do clip him by the edge. He might be able to get the re-knock. No, he's just cooked too early. And now he's going to be in a 1 versus 2 situation. They've got the outside angles. Executor needs the 1 pump here, I would say. Sets up the nades here to try and force them inside, but it seems like they're not going to be looking for the greed. But Executor gets the 1 pump on the sides, now goes in for the reset there. Meanwhile, Monty just popped his first aid kit, has to force a push in as well. Another 1v1 engagement, and Executor clutches it big time. Saves the day for TWOB, a massive clutch for Executor.
Executes the likes of X Esports over there. That was brilliant, by the way. TWOB, now they have complete control of this military base island, can time their rotation to perfection if it does require them, if the circle shift down south. Now this is going to be their game, but if it does shift up north, problems are going to arise. We do have the map feed in front of us. Majority of the teams are already taking up those lovely central spots. Zutsu Gaming, they have been flooded with a lot of cavalry. LASTADE Esports coming into the mix of things as well. Rising Esports at the shorelines. They understand this is going to be the spot to hold, at least for the next 2 circles. And also, by the way, they've got the hovercraft. And especially in circles like these, the hovercraft just does so much good work.
Yeah, Rising Esports seems like they are making a gamble as well. They know for a fact that, hey, maybe this circle is going to head to Primos. Having center control is great. They can choose their options to work with as well, because every single team trying to pass through is Primos. They are kind of funneled in the cone shape, which every team is going to be coming from the north and the northeast direction itself. But yep, this fight, X Esports and also TWOB coincidentally had very similar ideas of just waiting things out for Circle 3. Did not expect to meet against each other, but a massive clutch here coming from Executor that just takes them all out, because he single-handedly dismantled them. And you talk about nerfs on shotgun. Does this feel like a nerf if you hit every single shot with just 1 pump?
I mean, the nerf will only work at a distance, right? When the distance between you and your opponent is that far off. A majority of the pellets, you're not going to strike. But if all 9 pumps are straight at your chest, then there's absolutely nothing that you can do, right? That is what the shotguns are meant for. But this is what the circle is meant for as well, to just cause problems for majority of these teams. And look at the swarm around that northeastern side. All of those teams in their migration mode for sure, as you've got Genesis Esports slowly breaking past that circle, now inside of the zone. You've got KALINGA Esports and Wyld Fangs closely following by, and it seems like in the process they are going to be duking it out as Kana whips that spray that is not expected. Goten is going to go down for sure, but the player has been knocked out. Wyld Fangs, they are going to get back. They are going to reset, but how did this happen to KALINGA Esports? Was not expecting this so early on.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, great cover for Icon for Sensei, but you can see the panic is kind of setting in on every single team trying to make their rotation here. Primos Circle, again, one of the trickiest circles to play with. Rising Esports definitely has a lot of heavy lifting to do to try and zone people outside of Primos, so obviously right now, the goal here for Rising Esports is to delay everybody outside. And right now, Wyld Fangs is going to be one of those teams that is going to be stalled out outside the zone. Same can be said for TWOB, same can be said for KALINGA Esports. Meanwhile, even for Genesis Esports, they barely made it onto the side of the zone. But even then, pushing into the city right now, it is going to be a death sentence here coming from Genesis Esports.
Talking about a death sentence, EVOX was actually handled a pretty rough one, especially when they went head-to-head against 40R in the last fight on the map of Rondo. This time, once again, they are quite close. You were talking about Genesis right now. They've got a lovely spot to hold, but with H4K in the backgrounds, I believe they are not going to breathe easy. Of course, you've got 40R who are rotating quite distant off-center for sure, but now they are also looking to head on towards the cluster. We've got Team Tamilas right outside of Primorsk, so 40R, if they do come head-to-head against Team Tamilas, there can be a fight, as you can see, off the radar as well. Team Tamilas just holding their ground. Meanwhile, 40R, are they looking for good positioning? Because this already is decent, I guess. No real threat to be found.
Yeah, I think right now 40R, their only gamble is that if the circle shifts out the quarry, it's great for them. But if he shifts to pre-boss, this is really, really tough to push in, especially from that direction. They're really much running out of options here, especially for circle 2. The great migration is still happening as well. SINEWY, they're going to be scouting out H4K, who's going to be caught out in the open. And now you can see Sujao making a run away, may consider running into a Team Tamilas. And as soon as I say that, guess what? Reaper was there to reap up those rewards. Thank you very much. That's going to be a point in my bag. And H4K has no choice but to skedaddle out there. May force a full-on charge into his Primos instead, trying to equalize or stabilize their positions here. It seems like they will do so. Rising Esports will be able, won't be able to actually defend this, but seems like the circle actually shift into the city. So Rising Esports, they're going to be very happy about this as they reposition for center control, while H4K, they are going to be the gatekeepers of the Northwest now.
Yeah, I love this circle, to be honest. I love the way the circle is positioned. Majority of the teams, once again, just thrown off center. You've got the lads of KALINGA Esports making their way through the shorelines, holding the edges beautifully, by the way. Rising Esports, they were the first entrances of Primorsk. They're going to be extremely happy. And you mentioned it right, H4K, they will be looking to gatekeep, but I'm not really sure if they do have the firepower, what is required to hold off, to fend off so many teams. Have a look at this, 40R looking to go aggressive. EVOX under fire as evil. Takes a little bit of a pit stop. Majority of the players are still in their vehicles, deciding whether or not to head inside of Primorsk. And have a look at this, Vanguard Esports, they've been caught out in the open as their first player has been taken down, and that is a big strike for sure, as Xtreme has been finished off. H4K, they're still on the move.
Yeah.
Now, this is going to be an herbal battle and a half, I see, because so many teams in just one quick city. I'm not really sure who's going to survive and who's not.
And this is what I mean by a death sentence as well. Nobody wants to push in directly in. Whoever's inside first is going to be very happy about this. But every single team who's not finding spots yet, you can see so many off angles being shot from afar. H4K, one of the biggest uses in this game. If you push towards the west side, you have 40R official on top of those mountains, which again is one of the god spots in this game. However, the downside is if you get flanked from the south side and the north side, 40R is going to crumble to pieces, which again, 40R is trying their best to hold that spot to make sure that nobody is going to be able to look at the north and the south side. And obviously, EVOX was one of the first teams that get shoved away from the north side, which it does give them a significant advantage. And as you can see, EVOX pretty much stuck out in the open here. Vanguard's got them pinned. You've got H4K getting them pinned. 40R's got them pinned as well. Spy pretty much knocked out. And I don't think he's going to be able to survive this. Meanwhile, TKM, well, they do find a little bit of a spread here on towards the southwest corner of those Primos, but it is the outer layers of Primos right now.
EVOX, they are actually pinned in an extremely high traffic area. They are pinned out in the open. I'm not really sure how long EVOX are going to survive, by the way. Majority of the teams who come in from the northern fringe will be looking to hit Primorsk over there where EVOX has been completely brought down. One of their players was knocked out, but I guess the smoke has allowed them to get back up. But it seems like out in the open it is the Night Mobs who are under fire from Team Wyld Fangs as Sensei spots him from the distance. It is going to be Spray God as well. One more finish being added up. It is Wyld Fangs getting off the mark. Spray God finishes him up. Wyld Fangs looking good and dandy. They are holding outside the zone of Primorsk, which is brilliant, by the way, because there's no space inside of the city. They are
Oh my
aware.
God.
But what is this circle shift, hard shift towards the waterways? We've never really seen this before. KALINGA Esports, they are going to be in a lovely spot. SprayGod spots another lone strangler, and this time TWOB are going to be under fire. Another man goes down. Daniel is still surviving, but Inferno is trying to run away, I see.
Yeah, but at the same time, Wyld Fangs, they've made the right call here. There's no point getting for zone control. Just pick off everybody from the sides. There's no way they're surviving this. And they are punishing a lot of these mid-rotations here. And while they're trying to rotate in, they're still very far off from the zone. But like you said as well, every single team is going to be forced to push outside of Primos instead of in the city as well. KALINGA is going to be taking a lot of heavy fire. And look at the shorelines as well. TK and 4TR, they're going for the Grand Slam. And 4TR is able to win that engagement. However, they're exposed to everyone from the city itself. Rising Esports is going to try and take jabs onto them as well. Z-God gets taken down. And Shub is going to be the last player left from the side of 4TR official. They just do not have enough cover to work with. Rising Esports continues to pepper those shots. Shub forced to disembark inside the ocean to try and get some sort of cover. And he's going to be able to pick up Morty. But right now, they need somebody to help them here for 4TR. At least the zone for the next 2 circles is not going to help them at all.
It's so unfortunate that 4TR, they were actually the first ones to come to this position, a hold, and make it a stronghold for themselves. But the majority of the teams, they've got their eyes pinned on this team. They want 4TR to be the first team to be eliminated from this entire cluster, and that is just unfortunate. These lads certainly have got no cover to work with. This Dragon OP from the distance, you can see those shots coming through. Wyld Fangs, meanwhile, are going to be the latest entrances. We just spotted them on the radar. H4K. Now that is not a place to drift. What were you doing? Gala gets taken out. Wyld Fangs. That is so unfortunate. SprayGod gets taken down as well. Now that is a knock that has been handed on a platter to Rising Esports, and they're going to feast on top of it all day of the week. That is a massive blunder, but can the rest of the 2 players make amends, I see?
Now with Wyld Fangs into mix as well, 4TR finds themselves a little bit of a safety net to work with. But unfortunately, ooh, Goten, I'm sorry. He may have had the hovercraft as cover. Getting picked off from 4TR means that they've pretty much lost control. Sensei needs to slowly crawl their way in, but the nades from 4TR will clean them up. That power spot or safety heaven that Wyld Fangs thought they might have created for themselves, completely obliterated here. As 4TR official gets the full reset here, just because Rising Esports was distracted.
You know, every time I guess Sensei is going to be kicking himself for the circle, just moving away from him. This time, once again, the circle in the waterways. He must be thinking, what on earth is happening with me? Last game as well, on the map of Rondo, he had lovely coverage, but the circle just hard shifted away. This game as well, he had a lovely edge on the Western Highway, but this time, just shifting away to the waters. Something which you very rarely get to see. Nonetheless, we shift focus as Zutsu and SINEWY Esports are duking it out, and this is a very awkward engagement, I see.
Okay, Zutsu. A little bit of run in here, but seems like they are going to make the pounce on this. Ninja, first one to get slammed in with the hovercraft. And now they're going to try going for a couple of dog fighting, but eventually SINEWY seems to be losing the fight, and Zutsu is able to clean out 3. And just like that now, Zutsu, they itch in towards the zone, but they're barely on the crypts, on the sides of the edges here. 40 seconds, barely in the corner, and they find themselves a small little safety haven, a small little pocket to work with, and still with the hovercraft, nobody is focusing on them. And this is huge for Zutsu.
There's not a single team inside of the lobby who is as crappy as Zutsu, but somehow they tend to win all of their fight. This was an extremely weird fight that we got to see between SINEWY and Zutsu Gaming. But once again, they survive with all 4 players standing, and they make it work. Now, this is a team that thrives under chaos. They don't like to settle. They don't like those clean plays. This is Chaos, who is their best friend, Zutsu Gaming. Now, they have a couple of compounds to work around. One team who is going to be on their toes is going to be EVOX, because I guess they've spotted them already. EVOX will prevent Zutsu from pushing far north towards the center of the circle. Meanwhile, this fight between Wyld Fangs and 4TR, it keeps on going on. SprayGod has that lovely ditch. They're rich to work around as nades do get exchanged. 4TR in the waters. I'm not sure how this team is surviving, but somehow they're keeping themselves alive.
Yeah, Wyld Fangs is going to be okay. As long as Rising Esports doesn't focus on them, they should be fine. But Rising Esports, they've got bigger problems here. They've one of the originators inside Primos. They are running low on ammunition here. They're going to be focusing on the city itself rather than outside right now. So this is going to be giving both 4TR and Wyld Fangs a little bit of temporary truce between them and the city. But inside the city, you can see Zutsu. They barely got in. Veyron's been knocked off as well. EVOX also going to be having control of the markets themselves, as they themselves have a lot of angles that they can't really hold on to as well. As you can see, Genesis also going to be pushing from the north side. KALINGA is going to be the next obstacle that they have to worry about. But right now, biggest focus on Zutsu. That's going to be EVOX's game plan.
To be honest, I see Zutsu, they don't really have a reason to actually push up, but they are quite deep inside of the circle as well. They have got lovely little compounds to work with. Majority of the teams are working their differences out. I don't see them. Why are they closing in the distance against EVOX? Because once they take the fight in, Genesis Esports will look to capitalize as a third party. We always know Hunters and Viper, they are on the prowl looking for these lone stranglers. They're going to take those finished points and grab them. Zutsu, they are leading all the way. Genesis will be looking to topple that up. Wyld Fangs, this is a lovely bird's eye view, by the way. The eagles up in the skies. Have a look at that. KALINGA, lovely position for them. You've got 4TR as well in the shorelines. I believe this is the only team that is at the center of the circle, and they are at the edge of the world of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Never seen such a zone before.
Exactly. But right now, the center belongs to KALINGA and Genesis Esports. They've got one of the strongest compounds to work with, and every single team is going to be looking to push them. But the difference is that KALINGA has sights on the west and the east, but for Genesis, they only have sights on the north and the south. So technically, if teams decide to go in for the slam against Genesis right now, especially from the west side of this entry point, KALINGA wouldn't be able to pick. And if KALINGA tries to pick here, Rising Esports will find the opener to actually push in. So this is all about mistakes. It's all about timings. And EVOX, they're focusing their focus on Genesis right now. As you can see, if they get the knock on Hunters, that's great. But even then, EVOX wouldn't be able to push up here just because Zutsu is just training right beside them. They're pretty much pinned right now for EVOX.
Yeah.
And they just do not have vehicles. But Wyld Fangs, what is this mad dash? They're actually pushing inside the city. And they might get peppered here as 4TR scouts them out. A couple of shots in, but H4K from the flank instead was able to catch off Spray God. Oh my goodness, not what I was expecting, but seems like the circle will shift to the north side where Genesis is, and that's why they're making these forced rotations.
Extremely risky rotation for Wyld Fangs over there. Sensei, if he does manage to survive, he will be able to revive Spray God, and he does, but the lines of sight from Rising Esports, it can be brutal. Oh man, get Spray God back up. That is going to be your first priority, of course. Rising Esports out in the middle of nowhere this time. They are being shot at from H4K because the circle has once again taken a hard shift. And this time, if you can see it from the minimap, ladies and gentlemen, 4TR have been thrown off guard. There's no way this team can go. Wyld Fangs struggling to make it inside. Rising Esports in one of the best spots that you can ask for. And so is KALINGA Esports right at the edge of the circle. And Genesis at the smack center might be playing in for the chicken.
Well, Genesis, they're just giving so much control of those common angles here. I'm really surprised they're getting away with all this, but seems like them taking it down onto his elevations on those crates created so many much more angles, and because of this, teams are getting capitalized on or punished out in the open. So very, very interesting find here coming from Genesis. But Rising Esports, now they've got problems for themselves. Wyld Fangs is going to be coming in from the south side, which in this case is not going to be too much of a problem. But if they overcommit, they are going to get punished so far. Rising Esports, they've set up the stage. They've swapped up the weapons as well. Dragon OP actually forced to use a Bison instead. Ammunitions on those ARs are running down low. Rico as well down to his last 9 bullets of 5.56. They were the ones that started the setup. But can they close up the game is going to be the question here. Not enough ammunition, not enough resources. They need to stock up somebody at somewhere, at some point. It seems like Wyld Fangs might be the delivery that they need right now.
Might be. There's also a popular name that goes on around the community. People call Spray God the Mad Bull. He's been knocked down time and time again. It seems like he wants to be the man to deliver that knockout punch this time. Sensei out in the open. The knock is brilliant. And here comes the ambush. Wyld Fangs, as soon as they enter the compound, it seems like Sensei has been punished. But can Spray God retaliate will be the question. needs to keep himself alive. Sensei is long gone, and from the distance it is Rising as well as another one of those teams. KALINGA Esports just tag team Wyld Fangs out of the picture. We are left with 6 teams and 19 players inside our Stage 6, ladies and gentlemen, and every one of them, they're battling at the edge of the world in Primorsk.
Well, speaking of Primos as well, Rising Esports, that's the resupply. Thank you so much, Wyld Fangs, for coming in. And now, with a little bit of animation, they should be fine. But with the circle shifting once again onto his Genesis, KALINGA still has the compound to work with. We do have EVOX also going to be having the supermarkets for themselves. They have no reason to push out. But they are thin in numbers here, at least for EVOX. But Rising Esports, now with this small little restock, they should be able to push out. But the problem is, do they have vehicles in case the circle shifts onto his east side? Because now it's divided between west and east. H4K, they've been sneaking around, spreading their way to try and get into his end zone. Rage God, pretty much the last player left. 6 teams remaining. Everybody has been taken out, being chopped down limb by limb, bits by bits, crumbs by crumbs. And now we are finally reaching towards the end game zone. Genesis being one of the healthiest teams alongside Rising Esports as of yet. But based on center control, EVOX has a good spot. Genesis has a good spot.
Yeah, but they're also going to be the first ones to come under fire. If I'm not wrong, Genesis, they've got the warehouse under control. They've got themselves a lot of elimination points as well to work with. Zutsu from up north. This can be a lovely nade directed towards Evil. It does not connect. But for Zutsu, I guess the win condition is simple. To keep all 4 players alive, try and keep on looking at every direction possible, because there can be players anywhere. You've got Genesis Esports still keeping tabs on Zutsu, not letting them move. And as soon as the circle shifts, I guess the entire game is going to get favored for Genesis Esports. But H4K in the sidelines, I guess they can be a great deal of problems in case EVOX, they go out in the open. Another one of those nades does sail in. Evil finds a connection. Zutsu this time, Nodi is going to take the fall. Now this is good stuff. Good opening. But they have time to reset, I see.
They can't really push. Genesis just got the pin. Like, there's no reason to push out unless the circle forces them out. And look at this. The moment Kalan tries to pick again, this is what you get. Genesis Esports has got the pin all outside. The biggest boss right now is Genesis Esports, and they're making sure that nobody gets in. But the question here is, will Genesis Esports' ammunition run out first? Or will they be overwhelmed? Because as of yet, they still have so much more fury down towards his final 2 clips at least. They do find Nox. They need to buy more time. And Stage 8 is about to move in 45 seconds left. And Circle actually shifts down south even further. So EVOX and Zutsu, they have to go head-to-head right now.
Absolutely. And once again, it seems like for Zutsu Gaming, there is absolutely no position but to push up. As soon as they try to do that, Genesis might actually bring them under fire. Brilliant nade coming in from Veyron 77. Knocks down Evil once again, and the ambush arrives. All 4 players moving in tandem. Team EVOX here under heavy fire, and they get obliterated. The nades to connect. It's just Karlan, and he gets shut down from the distance. It is going to be Genesis Esports who get yet another elimination for themselves. This is an extremely high fragging game, and top 3 teams inside of the overall standings are the ones who make it alive. This is, of course, a match between the top dogs, Rising Esports, Zutsu, and well as Genesis. And also do not forget that lone strangler from H4K. Now he has been pinned.
What a push coming from Zutsu as well. They've got the perfect setup. But now Rage God is going to be exposed. He's down low, and he is going to deny the point. And that is going to be Zutsu Esports that survives towards the top 3. And now we are finally down towards the final 3 teams in this final circle. Rising Esports, however, through this commotion, found an opener onto his KALINGA Esports and went in for the push. And because of that, they have cleared out the warehouses. And they will potentially make it into the top 2 because we are reaching towards the final phases of this zone. And this circle is going to force all 3 teams out in the open. Yeah. And it seems like Genesis will be on the longer end of the stick here, as everybody needs to push out and open first.
You know, I see my theory is that if Rising Esports take this fight against Genesis, that is the only way Zutsu survives in this game, because otherwise there's no way this team can try and fend off the offense that has been coming in. Beautiful use of the smokes, by the way. They're moving from cover to cover. This is brilliant movement. They have leapfrogged the team and now have set themselves up for success. And Nodi, brilliant strike against Beard Barber. He takes down Rising Esports, finds the opening, and now they have compounds to play again. This is brilliant eye-chilling coming in from Ash. As Veyron 77 has been left behind, but I guess he's there with a purpose to hold back Genesis Esports. And now that team has been pinned. This is the final circle I see. And of course, it is going to close in. Will force every team to come out in the open.
Yep, now Hunters is getting a little bit hungry here. He wants to pick off the northern warehouse, knowing that Veyron is still there, keeping it in check. Because the moment Fury or Veyron goes down, that's where Genesis Esports lose all control. And again, Fury, he really wants to pick out as well. As the circle forces Veyron out, he might be able to find those angles. It seems like he is going to be bleeding out his zone. Finally makes a run for it. And here comes attack, and Fury will get it. But unfortunately, the circle has already closed in. Genesis will not be able to get even more off angles. But Rising Esports, they've already set up the smokes. And guess what? They have a hovercraft. And they are going to be setting up an obstacle right in the middle for themselves. As they go in for the slam, they're hoping to catch Genesis through the smoke. But there's no one inside the smoke. The setup is good. Rising Esports continues to try and run them over. This hovercraft is a huge gameplay. A game changer for Rising Esports.
It certainly is a game changer. Just mowing down the lawn. Taking everybody off guard as Rico falls as well. Zutsu in shambles. Flock still surviving. Nori falls. Zutsu. They have been eliminated as Genesis Esports are the only ones who stand in front of them. Dragon, will he be able to pull off a clutch? Not really. He goes down. It just brings down to Beard Baba. The last man standing. It is a 1v1 for sure. But does he find the final player is the question. As it is going to be Genesis' Fury up against Beard Baba. Shotguns to strike. S12K versus S12K. And this time Genesis, they snatch away the chicken dinner away from the hands of Rising Esports. And what a finale did we witness. An amazing winner chicken dinner to give Genesis the lead on the overall standings.
What a game coming from these three teams as well. But Rising Esports, two back-to-back impressive games. But with the element of surprise, saving the hovercraft towards the final endgame zone just completely caught everyone off guard. Genesis Esports was the one that clutched the chicken dinner, but what a performance coming from Rising Esports though.
Can you see the goosebumps? I'm not really sure if you can spot them, but my hairs are up like this because I did not expect that final circle to be so brilliant. The hovercraft just going all around. I think that was a game changer for sure. Beard Baba falling short, but taking nothing away from Fury. I think winning that 1v1, giving your team the chicken in it was so important. You gave your team 5 extra points in Genesis Esports and now top of the leaderboard once again.
This was a good game coming from Zutsu as well. They tried all their best as well. One of the teams that played from the edge and made it top 3 was just phenomenal. Their push against EVOX was spot on as well. Their timing was on. And you have to give credit as well because Zutsu, the only way they would have survived it was that they win the initial fight right like what? 15 minutes ago against SINEWY. That was a very scrappy fight, which they won, gave them an entry point inside the zone. And it was, would it be luck? Would it be skill? It could be a little bit of both, but still props to Zutsu because this final 3 teams that survived the ordeals, the onslaughts, the layers of obstacles that they need to go through was just phenomenal. But again, let's take a look at the stats here. Genesis with the winner chicken dinner stats here. They got themselves 12 finishes from that game. Yes, not a lot of damage, but it was all control. It's all about zoning people out and buying time in this game. And Genesis was able to hold out really, really well.
You know, I think the one very important key to that win is also the fact that they had given playtime to Fury in place of Zap. Zap was performing really well on the first 2 days. Genesis decided to switch things out. Now Fury is performing once again. I think this is the good side, the good headaches that Gravity is going to figure out. Now both my substitutes are actually going to be playing. Who am I going to be fixing for the top 4? I don't really know, but that is, I guess, the best dilemma that an IGL can have.
Exactly. But all things considered here, well done towards Rising Esports here because I never knew they had a hovercraft right at the beginning here. No one knew. No one expected it.
Neither did I.
Pulled out one of the sickest pocket strat. Caught everybody off guard, but still lost the 1v1. But still, it gave them an opportunity. So that is still a win, in my opinion. But for now, we're going to be taking a little bit short break. And right after this break, we'll be giving you guys the breakdown on how things happen. Hello everyone and welcome back to BGI's 2026 The Grind, and you guys are currently watching the English podcast. My name is ICBaby12 at your service once again, and we have Super Johnny to take you through the commentary for today. Now, Game 3 coming from Group B is about to begin, but Game 2 was a very long drawn out fight in Primos with Genesis taking out the winner chicken dinner. Did we expect Genesis to win? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You know, they are the top, right? But Rising Esports 2 back-to-back amazing games so far. Were we expecting a comeback like that?
No, not really. I mean, yesterday was a horrible outing for Rising Esports, and today they have recovered quite nicely. I think their strategy of keeping their heads down once they reach the center early is kind of what's helping them survive till the late game stages, because that is what was the major problem yesterday. They tried going aggressive, that wasn't working out. I like this adaptation. But Genesis Esports and Zutsu, I mean, these two teams competing for the top spot right now, it's just phenomenal to see them go at it.
Exactly. But speaking of a top spot here as well, you guys want to be on top of a Royal Enfield inside the game here because it's currently available in the game itself. And if you want to ride towards the horizon, have a very, very enjoyable ride experience in-game, you guys got to check it out. Because why? It's cheaper to get it in-game than in real life.
Yeah.
I know.
Pretty
I've
much.
seen it. It looks really good.
Yeah, the Continental GT650, I think one of my favorite bikes of all time. You ride it, it feels like the road, the streets are made of butter, it just glides everywhere. But talking about the teams that are gliding up and down the leaderboard, I think that is what we need to focus on right now. And in fact, we start off with the MVP of the previous match. It is going to be Dragon OP. The IGL himself steps up for Rising Esports. 6 finishes and 1,078 damage dished out in that previous game.
Yeah, he was the reason why the end game got so rough for Genesis Esports as well, because when he brought in a whole graph, he was able to take out so many players from Genesis Esports, making those a 1 versus 1, which gives them a shot of potentially making it a chicken dinner, which again, Rising Esports has no business winning a chicken dinner based on how the zone control went here. But well done towards Dragon OP. It's nice to see this banner back in action here for BGIS. But let's talk about another player as well, Kalan from inside EVOX, which again, they held down towards the convenience store or market area for the longest time, but lost their fight against Zutsu. So again, now overall scores here, 22 points in total for Genesis, Rising Esports with 18 points, and Zutsu with a very, very difficult entry point, will find themselves 13 points. 3 massive performance coming from these 3 teams.
Yeah, definitely quite massive. And of course, H4K as well, a soft little bounce back for H4K because they weren't doing too well at the start of their journey, the first 2 days, not really going their way. But still on the 14th position, although with that previous game, they have cut down the difference now. 34 points where H4K is, and they need about 41, 45 points, let's assume, by the end of the next angle in order to find a break inside of the top 8. But you see how many chicken dinners have been secured by the top 3 teams. 3 for Genesis, 2 for Zutsu, and 2 for Rising Esports. Only 1 chicken dinner has been secured by the teams outside of the top 3 bracket. That is KALINGA Esports, and that happened on day 1 itself. So again, these 3 teams, they have a different form of momentum right now in their control. And then Wyld Fangs is a surprising lineup in the mix because they are all about that aggression. Look at the placement points, just 11.
Exactly, and as of yet as well, here's a little bit interesting fact as well. Rising Esports started the day with 33 points.
Yeah.
And now they are sitting with 71 points. So basically in 2 games, they've gotten themselves almost 40 over points to push themselves, well, almost 40 points. Not 40 points in particular, but in just 2 games.
Yeah.
This is a massive leap here coming from Rising Esports. So that means any team from the bottom here, as long as they have a good game, they should be able to bounce back up towards the top spot. And again, the goal here is to be in the top 8, not in the bottom 8.
I mean, that's going to be the goal, right? I mean, you want to secure that spot for the round 4. And it is going to be important that Rising Esports here stay consistent because we have seen this in the past. If you start slacking off early, just because you have a big lead, there will come a time where you're just going to be barely fighting for that 8th position. But again, they have that momentum in their control. 1 more angle to go. If they perform in this one, then I think if they can close out to the 100-point marker or maybe even reach the 90s or the mid-80s, they should be safe. After that, they just need to keep the average about 5 to 6 points per game for the remainder of the days of the grind.
Well, playing safe is going to be the way to go here. Whether or not will this teams actually perform again, or will Rising Esports have being one of the biggest comebacks here today, we shall see, because the match is about to begin here in this map of Erangel.
Last wrangle of the day for Group B. And of course, as IC mentioned, one of the biggest comebacks we have seen from Rising Esports. In fact, one of the biggest comebacks we have seen from any teams in the grind. A potential to make it to the 90-point marker and gain 60 points in a span of 3 matches. Feat that is unrealistic, but hey, they are on their way to make it happen. Of course, we have the flight path on our screen starting all the way from the southeastern quadrant of the map. That is going to be Nova Ripnoi and ending towards the northern central part, just a little bit north of shooting range, west of Severny. Now, time to see if we are going to get those early drop clashes. Of course, though, right off the bat, you see that awkward split drop coming from the players of Team X Esports. And they're dropping quite close to the players of TWOB. Well, at least Monty is, so I will be a little bit concerned about him. But the rest of the players, they are going to go for those military-based C buildings, so they should be safe.
Now, X Esports and also TWOB has had a lot of run-ins, especially military base as well. And for some reason, their rotation strats has kind of collided multiple times, which is off rotation, off usual drop spots outside of military base, which is south side, which forced them into his awkward spots. But this is going to be round 2 once again. TKM versus NoNx once again. TKM was the ones that kicked out NoNx right from the get-go in the previous map. This time it's going to be a revenge match once more, but seems like TKM, they have the weaponry's advantage. The pan comes in, doesn't matter. Here's a shotgun to the face by Lucifer.
Yeah, TKM, they're very good at these early fights. I think majority of the times these drop clashes have gone their way, and that has given them a lot of confidence to work with. TKM is in a similar position like Wyld Fangs, wherein we just see them be hyper-aggressive, and whoa, that was a bait on Rapido. Rapido thought that he wasn't going to be visible because the player was looking through the window, but no, he had a teammate right on the stairwell, and NoNx, they just get punished for not having weapons, not finding weapons in this early fight.
I've never seen TKM ever lost a drop clash.
Yeah.
Like, ever. This is just insane. And they've realized one thing as well. We are so good at this. Instead of stalling for time, wrap this up as quickly as they can and then get the heck out. Because the times that they've lost in Erangel is because they were caught in a fight that took too long and everybody was surrounding them here. So, nice little engagements once again for TKM. And I know for a fact that Wyld Fangs has been hearing all these gunshots from TKM for the longest of time, and they were able to capitalize a few points from them before in the previous few days so far.
Yeah.
But again, TKM, they're always in these kind of weird skirmishes.
They are, and I think one of the differences between them and everyone else that I've noticed is the fact that TKM does not go for those split plays between their entire roster. This team likes to stick together from the mid-game till the end-game stages. Sometimes it hampers their performance, sometimes they are going to struggle in fights during the late game stages in particular, where teams are going to send out loose stragglers from their side to hold off angles, to find openings, be a little bit more aggressive, take the risk. TKM does not do that, because of which late game, their fights, their 4v4s, they usually get pinned and get finished off. But early game, that is the thing that works out for them. Sticking together, backing each other up. And again, let's not forget, their journey on Erangel started out with wiping Wyld Fangs in the very first Erangel that this group played in the grind. And talking about Wyld Fangs, well, there they are. And they've spotted out Zerif, and I believe that was Future with him, from the side of TKM. Now, Wyld Fangs have them surrounded. This should be a fight that Wyld Fangs should be able to secure, but for the first time, TKM has a split. 2 players can surprise Wyld Fangs and catch a few individuals off guard.
Yeah, they need somebody to help them, Future and Zerif here in particular, because now Wyld Fangs has got TKM completely surrounded. But this time TKM, they do have the mobilities to work with, they have the weaponries and the help to work with. And here he comes, the spray comes through, they found the opener, spray got caught out in the open. And TKM, they knew this was going to happen here. They faced Wyld Fangs before in this situation, knowing that Wyld Fangs, they will get a little bit hungry for this kind of fights. And they will capitalize on this. A massive adaptation here for TKM, nicely done. But joining them here is going to be Team Tamilas as well. They've heard the commotion. Shots has been fired. And B says, you know what? Let's take Spray God's car and just move away.
Yeah, Team Tamilas isn't a real threat because the angle, the line of fire isn't really there for them. I mean, that counter for the players of Wyld Fangs was very impressive. Although Goten, I don't think even he expected Team Tamilas to be here. What is going on with Wyld Fangs? And what am I saying? Team Tamilas did take a few shots a few moments ago, so Wyld Fangs should have been aware that there's a team on the compound. The only way this movement makes sense is if he's scouting to see how many players are here in this building, maybe looking for an easier fight. Because against TKM right now, it's going to be a 3v4, while Wyld Fangs are going to be at a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, there's just no point fighting as well. I think he thinks maybe it's just a split here coming from TKM, but he just wanted to double check and realizes that, oh, this is a completely different team.
But that would be a massive miscalculation because you saw 2 players, or at least heard 2 players in those 2 buildings, and 2 players were there in that vehicle that just finished off Spray God. Yeah, Wyld Fang seems a little lost.
Yeah, might be. A little bit of miscomm happening here, but Kanha, he's going to be able to find a hovercraft. They know they've lost Spray God. No reason committing those fights now as they try to play towards endgame, as they rotate back outside the zone. Meanwhile, let's talk about Rising Esports here. They've just passed by Milta. It seems like they have scout out the members coming from Genesis. They themselves don't really want to be caught out in this weird skirmish. They've heard a lot of gunshots from the west side. It seems like they are going to swing east side, knowing that they've heard a lot of heavy gunfire. And that's probably coming from TKM. It's a little bit far off to here, and this, considering the amount of cars that's happening as well, they're not exactly in center control. So you can see the dilemma that Rising Esports is thinking on how they want to push inside the zone. Meanwhile, on screen here, X Esports, they've dropped 1 body. And they are trading against TWOB again. This is the same time, same spot from the previous game where TWOB Executor was able to clutch things out against X Esports. Yeah. And they want a revenge once more.
This is the rivalry of the military island, man. I think this is going to go on till these 2 teams are in the same group. Because even from the first angle, Team X Esports, they have had this habit of just putting pressure and pressing the players of TWOB. A trade comes through, Team X Esports. Well, not a trade, in fact. That's the second knock they've been able to secure. They have 2 points already. And I think TWOB, they survived this one. One more man hits the floor. Last man somehow managed to find a trade knock as Prateek from the side of Team X Esports is going to get knocked out. But still, the numbers advantage in the hands of Team X Esports helps them out. And TWOB, well, they are not going to be in this game to win any more battles.
Oh my goodness. This time X Esports, they will get their revenge from the previous match here. What an interesting encounter that has been happening here. But like you said, you know, I think this rivalry is not going to be going out anytime soon. But of course, we're down towards 14 teams right from the get-go. Barely 7 minutes of the game. 2 teams has been eliminated here. TWOB and NoNx. And interesting enough, NoNx in the past 2 games has not have an average survival time of 4 minutes at all for the past 2 games, just because of TKM.
That's the worst way to put it, man. Less than 4 minutes.
Yeah, they just get sent back to the lobby, courtesy of the night mobs.
This one was like 1.5 minutes of the game starting, where NoNx was just like finished off. But as you said, I mean, all thanks to TKM for that. Although look at this, the cluster forming towards the center of the circle right now. A few moments ago, you were talking about Rising Esports. Well, that is why they were struggling. And we kind of see the spread of the players of Rising Esports through Team Tamilas as well. In fact, even the south of where the players of TKM are. So they have this one horizontal spread going. And I think with how Dragon OP is moving, I think they want to regroup as well. But 40 are on our screens, and quite lucky as well, a hard shift of the zone towards the northwestern quadrant of the previous play zone. That is going to result all of this wave of teams that are present towards the southeastern edge to just go flooding in. A lot of mid-rotation fights are about to happen in this game.
Yeah, we potentially going to be expecting the second urban warfare here for today here. They've had one in Prevost now. We might see a Pochinki one as well, which again, a lot of teams kind of ignored it for quite some time. But we might actually see it as well. But of course, you can see the great migrations are coming in. Chopsticks in for H4K. It's going to be in Godka for themselves. We've got 4TR official down towards the outskirts of Pochinki. I think we have a lot more inside Pochinki. I think it's like 4 or 5 teams here based on the map itself. But Genesis, how will they play this here? They are the masters of manipulating in this game. And seems like they are going to be playing the potato heels on the east side. They don't really want to push in first until they're sure that it is going to be inside Pochinki.
Pretty much. Let's see. I mean, team like SINEWY that likes to drop in Pochinki, they would like to hold on to that control for the longest of time. Well, as long as they can. But one thing that you guys can get for yourself is going to be the Porsche inside of BGMI. Amazing, amazing collaboration happening. Of course, there are a lot of variants, so go for your favorite pick. just like Team Esports, their favorite pick is TWOB, so that is why they keep going after them match after match.
Well, we've seen a lot of rivalries in every single group here, but let's take a look at the replay here and how it all actually happened as well. Esports and TWOB, they trade 1-for-1 initially, but the moment TWOB decided, like, hey, you know what, it's not worth fighting, this massive spray from Monty pretty much demolished them. And while this is happening as well, Pratik was able to take off another player, resulting in TWOB not being able to reset and stabilize, and just got completely swarmed from Esports.
I have to say, it's quite interesting that ideally what players do is they would try to take out the person that is shooting at them because they want to eliminate the threat. Over there, Pratik was like, all right, I'll go for the easy target, the driver of the vehicle. This guy can't move, he can't shoot at me, so might as well just go for the easy pick. Just trusted his teammates to not let him die. But Rising Esports now, oh my goodness, what is this team doing? A few moments ago, we saw them on the southern side of farms. But now they just rotate along the shorelines and a run-in against the players of Zutsu Esports, where Rico from Rising Esports has been knocked out. Beard Baba is extremely low, but I believe he should be able to stay alive.
Yeah, seems like Dragon OP, they want to try and re-engage this here. Zutsu, they are also on the run. It seems like, just like that, they might be able to pick him up here, but Beard Baba, he's left stranded from the rest of the team. Zutsu knows he's going to be out here, and Beard Baba is going to be forced to hide under the bridges, or in this case, I don't know what kind of nook and cranny is that, because Zutsu, they can't seem to find him, and Beard Baba seems like he might be able to get away with this. And Zutsu doesn't realize he's there, but eventually they will check Beard Baba. No, they don't check it. They don't check it at all. Zutsu, they don't. Okay, Flocky sees him. He definitely sees him, right?
Does he, though? Yeah,
now he sees him. Here he goes. Goodbye.
I think he was just assuming that Flock would not see him, but as soon as that buggy turns around, I think he just saw his leg sticking out of that scaffolding. So, yeah, a hilarious moment happening between the two sides, but Rising Esports, they don't find this funny. That's the second player they've lost, I believe. Or no, actually, maybe it's just one man they've lost.
Yeah, they actually picked up Rico because of
wow.
Beard Baba. Like, Beard Baba being on an off angle here, Zutsu shifted the entire focus on him. They were able to pick up Rico, and they are saving him. So it is going to be a 3-man roster from Rising Esports, but they need to find a way to stabilize. But as of yet, Esports, they just entered towards the main island from military base. They are completely clueless of what happened between Zutsu and Rising Esports on the west side.
Yeah, but that conflict kind of works out for Esports because Zutsu got pushed all the way towards Ferry Pier, trying to hunt down Rising Esports. And this allows a free crossing to the players of Esports. So I would like to see what rotation strategy they come up with, because they've sent Pratik all the way towards the southern edge of the circle, and he has been scouting those positions, allowing his team to have that movement space to work with. But Genesis Esports, look at them. They're surrounded from every single direction. They have to deal with SINEWY, they have to deal with Vanguard, they have to deal with Wyld Fangs. So Genesis Esports and that spread that they have going does not allow them to take any of these fights. They just need to keep their heads down.
Oh, speaking of which here, seems like Pochinki is getting a little bit too crowded here. His circle does shift in towards the city itself. And 4T are official. They're going to be playing from the southwest corner. Meanwhile, Esports, they have a little bit running here with TKM. Now, we talk about potential drop clashes. Now, Future is all by himself, and TKM, they're not grouped up. And they're pretty spread out themselves. Nades are coming from Esports to try and clear out Futures. But Futures, right now, he needs backup. And Monty was able to spot him out. Suppressed fires are coming in from Future. They do have a live ping on him, but the rest of TKM does not have angles to work with here, as Adi looking to try and penetrate this. But Future is providing so much cover fire for his teammates from those compounds.
Yeah, I think TKM, they win this fight very easily. Team Esports, they are going to try and make this bounce. But TKM, better positioning. Oh no! Future spotted out, outnumbered, and TKM, they make sure that they find that trade. Well, Esports, my apologies, make sure that they find that trade, but TKM, they still have the high ground to work with. And Lion is going to be spotted out, but not really the line of fire that Lucifer can work with. Monty is there, constantly providing the ADS, waiting for an opportunity that the Night Mobs overextend this ridge. And their pixels are going to be visible. Team Esports, I like the fact that even if they transition from one fight straight up into the next one, they don't slow down, still pushing the momentum. Taking on the players of Team Tamilas. They found a few extra picks, but kind of left Lion behind.
That is an insane run here from Team X Esports here. Like, while mid-runway, Pratik sees Team Tamilas in the vehicle, sprays down 2 players, and then just, you know what? I'm out of there. Team Tamilas, you made a mistake. You wanted a third party? Nope. No points for you. What a defense. What a push coming from X Esports.
Also, by the way, Rising Esports, they tried to make a mad dash after that conflict with Zutsu. They just got taken out by LASTADE. But Genesis over here having lost gravity. The players getting pushed by, as we mentioned, different teams this time. Gravity was picked off by Wyld Fangs. They were the ones who took that point. That nade right next to him. Oh, runs away right in the nick of times.
He's got to be counting his lucky stars as well.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it seems like we are going to be seeing the back-to-back urban warfare. It is going to be inside Pochinki. And this is going to be a tricky urban warfare to work with here. This is not like any other cities.
Oh man, Fury, he's in hell right now. Just nades lobbed at him from every which way possible. And he does not have any heals to work with. Just that energy drink, and now even that's gone.
Yeah, that's going to be his last energy drink here. He needs some sort of saving grace, but TKM, to get a little bit of revenge, goes in for slam, finds Monty out in the open, finds himself a small little bunker to work with those vehicles, but I do not know how that vehicle actually teleported, but okay, maybe because of the nades coming from X Esports though.
TKM is out for blood, man. They are going after Team X Esports with everything that they have. Tossing whatever utility they can and the kitchen sink. Pratik, I don't think he survives this. This is revenge for future. The man that they lost. The Night Mobs. They don't want Team X Esports in this game anymore, it feels like.
Yeah. But Pratik has got a line of smoke between him and the small little hold of the sewers themselves here to kind of work with. But again, he's all by himself. There's nothing much he can do. So eventually he will be spotted out. But Zutsu, like you said as well, they were able to clean out a couple of members coming from Rising Esports. And right now, they are not exactly in zone. And considering that this circle is going to be inside the urban warfare, Zutsu is able to overcome a skirmish like this before. But is it skill or is it luck? Can they do it again is going to be the question, because there is just so many teams they have to choose from. H4K is going to be the ones in front. Nodi playing a little bit safe here. Seems like they are going to try and push this, and they do find them. And Zutsu, you can see Ash, he's bobbing and weaving here. Wants to try and bait for his teammate. He's still surviving. Baydon is able to find an opener on Suzhou, and Ash drops in to take down Mar. What a slam coming in from Zutsu.
Yeah, what a play from Ash as well. Just a quick exit, had his crosshair right on the player of H4K. And they have destroyed H4K's dreams in this game. Rage God, he's the last player alive, running for his life. And I don't think he makes it too far, man. He's running straight into Pochinki. There he is, spotted out by Mox from SINEWY Esports. Does he have a nade? Yeah, he has 2 nades to work with. So, yeah, I think he's just going to get naded out of existence.
Smokes are coming in. He's going to try and lob one over. Does it connect? LASTADE returns a couple of fire in, but nope, no connection. Rage God, they will survive. He has smoked himself out of reposition. So SINEWY will not be able to secure that 3 point themselves. However, they do have a cover from the church as well. So this is a tight angle to work with, at least for Rage God to try and dodge here. Again, Pochinki, one of the trickiest urban warfare to work with. There's so many angles that you do not expect where or when they will pop up out of nowhere. But Rexboy finds the one-way smoke. Perfect angle to lob the nade over. Catches him. So nicely done coming from Rexboy.
Yeah, man. Once you know exactly where someone is hiding and you know they don't have any escape options and you have your entire team there, you will do anything to try and find that finish, that extra point for yourself. But Zutsu, look at it. Now, this is going to be an awkward conflict, because they were circling around the edges of the circle. They spot out Vanguard, but now a run-in with the players of SINEWY. Although it seems like Zutsu, they don't seem to care. They'll find an opening if there is one, and then exploit it to gain the upper hand against anyone they would want to. Vanguard, they have Zutsu Esports' backlines compromised, but the pressure is going to be there from SINEWY. But TKM, they go after Team Tamilas, and it seems like that was an error in calculation. Trade comes through. Nade from Lucifer drops Fox OP to the floor, but Reaper is still there. The players from Team Tamilas, they move to the first floor. Now with the DBS, Lucifer, he does not want to back off, just charges forward. It's a shotgun showdown, and Lucifer comes out on top. 11 eliminations for the Night Mobs. They still need those placement points, but they have hit double digits in this game of Erangel.
What a clutch coming from Lucifer. But LASTADE, they want to kind of third party this as well. Stone BGMI is already here, but his ref's team is not there. So Lucifer, he might be able to reset and pick Zaref up to try and equalize the fight. It is going to be a 2v3 as of yet. The rest of LASTADE, they are going to do their due diligence here, try to nade off the players. And Lucifer is pretty much pinned. And right now, he needs some sort of help from anybody from outside. As you can see, the shots are coming in. But LASTADE is on the southern approach, so that means teams inside Pachiki has no angles on LASTADE at all. So Night Mobs, they're pretty much in a world of pain. They're getting completely surrounded here. Lucifer, he's got a lot of heavy lifting he's got to do.
Yeah, I think this might be the end of the Night Mob, because in this fight, can't do a lot unless LASTADE fumbles and makes individual mistakes to give away those picks. On the other side of things, as we spoke about them, Zutsu Esports, they have been eliminated from the game. That sandwich, SINEWY and Vanguard, it just completely crumbles them. But that nade, oh, it's going to be long distance, just overshoots. And look at Ninja, he's getting very eager to try and lob this one as well, to try and find the opening. Goes out, trying to pick off Anuj 2OP. Insidious takes a lot of damage, but Dreams in the backlines, creating counter pressure on the players of SINEWY Esports, has kind of kept Vanguard still alive.
Oh boy. Johnny, Circle actually shifts out of Pachinki. Everybody needs to get out in the open, and SINEWY, they have in prime position to get the chicken dinner. No reason to risk it. But for TKM and LASTADE, they have two options right now. Clean out LASTADE or clean out TKM. Either or, they have to take each other out before they can proceed. It seems like the Slam Star comes in. Lucifer gets flanked from behind, and Zaref, last player left from TKM. He's going to use the Molotov to try and buy a little bit more time, but again, it's 1 versus 4 for him.
Yeah, this might be the end game, and I think Zaref can't really do a lot over here. It was weird why TKM chose to split up. Lucifer running to the ground floor. Well, Zaref finds one, but he has no utility. And taking fights head on like this, even though it's a choke point, doesn't really work out too well in his favor. CS12K though, no damage from that nade. The second one also being cooked by the players of LASTADE, but constant pressure from Zaref. Runs for the shotgun duel, loses a lot of HP, and now the final shot connection is going to make sure that the Knights Mob do not really survive anymore in this game. But hey, knocking on their doors now are going to be EVOX and LASTADE. They don't have time to go for a reset. Two players already hitting the floor. EVOX, they found a brilliant opening for themselves, but Karlan still has to win this 1v2.
Wow, EVOX. Perfect timings. But they need more, but no, Kalad gets slammed instead. Joyous just cooked up the nade a little bit earlier than him. And Evo out-rotates them and says, why were you guys there? I'm running through the zone, provided no cover for LASTADE. As LASTADE will be able to get the full reset through. As the zone is about to close in, LASTADE, they're looking for those finishers and those points. They're looking to try and stock up as well. But right now, they're unsure where the last player of EVOX is, or maybe even two players. That's the guessing game that LASTADE is trying to do right now. You can see the paranoia starting to kick in for them.
That's why I think we saw a few individuals move out into the open. As you said, no idea if it's just one man or two players remaining, since only 2 charged for that barn house. But Vanguard on the other side, my goodness, what a switcheroo. Now they have SINEWY pinned, but Ninju is still on the flank, and if Vanguard do not account for that off-angle position, they might just get baited into making this bounce on the church, and Ninju can find an opening for the flank. But a few moments ago, as you mentioned, I also feel the same. SINEWY, if they can protect this church building, this is the prime position for them to rack up finishes in this late game station.
Well, it's going to be tough here with Vanguard now pushing in. They're distracted from the teams outside as well. But 4TR official from the city in the south side, they do find LASTADE Joyesh pretty much caught mid-spray by paying his life as this wall of smokes are coming in. LASTADE, they are going to try and push inside the zone here. And guess what? Oh, the spin-off on those buggy. The tires pop here. Force Bad OP to pretty much get stuck out in the open. And just like that, LASTADE gets cleaned up by 4TR official. And Evo gets spotted out as well, who's proning out in the open. As the sprays comes in, 4TR official finds another point outside in the middle of nowhere.
Uh-oh, Insidious knocked out, Anuj 2OP knocked out, and Vanguard, it seems like, well, the guard does not stand there anymore. It gets broken into pieces, and SINEWY, they end up coming out on top. We're down to the 4 teams, top 4 teams of this game. And surprise, surprise, 40 are still there with 6 eliminations having been secured by them. SINEWY is there with 5. Wyld Fangs, for the first time, not a lot of finishes for Wyld Fangs, but hey, top 4.
Well, they do have finish position points, which is great as well.
Yeah.
Considering that they lost 1 man right from the get-go, which is Spray God right from the start. And now 3 men alive. Top 4. They do have Kanha on those hovercraft as well. That's going to be the element of surprise that Wyld Fangs can bring to the table, especially in the in-game zone. But the problem here is, will 4TR official take it out is going to be the question here. Because right now, they're going to be driving close in to try and bait something out. But as soon as they try and go for the pick here, especially for 4TR, look at where Ninja is. They have regrouped towards the inner circles where Marsh has been holding for the longest time, and now they do have off angles on the teams inside the zone. Yeah,
but SINEWY has to watch out for KALINGA Esports in the backlines, because look at the radar. If Ninja isn't able to exit that church building, then I think SINEWY, they are going to be in trouble. And KALINGA is in the perfect spot to do that. 4TR, they are going to feel a different form of pressure with Wyld Fangs breathing down their necks. Kind of an awkward conflict. I think if the circle moves completely towards the west, the southwest to be a little bit more precise, in stage 8, that's the only way all of these teams find a little bit of incentive to go aggressive. But Pain is live. He's looking to nade the players of Wyld Fangs, lobs one out. In the meanwhile, Zygoth finds an opening against the players of KALINGA Esports. So 4TR are taking 2 fights on 2 different fronts. They're kind of building up pressure on the opponents on both of them fronts.
Yeah, but SINEWY, they do have the compounds to work with. As you can see, nades, perfect angles here. The moment they go for the knock on 4TR, that's huge. But again, they cannot push through. And like I said, KALINGA is still alive. As you can see, Pasha is running out of space to work with. SINEWY just double checking if there's any teams on the south side. But it seems like on the minimap, look at this. Ninja is looking for a vehicle flank to try and get more cover from the open fields instead to get an off angle. And this is good for them.
Yeah, it's quite good for them. What's not good is that Pasha OP, his position is compromised. And yeah, perfectly done, man. He wanted to go for the spray, but ran out of bullets on the M4, so just shot the door away with the shotgun at that distance. Difficult to hit a moving player, but those, they don't hit back, and they don't move. Although 4TR Zygoth, he has been picked off, knocked out, and I think it's very difficult to recover from where he is right now.
Very tricky spot to be in. Wyld Fangs, they've lost their hovercraft as well. 4TR official got to deny them that opportunity for the element of surprise, as they are going to be running head-to-head in the tunnels themselves to try and collide here. 4TR losing Zygoth. It is going to be a 3 versus 3, an even fight for Wyld Fangs, but with the nades comes in, forces kind of have to drop down a little bit low, but with the circle slowly inching in. It is going to be close. Sensei finds an off angle. They need to find an opener, and they've got them boxed in as well. The Molotov setup from Sensei to block that entry point. That means this is an opportunity for Wyld Fangs to try and capitalize on this. But again, Goten, Kanha, not in position, not in a good condition to push at all.
Yeah. There's just an awkward standstill for Wyld Fangs and 4TR. And I think both of the sides are out of utility at this point. SINEWY as well might be running low. Oh, almost taken out. Goten so lucky to survive over there. This next nade should get the job done, and it will. Kanha, the opening found, but instantly the trade comes through, and now the guns go off as Goten finds the second. 4TR almost on the verge of getting eliminated from this game. That nade, it does not teardrop down into the trenches. SINEWY, though, they do realize that both the teams have lost individuals, and that is SINEWY's cue to move out to the ground level.
But at the same time, they started the fight here, and Sensei has got the off angle to try and cover fire here, but he cannot afford to be knocked here. And guess what? Wyld Fangs, they have the pickup available, but with the zone closing in, Rex Boy still thinking where he should be nading here. 4TR gets clipped up big time, but Pain is live. They do find Sensei. That means Goten and Kanha is all by himself. Another nade comes in for SINEWY, and they clean out 4TR official. Wyld Fangs has officially made it towards the top 2, but it is a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, and it's not going to go their way as well. SINEWY, they finish off Sensei. Now Kanha and Goten are all that are left. The S12K, Goten is even looking at the players of SINEWY Esports. They take advantage of that, finish him off. And now Kanha, the last man left alive to fight for his life, only with the DBS. SINEWY has utility left. The sticky bombs go out. Kanha takes damage from the blue. The jump shot fails, and he falls to the blue zone itself. SINEWY Esports, they miss out on an extra finish point in the end, but I don't think they care since they have the chicken dinner.
Exactly, a point denial coming from Wyld Fangs here, but a great game between both 4TR Official and Wyld Fangs, because 4TR Official also making a comeback and a statement today itself. Two back-to-back, no, not really back-to-back, two top twos here for 4TR Official, who again was in the bottom of the leaderboard, now having a chance to push up to the top 8 now.
I think this is the thing that I was missing in Group B, the adaptations. I think they took a couple of days to just refine their strategy, because today was a brilliant comeback day for Rising Esports, for SINEWY, for 4TR. Even Wyld Fangs are working on their mistakes. They knew they had the firepower. They knew that when it came to those fights, just off of individual plays, they could find those finishes. What they were struggling with was placement points. And what a brilliant outing in terms of placement points in this game.
Agreed. But KALINGA Esports here with ZGod breaking the door here, lobbing the nade preemptively.
That was perfect, man.
Breaking the door so that the explosion, or in this case the nade might have entered the door, was just brilliant here. Very, very big great move coming from ZGod. But at the same time, 4TR Official, they tried their best. They just do not have the advantage here. Just because of the fact that Wyld Fangs was around, they cannot shift their focus on towards SINEWY at all. And SINEWY, like you said, as soon as they heard those gunshots, the initial knocks, they come in pushing. They even set up smokes as well. The only way SINEWY would have lost there was that Sensei was able to pull a big one. But unfortunately, Sensei was picked off by 4TR Official, pretty much demolishing any chance of SINEWY losing that fight at all.
If SINEWY lost, it would have just been because of bad luck. Because they had the numbers, they had the setup, we had the stats as well of the players of SINEWY, and 10 eliminations on the board, 10 points for placement, a 20-point game coming from SINEWY Esports in this game of Erangel. And everything just done perfectly. I think they start off from Pachinki and they took control of that church early, because of which I think they wanted to move out of that church building very early on, but they weren't allowed to, because first it was Zutsu stopping them, then it was Vanguard kind of causing trouble for them, and they just stayed back. They still sent Moksha and Ninju out down to the southern compounds, which is the one play which worked out quite well for them in the end.
The crazy part is that Bosch was in the south side of those compounds for the longest of time. And they held the entire north church with just 3 guys.
Which was quite impressive considering they had to fight 2 teams in the same position.
It's just insane as well. But for all things considered, we're going to be closing in for Group B. But right after this break, we will be bringing a new group. And that's going to be Group A playing right now, right after this short break.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, and of course an exciting end to the journey for today, at least for Group B, with SINEWY walking away with that chicken dinner. We are going to look at the stats of how things went down and of course the standings of that group as well, but we have a new group starting, and for that we have a new face on the panel. Not really new. Salty, welcome back. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I just had a lovely gulab jamun back there, so I'm having that sugar rush and a lot of energy as well for the next game, so I'm prepared. But the last game was pretty good as well.
It was pretty good. Finally, we see Sente and the boys secure a few extra placement points for themselves. We We know these lads are good when it comes to fights. We just wanted to see them survive till the very end. And will they finish in the top 2? Same goes for 4TR, a team that was struggling on the overall leaderboard. With that previous game, kind of find themselves in a fighting position now for the remaining days of the grind. But SINEWY Esports, very impressive in their run, very impressive in their fights, the planning, the timing of everything. It was an overall a perfect game from SINEWY.
It certainly was perfect. I think something which you can always associate SINEWY with is that never give up attitude.
Yes.
And I think I love that about them. Ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to have that never give up attitude, you need to look pretty good, amazing inside of your game as well. And for that, you can upgrade to your Royal Pass, which does give you this lovely Rebel Rogue Fox. My crush has changed now. You are going to see who my new crush is pretty soon. But then the DP28 never goes out of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, I like the DP. There was a time when it was the preferred gun in the meta. That has gone away, but still a pretty amazing weapon, especially if you're someone who likes to spray long distance, try and trace those vehicles.
Yeah.
The magazine size definitely gives you a lot of help. But one thing that was helpful was the firepower, especially for the side of TKM, who were taken out super early in the game, but they had 11 eliminations, I believe, and Lucifer becoming the MVP of the match with 7 to his name. Top players, Goten makes it to the list along with Rexboy from SINEWY and Z-God from 4TR.
You know, this Lucifer lad, he's actually one of the finds of last BGIS where he played from a different lineup, of course, but ever since then, I think he has been performing. Once again, just showcasing his Class 7 eliminations. We have to talk about SINEWY Esports. I think those 20 points are going to be crucial. Might push them into the top 8 of the overall standings. We'll find out. But 4TR today, they have been very consistent. The first game, they were consistent. Second game, unfortunate circumstances, unfortunate circle. But the third game, once again, they made amends.
But there are a few teams that I want to mention. TKM, LASTADE and Team NoNx Esports. These teams we see outside of the top 8, but the level of aggression and the confidence that they have in themselves, in the firepower, shows a lot of potential for the future. We have the overall rankings on our screens, and of course, SINEWY, they make and take a leap for themselves, now finding themselves inside of the top 8 with 53 points secured. But look at how far ahead the top 4 is right now, specifically the top 2. Genesis, Zutsu fighting in the mid-90s. Then you have a drop of about 21 points where Rising Esports is on the 3rd. And then you have Rising Esports and Wyld Fangs fighting in the 70s. And then everyone else in the 50s, the 40s, all the way down to, in fact, even TWOB. If they have a 20-pointer performance, they're going to take a leap to the 10th or the 9th position, depending on how aggressive they are in that match. A minimum 20 points puts them, well, right behind LASTADE, which is still a better position. This group is very closely contested outside of the top 4.
Yeah, certainly. I think the bottom 4 of the top 8 and the top 4 of the bottom 8, they are in extremely close proximity. We just saw, right? 51 points is where the cutoff does stand, but again, they're not going to be breathing easy because there's a team on the 9th spot who has 51 points already. And then, of course, 4TR, I think the jump, the climb today has been phenomenal. They right now stand at 48 points, 3 points off center. Should not be very difficult for them to come back tomorrow, but we'll have to remember, I think tomorrow they play the maps of Miramar. So today is going to be the day they are going to be spending a lot of time on the deserty lands, maybe fixing a little few things which are going to be problematic. But that is it for Group B, and now we are going to be moving in towards Group A, where things are extremely dicey, ladies and gentlemen. We can't really predict who's going to perform and who's going to be not, because these are the top teams in the country for sure. Top 8 from BMST last season, as well as other teams who have been performing phenomenally well. And out of all of them, some surprise in the form of K9 Esports, as Knight, this young lad, is the man who has been in the top fraggers list ahead of everyone else. What are your thoughts about this young lad?
I mean, again, when this was a story I shared with IC yesterday, recently had an interaction with Omega where we were traveling for the Crafton India Esports Award, and it was a straight up question. I was like, alright, you are supposed to have a star-studded roster. And then you get this one new player in who has been given very big shoes to fill, because Beast was a phenomenal, he is a phenomenal athlete. And like, how are you feeling about him? And his answer was simple. I trust him. You guys just wait and watch and make sure you're looking at him and not us. And I think Knight has made sure that he has lived up to the expectations of the IGL, to the expectations of his teammates. A phenomenal comeback initiated by K9 Esports yesterday. But the only problem is, can they hold on to the momentum today?
You're talking about the Craft in India Awards. Did you
Yeah.
look at my outfit that night?
No, man. You weren't wearing a t-shirt.
Well, nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we talk about the overall standings right now. KALINGA Esports, especially after that lovely performance in day 1 and day 2, they are, of course, up top. 73 points that they got. A Blitz Esports, by the way, very surprised with the way they have been playing. 62 points for them. Higgboson, extremely consistent. And, of course, we have to talk about the fact that this team is very good on the map of Miramar. And they're going to be playing 2 maps of Miramar tonight. So it is a favorable situation for them. Nebula Esports, of course, pushing up. There's not that big of a difference. You've got Rapid Chaos at 35, Aryan and Godlike closely following up at 34. Then you've got another team at 33. It is very difficult to find out who gets the top notch. But have a look at this. Top 5 players. Knight up there. You've got Chandan up there as well. 16 eliminations and 30 knocks each for both of these lads. Ninja Boy closely following up. MVP material already. And then you've got Find of BGIS 2025. Hydro on the 4th spot as well.
Yeah, Hydra is still, I think, riding that wave that was there for him in 2025. And again, this level of consistency, I would love to see how far he can take it. 1 year, done. Can he do it for the 2nd year in a row? And K9 Esports, I think they are playing with their usual ways, where Omega is just there making the calls, staying in the back lines, and then all of the frags are going to be accumulated by Slug, Ninja Boy, and Knight. I almost said Beast over there. But yeah, I mean, I think the perfect fit for this perfect team. Although, there are a few more names that I want to talk about in this particular group, because while I think Group A, everyone agrees, the toughest group inside of the grind, some of the best teams in the country going at it, even after all of those roster changes. The problem is there are 3 teams that are supposed to be competing with everyone else, but so far not a great start. I'm talking about Victorious Sumus, 8-Bit, and Madkings, sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, the bottom 3 right now, but we'll come back to that because we have our predictions of the day.
Ooh.
And Spiro, Salty U, and Necro have gone for OG. I'm the only one who's picked K9 today. Maisie has gone for Reckoning Esports. He believes in them. Ravan going for God's Reign. And Ankybot and Icy Baby picking Godlike.
Yeah, I think Godlike, for them, they are going to be riding that momentum. Last game yesterday was phenomenal. Admino is going to be in top form. 8 finishes in that one. For Orangutan, we are expecting a change. I think that is what majority of them are anticipating.
Oh.
This roster has been sticking together for a while. I personally feel that all the lessons that they have learned from the international waters, they are trying to implement that, but it's not kind of suiting OG's play style, taking those initial collisions and losing players in the process. I think Orangutan needs to work something out right now.
I don't know, so my opinion is going to be different. We don't hear the comms of the players, and at this point have no interaction with the players of OG. I just have a feeling they aren't even trying at the start of the grind. I think they're just playing on the back foot.
That is something which Aru has actually done in the past.
Yeah,
as well.
we know.
He makes sure that he slides in at the top 8, barely qualifies for the next round. But of course, we'll find out if OG can actually settle inside the top 8 this time. They are going to be chasing. The map of Erangel gets dolled up. It is coming right your way. As the big bird goes up the skies once again, it is going to be the tropical islands of Erangel that we are going to be flying on top of. But this time, ladies and gentlemen, your passengers are not going to be the teams and players from Group B. They are going to be switched up with teams from Group A. How is this match going to pan out? We'll find out. But the flight path right in front of us, which is a very interesting one per se, it is shifting or rather tilting heavily towards the southern and the western part of the map. But if you want to go anywhere towards the Asnaya Seveni, you are going to struggle. But my eyes are straight up going to be on the map standings where we see OG, 8-Bit and Madkings, as well as Victorious Summers, by the way, struggling a lot.
Yeah, but OG at least does better on the other maps in comparison. So I would say it's okay if you have not done so well so far on Erangel. But on the other side of things, I think the most surprising team in Group A that has been able to keep up with some of the best names in the country right now, it's going to be Blitz Esports.
Yeah.
Chandan, this season, it's an incredible start for him. And I would love to see him just dominate as an individual, because we have seen him in the past. He has been a good player. And again, it was the lack of experience that kind of made his teams and his individual performance lackluster in the heat of the moment, especially when there was like a lot on the line for them to lose. But if they don't choke this time, I think there is a lot of potential in that Blitz Esports roster that we might just see them push all the way towards the grand finals.
Absolutely. Now, you're talking about potential. I think there's been a lot of potential in God's Reign as well, because this flight path, it kind of supports what they've been trying to do. They get their drop location in military base, the circle landing centering on around that Gutka region. Majority of the teams are going to be loving this because they are in the center, but right off the get-go, we have a fight.
Exactly. This is what I wanted to talk about. Nebula Esports and Blitz Esports colliding. Right when I was talking about Blitz Esports and praising them, they lose out on Saurav. Quite unfortunate. Did not have a weapon worth fighting with. And now Chandan, he's on a run for his life. Look at this loadout, man. It's going to be horrible. He had an M16 and a Mini 14. And both those weapons, well, one is burst. The other one is a single shot tap away long distance DMR. So Blitz Esports, yeah, the odds are kind of stacked against them, to be honest. But Sarwar finds a nade. If only he can find a trade, then I think Blitz Esports should be able to recover. Although, this isn't the only awkward drop situation. K9 Esports and Higgboson also dropped quite close to each other. But, well, luckily for both the sides, they have kind of avoided any early conflict.
Yeah, they certainly do. But have a look at this. The radar suggests that there are going to be the players of Madkings Esports who are lying in wait, of course, as soon as the fight dissipates. I'm pretty sure they will look to chime in, maybe get that beautiful start and a couple of points on board. Nebula Esports, after that first finish, they are lying low, which is something nice, I would say. The villain arc of Adi isn't propelling him to just dive into fights. He's still making those decisions off the back of situations. Numbers advantage for sure, but Blitz Esports, they have been caught off guard for sure. They can't really move out, and I'm pretty sure this is going to hamper their late game because loot is always constricted in these hospital buildings. You don't find the best of weaponry. And if you want to prepare yourself, get those replenishments for the end game, you need to finish this fight quick and move out of the hospital building as quickly as possible.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, they need to move out early, but Madkings, if they find a way to surround this hospital building, they're going to cause trouble for whoever ends up surviving, or maybe, in fact, even both the sides, because if you get close to the window, you are going to get shot at, and that just creates an opportunity for the other side to pounce on you. But remember that other drop class that we were talking about, K9 and Higgboson? Well, K9 Esports, they've done something very, very interesting. They've picked up vehicles from Gutka and have rotated to Severny. This is what stubbornness looks like in real life. Doesn't matter the cards you are dealt, you will always play the same moves at the start of the game. And that is what K9 Esports are doing.
Interesting card terminology over there. Something which I need to learn from Johnny because I've been constantly losing the game of cards, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Not really successful over there. But talking about Blitz Esports, are they going to be successful in this battle of hospital building? We'll find out. Team Aryan, even they have moved out of the circle, pushed up north towards the northern Georgia pole. And of course, they are going to be quite comfortable. Now, usually, what we have seen so far is this circle ends up at least on top of Everest or regions surrounding it, or maybe towards the open lands of Gutka, where Higgboson are already. Should suggest that Higgboson should have a good game, but also another team who's also in a good position. I think it's going to be Godlike.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to talk about Godlike. I want to talk about one of the oldest traditions inside of this game, especially in Tier 1 circuit. It's the standing ovation that the players from 8-bit end up giving to the players of God's Reign whenever they are rotating. Even this time we saw on the radar, they had both the sides of the bridge marked, and yet
it's a guard of honor.
Yeah, it's a guard of honor, and they never take shots on God's Reign. I've been praying for this for ages. Like, at least once you need to catch them off guard. God's Reign is always paranoid, because even they know that 8-bit, that rotation timing of theirs, it always allows an opportunity for a conflict. Yeah, even though God's Reign, they're filled with a lot of paranoia, they expect to get shot at. It never happens.
It certainly never
happens. Maybe it happened once.
Well, one day of the week it will happen, and then we are going to be shocked, but not now for sure. As Team 8-bit, they certainly are looking to rotate right in. Pardon me for that. I think with the hovercraft is going to find a little bit of the real estate. They do have a very star-studded lineup. I mean, look at this. They've got Sarang, who is a back-to-back official winner, by the way. You've got Raiden, who has also been in championship winning rosters. You've got Skips, who was once a part of Team Soul. And then, of course, you've got your favorite IGL. I don't know why Team 8-Bit have been struggling.
Fan favorite IGL. You gotta say it with respect. Juicy.
Yeah.
Fan favorite.
Juicy, fan favorite IGL. Is that enough style? If you want more style, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you get yourself the Royal Enfield inside of the game. It for sure is gonna kick up your style points while you ride across the terrain on the maps of Erangel, Miramar, or wherever you like. The GT Continental 650, one of the best vehicles.
You have a lot of connections in the community. Have you spoken to the players of 8-Bit recently and found out, are they actually letting Juicy lead this team?
Yeah, they actually are. And Juicy is a phenomenal IGL. I don't think they are...
Hey man, guaranteed spots in the finals at least. I mean, last year was kind of awkward. Last year was filled with a lot of surprises for everyone in the entire world. Or at least that is what social media has led me to believe. But Juicy has a track record. If there is an official finals, he's going to try his level best, and majority of the times he makes it to the finals.
Yeah, for sure. This time it seems like Firepower is taking a tumble. They aren't successful in converting those fights. That is the reason why they have been struggling. And also one of the reasons why they have been struggling, I think, is because they get caught off guard majority of the time. Majority of the fights that you would see from the past couple of days of the Grind Group A, Team 8-Bit, they were not in the greatest of positionings. But speaking of positionings, it seems like Godlike, they are aiming for the central spots. And in their way, there will be a couple of lads. We'll find out who they are. As Manya, he always does this, right? Just all by himself, looking to find the best of terrains. Never really afraid to take those risks. But majority of the times, he's been punished because of these scouting missions.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be an obvious punish if you don't have anyone giving you that ADS, providing that support. In that previous interaction, I think Manu was just confident in the fact that he had Admino right next to him, so that kind of allowed him a moment of grace. But as soon as he sees the other players of Higgboson, he instantly falls back in line with the rest of the team. But look at that shift of the zone. It is split south of Pachinki, and just a little bit of land from the southern island still present. That water body chips away at a certain chunk of the circle as well. So that means less real estate to play with for everyone than they would expect. And of course, it's that wave of teams that thought that they were going to get a southern Gatka circle that kind of pours in, back in line, moves west to east, and Madkings, because of that, are going to be caught off guard. Still up north, caught off guard by the players of Nebula Esports. That delay from Madkings, they should have done something at least, try to catch someone off guard.
My point is, Nebula Esports, they were the ones who were inside the hospital building. Meanwhile, Madkings guarding the exit. How on earth did they come behind Madkings and just catch their players off guard? Now, what were you watching? That is for sure going to be an absolute fumble, ladies and gentlemen, over there. But talking about fumble, will God's Reign fumble their positioning? Team Soul has been phenomenal so far. But like I said, it is Neo who strikes first. One of their players has been brought down. Team Soul, they certainly are on their knees. It's Knuckle. He gets taken down. Joker, legit, Goblin. Job on their shoulders for sure. And I guess the best way to go about it is just disengage from this fight. You've got no compulsion to take this fight whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you on that. No incentive to force it out. And especially if you've already lost a player, you know you can't hold your ground if the other team decides to push. And of course, with utility, if they find a second knock, then the situation is a whole lot worse for you. But yeah, Madkings don't want to leave hospital. Nebula Esports don't want to leave hospital. And Blitz Esports, well, they were the first ones to lose their players, so they can't really move out anymore. But Nebula Esports, it seems like, are done waiting. They finally want to make that bounce. They are getting quite eager, but no utility, it seems like, on either of these sides to try and... Alright, as soon as I say that, Adi finds two nades, lobs one towards Soham, but successfully is able to walk away from the damage radius of the util.
Blitz, by the way, Johnny, have had tremendous magazine size. We saw that M249 with the extended mag has about 150 bullets in the chamber. Sarwar up top with the Thompson has an extended mag as well, 50 bullets in the chamber. So I'm pretty sure when they start firing, they are not going to put their finger away from the trigger. But the question is, will Nebula be able to find the opening is the question as Phoenix does strike. One of their players is knocked down, has been finished off as well. That is Kratos, one of the hardest hitters this time. Nomi as well, looking to chime in. Blitz Esports have been shut down. This is quick elimination coming in from Nebula Esports. But rotates need to come through. Even Madkings, they are still holding this location, Johnny.
And as soon as the fight ends, they move out. Yeah, what is going on with Madkings is going to be the question for me. But Soul are running against the players of Autobotz and Joker. Oh no! Just lets go of the trigger a little too soon. And Autobotz, they end up surviving. Team Soul found the trades. They found those 2 knocks, and Lobster was at least a few meters away before he could have showed up. Joker could have found the trade and gone or tried for the reset. But Autobotz, now they get an opportunity to reset, although they are going to take some damage from the blue zone. And AX as well show up knocking on their door. Henry with the explosive bows. Maybe a trick he picked up while he was away on international duty. But yeah, no connections found, and Autobotz, they get a reset.
They certainly get a reset as Team Aryan. They're the ones moving in toward the circle. They've got open terrain, by the way. Look at the minimap, the circle, and the clusters. K9, they went towards Siverny, but still find central spots. How does Omega make these happen?
I mean, I have no idea, man. Somehow K9 know exactly how to find that breathing room inside of the play zone, even if it's the mid-game stage. But the thing is that this is a very open end game. And if K9 Esports aren't able to regroup, if they aren't able to find concrete cover for themselves, the split they have going between themselves might end up taking, well, at least a few players are going to be lost.
There's going to be another team just following closely. It is going to be the lads from Madkings Esports. No real shots being taken so far. It is Team Aryan. They are in the central spots. Autobots have been caught in a very weird engagement.
Oh, wow,
players.
lovely.
They throw in lovely utils inside of the shack, but the nade coming in from the other side. Team Aryan. In fact, Aryan from Team Aryan does find the connection. Autobotz Esports, 50% of their firepower has just been wiped off.
Brilliant cover, brilliant trade from Team AX. And Autobots, I want to see if they can recover. Oh no, Lobster tried his level best, but still couldn't do anything about it. Now Arib is going to be the last man left in the back lines. Both the teams left leading. Arib, he needs to get out of here. He needs to save himself. Team AX still there. Nebula Esports, we saw them in the back lines as well. Can of course cause troubles for both AX and Autobots. And Aimbot from the side of AX is still there. Lobster is going to try and see if he can mark Aimbot for Arib to finish him off. Arib shows up. Does he have any util, or is he just going to charge forward with as 12k? The revive comes through. Henry and Aimbot both charge in tandem. The distraction from Aimbot and Henry. I love the confidence. He did not have HP. Chose to sacrifice his own life to find that extra point for his team. It's a 2-for-4 trade for the side of AX, but that damage from the blue, it's going to be brutal. Henry's going to get knocked out again. There he goes. There's no point in going for a revive. Just save your life and run away, man.
But again, for Autobots, I think this has been a very funny elimination with the way they were just completely caught off guard. 2 players in the dip, in the gutters. Meanwhile, Arib, I'm not really sure if there were tremendous miscomps over there, but for sure, Team Autobots were not prepared for this fight. Nonetheless, for Team Aryan, problems will escalate because Aimbot needs to find a way to the circle. Madkings moving alongside K9 Esports. They spotted Madkings rotating. That is a big migration coming in through from them. K9 wanted to shut him down, but the sprays aren't really going to connect.
Yeah, that's a long distance spray as well. So at that point, you're just trying to shoo away the competition rather than actually hoping for a knock. And even for K9 Esports, they're pushed outside the play zone. So finding breathing room, it's going to be difficult. But you were talking about Madkings. And as they try to go for a wide rotation along the western edge of the circle, they're spotted out by Higgboson as well. Can't push from the western edge. They keep moving down south. But even the southern edge of the circle is cluttered up. So I want to see what Madkings do over here. But we have a little bit of a replay of Nebula Esports as Madkings set up a trap and Nebula Esports just fell right in. Clutch God is always impressive when it comes to those clutch moments. Found the knock. Cyrex helping out for the finish.
I think Nebula's game was done for as soon as they had decided to double down on that hospital building and prioritize those initial few finishes instead of the circle. But nonetheless, I think K9 Esports currently were under a lot of threat. It was one of their players, Omega, who was very close to Higgboson. Meanwhile, Slug was close to Godlike. Both players dealing with multiple teams at once. K9 will be pushed back. They're still yet to find a good position inside the circle, but we're having a look at the finish feed. It seems like there is tremendous action going on at the south side of the circle where God's Reign are trying to breach past 8-bit defenses. A little bit of trade still going back and forth as Slug looks to chip away damage against Godlike. That is not going to connect, but have a look at this. It is Neo with a little bit of a flyby attempt over there. The vehicle is going to find some information for sure, but I still feel Team 8-bit, they have a stronghold on this fight, Johnny.
I think Slug over there was just trying to make sure that at least one of the vehicles is going to be out of commission, but going back to 8-bit versus God's Reign, they might not fight each other towards the military bridge, but later on in the game, it is going to be 8-bit who have finally found the opener. Although shots through the smoke make contact on Sarang, he's forced behind the tree. 8-bit, they have the high ground advantage, but the problem is the next shift of the zone is not going to be for them. And that is when the advantage in this fight will swing in the favor of God's Reign. And even before I complete my sentence, we switch to the team that has had the prime spot of this particular play zone for the longest of time. That is Rapid Chaos Esports. Look at where they are, that intersection of those three roadways. And Rapid Chaos, smack center of it all. They do not have a lot of cover to work with, but hey, if it's open terrain around you, everyone is going to end up fighting each other. And at this point, Rapid Chaos, they can just pray and play for a chicken dinner.
I'm not really sure, Johnny, because this is just a shack that they control and all three players inside it. One of their players has been knocked down as well, Rapid Chaos. If you look at the way they stand, I'm pretty sure they're going to be feeling the threat from all angles, because if you take a compass and draw a circle around it, that point, that is exactly where Rapid Chaos were. But again, that is also the point where majority of the teams will try and take you down, because you're also the center of attraction. Godlike, meanwhile, on the other side, at the western edge of the circle, they are under fire as Mani has been taken down. I'm pretty sure it was a little bit of a vehicular collision and an explosion which resulted in his knock. Higgboson from the sidelines. They are prioritizing these eliminations.
Wow.
Beautiful knock on Admino as the big man falls. Higgboson, they are looking to thread the needle here. Omega, will he find the finish?
Oh, I think he can. Admino, what was he doing outside the building is the question. I mean, getting knocked out like that. And going back a few moments ago in time, if you remember, those vehicles were chipped away by Slug.
Yeah.
He's still there on the top of the hill, and the second knock on the players of Godlike. Mane hits the floor. Admino has gotten revived, but now it's a scramble for finish points between Higgboson and K9 Esports. The knock was secured by Slug, but the finish goes to Higgboson. Although Godlike do end up prioritizing the fight against Higgboson, they found a trade. Snowjot knocked and finished off. Omega repays the favor. Picks off one more from the side of Godlike. Jonathan, he's the one holding on to the pressure. S-Power goes out. It's down to Admino and Jonathan. 2-star performance from the side of Godlike. That have to be the saving grace for the team in this game.
Have to be. Meanwhile, K9 Esports, while they were fixated on taking down Godlike, it seems like problems for them has escalated as Slug in the backlines has been taken down. There's a beautiful knock that has come across K9. They were being gatekept by the likes of Reckoning Esports, and now they have nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide for sure. Higgboson on the other side. Godlike under fire. These players, they are being chipped away by the blue. Omega as well, looking to take the final player as well. Pick him off. Meanwhile, K9 Esports, it seems like Orangutan have coming knocking on their doors. Up. They are behind their fortress already. Ninja Boy holds on to a sliver of HP as he takes the bite as well. It is AK in the front lines who's doing so much damage.
I think K9 just forgot about the fact that Reckoning Esports was right next to them for the longest of time, and now finally as OG also joined the cluster on the northern edge, K9 Esports could be done for here. Look at those nades going out. Slowly and steadily, the players of K9 Esports losing their lives. Omega is still in the backline, hoping to see if he can save his teammates or at least use them as bait to get those extra finishes. The knocks are coming through. Reckoning Esports, they drop the ball. OG down to 2 players. Sumus with a brilliant third party. OG falls as well. And amongst all of this chaos, K9 Esports are still alive. Omega has a sliver of HP, but it's still HP. Although with Higgboson in the backlines, I think this might be the end of the journey for K9. There he is, fighting for his life, and one Omega falls to the other. Oh, well, it is going to be Hero with the nade who finds that last finish for his team. Higgboson, brilliantly done, brilliant third party, the easiest points they have gotten this entire time.
Absolutely, the timing on that third party was brilliant, and now Orangutan are left with just one lone strangler in the form of WizGod. Sumus as well, they have taken a lot of damage from the backlines. But they've also gotten themselves a few points. I think Sumus and the way they entered into the fight, that was extremely clever.
Yeah, I mean, along with Higgboson, this is what I wanted to say. Sumus as well. Timing, just perfect. Execution, I guess, could have been a little better because they had the opportunity to just shut down Reckoning Esports and get a few extra points. I think the potential of 4 points was available in front of their eyes. They just chose to go for those last players that were the biggest threat. I think they got one from the side of OG and the one from the side of Reckoning Esports. But then again, it's Sumus. It's a team that's struggling, so anything is better than nothing for them. But with that being said, we're down to the top 7 teams of this game. 21 players alive and well. And amongst them is going to be 8-Bit, another team that is struggling. We have Sumus hoping for a comeback. And then you have teams at the top, TrueRippers, Higgboson, and Rapid Chaos.
You know, Rapid Chaos, their position actually has turned into a stronghold all of a sudden. I did not expect them from that shack to be a threat against all these teams, but it seems like the open grounds, the open terrain has sort of turned into a death trap for majority of them as they try and circle around the zone itself. Team 8-Bit, they are for sure struggling. One of their players has been taken down mid-rotation. Meanwhile, on the northern fringe, it still seems like the battle is yet to be won. Higgboson, they want complete control of the northern fringe. They've got Sumus, they've got a lone strangler from WizGod as well, and I guess WizGod has not really been spotted out as of yet. Higgboson understand there must be somebody over there, but if WizGod does not get spotted, I'm pretty sure he's going to hurt Higgboson.
Yeah, he can't really do much from here. Nade goes flying, Omega takes a lot of damage, but now Higgboson made aware of the presence of WizGod, charging forward with the DBS, takes the first, hoping for the second. If he finds the second, then this is his fight to lose. Looking for that nade, knows the position, here's the sound cues, and it is WizGod, an amazing player, an amazing individual, finds the finish, and again putting pressure on the player, Omega from Higgboson, but shots from the flank. This was the mistake, forgot about Hero. He thought it was a 2v1. No, lad, it was a 3 versus 1 situation.
But Sumus, they've actually been lying in wait. The timing on the third party once again is brilliant as Omega gets spotted. One of the players who will take the fall as Venom has been knocked out, but it does not matter. Tremendous numbers advantage, which now has been neutralized. Hero still trying to hold on to his location. His position has been compromised for sure. And Scary Jod is certainly a scary player to face, especially when you not have a lot of HP to work with, Johnny.
Yeah, but Sumus, 2 players knocked out in the process and have allowed 8-Bit to close in as well. Sarang is there, Raiden is there, Scary Jod over peaks, and from the distance, it's my man Juicy that ends up finding the knock. Sumus on the verge of annihilation. This was happening a while ago as well, by the way. TrueRippers rotating along the northern edges. They've lost Tronny. But it's going to be an easy recovery for TrueRippers. They have the terrain in their favor to just fall back, go for those revives, and bring their numbers back. Sumus, they're trying to bring their numbers back. Oasis is back in a fighting position, but they are pinned in those... well, that is just a hut, so they can't really do anything from there.
Sarang falling in an unfortunate situation. Team 8-Bit trying their best to get control of this entire fight. Meanwhile, if we actually pull up the map, you'd find that Juicy has completely abandoned this fight and has prioritized the zone, which is brilliant. Sarang needs to be gotten back up. Raiden trying his best to keep his opposition at bay with the nade and has been pushed back.
So Juicy hasn't abandoned the fight. He's the reason that 8-Bit don't push all the way to the summit. Because as long as the players of 8-Bit are on the slope, anytime someone on the ridge overextends, they're going to get shot at by Juicy. He has a direct line of fire to support his teammates.
Have a look at this, Hydro. The man with the golden arm, this time with the shotgun, just does the trick. TrueRippers, they're once again ripping everyone apart. But can Ronnie and Hydro take this partnership to exactly where it deserves? This team 8-bit, they overcommit. Sarang falls once again. It is all down to that last player. And he falls. It is all down to Juicy for Team 8-bit as they sacrifice their men for position inside the circle. And Team Rapid Chaos, they were in the center, but now they come here for finishes.
And well, Rapid Chaos called this a long time back as soon as the circle was on top of that intersection. That Rapid Chaos, if they manage to hold on to that shack, they should be able to walk away with the chicken dinner. Well, it is going to be a decent one as well. They have 5 eliminations to their name, and now all they have to do is just hunt out Juicy, who is hiding behind that haystack for his life. Lad realizes he can't do anything. All he's going to do is just waste time. It is stage 7. Oh, that's just extra point given to Rapid Chaos. Now it's like 6 eliminations. Well, he spots out 1. There's no way to isolate these fights. It's an open position with just a haystack for cover. So either Juicy does this and gets all of these points, or, well, he gets taken out super early, which is what ends up happening. Rapid Chaos, they secure what was rightfully theirs from the start of the game. From the point they got that shack to themselves, the chicken dinner with 17 points. Well, 17 points in total, 7 finishes.
Yeah. I mean, I still feel like that was decent from Rapid Chaos, but what happened in the northern part of the circle still does not make any sense, because it was third parties after third parties after third parties. If we try and calculate how many teams tried to come in, I think we'll lose count.
I mean, that's what I wanted to do. So there was Higgboson, there was K9 Esports, there was Reckoning Esports, there was Sumus, there was OG, there was TrueRippers. 8-bit also, I don't know why they made that climb. They should have stayed with Juicy and just taken shots along the slope.
Yes,
there's 7 teams, by the way.
That could have been a great strategy. I love the split as well, but Sarang and Raiden overextending a little over there. I think 8-bit just lost their chances of a big chicken, which potentially could have propelled them on top of the overall standings towards the top 8. But Hydro, brilliant stuff over here. I think for TrueRippers, they could not really find a lot of space, but they got what they were offered. Yeah. That is a couple of finish points.
Yeah, and it was incredible. I think TrueRippers as well. We know this team for their consistency. Always making sure that those placement points are prioritized and finishes are going to be second. So they go up against the meta basically and still make it work. And again, TrueRippers, as long as they have Ronnie and Hydro working together and they survive till the end game, they are going to make sure these 2 individuals are enough to get you those finishes in the end game. But stats for the team with the winner chicken dinner, and of course Dhruv and Flash tying up with those 3 eliminations each. We have Arjun with that single finish. Toxic this time gets nothing, but hey, it's okay. You still have 17 points for this particular match. Absolutely. And it's going to be a good recovery for Rapid Chaos.
I'm actually very happy for Ronnie as well, because he was included in the lineup for his versatility. Man can accustom himself to any role that is given by the team, and this time once again he's just successful in being as aggressive as Hydro is. It's not easy because that man is like a wrecking ball, but Ronnie is just, alright, fine, I'm going to go shoulder to shoulder. Wherever you lead me, I'm going to be standing right there next to you.
It is, but I think at this point TrueRippers need that prime Ronnie back, where everyone in the entire community was just afraid to aim duel him, be it in the TDMs or in the game. I think that is what TrueRippers are looking for, and I think Ronnie, just given him enough time, he's going to deliver for sure.
Well, we'll find out, ladies and gentlemen, but it remains to be seen how many points did TrueRippers get. We'll find out after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's IC with me on the panel. And yes, that previous game was definitely filled with a lot of action, but Rapid Chaos Esports, with that consistent domination, now they're going to put themselves on a really good spot in the overall standings. And speaking for 8-Bit, that's got to be the best game so far.
Yeah, there is some points coming from 8-Bit here, but the entire fiasco of teams just colliding against each other with TrueRippers, with Higgboson, it was just absolute pandemonium. Just so much happening in the map itself. And even Victorious Sumus finally making a bounce back, which just makes me, hey, what's going on here? There's just so much things happening in this game here. And to see the teams in the bottom half starting to push up was very, very nice to watch.
And it's really good to see that now finally teams are realizing what exactly is going to be happening. How are you going to find that stable footing inside the game? But hey, speak of stable footing, you can play with your squad and help boost the prize pool for this BGIS 2026. Discovery Island's available inside of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Head on in the game, and all you need to do is just play it. That's it. And as long as you complete the milestones, you're also going to be contributing towards the prize pool of the BGIS 2026.
Yep, while you're doing it as well, guess what? You are going to be winning rewards for yourself at home. So just play. The more you play, the more rewards you get. And the best part about it as well, you don't need to spend a single UC. That means just play. Prize pool increases. No UC needed. It's free. It helps you. It helps us. It helps the teams. It helps everybody. Everybody wins.
Yep, everyone gets something. And as you mentioned, hey, free collectibles, right? You are going to be getting free skins in the game itself, free rewards. So what are you waiting for? All you need to do is just hop in the game and play the game. That's it. But hey, we got to talk about the individuals now as well. Since the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Higgboson Hero. 4 finishes racked up, 696 damage dished out, and just 2 knocks. Higgboson probably has to be the most consistent team in the lobby. Even day one, Higgboson was doing pretty good. Yesterday as well, Higgboson was able to get that consistent point flow. And now today as well, the start's pretty great.
Yeah, and of course, Higboson's Omega, not K9's Omega, was also doing really well. I was expecting him to be part of the top 4 as well, considering that he was one of the reasons why Godlike had one of the worst possible outcomes in the game, considering that Godlike was pinned by both K9 and Higgboson in that situation, which resulted in them getting taken down on towards the 13th position here with only 2 points, which is finish points, actually gotten by Jonathan apparently. But of course, the overall points here, we do have Rapid Chaos Esports taking 17 points, 8-Bit with 11 points, TrueRippers with 9 points, AX with 8 points, Victorious Sumus also having a little bit of bounce back here with 8 points. Now, how does this affect the overall statistics? Higgboson going up, Blitz going down, Rapid Chaos Esports with that chicken dinner gets themselves into the top 5. God's Reign takes a little bit of tumble here to 6th place, AX goes up, Nebula goes down here, but Victorious Sumus unchanged, still in the bottom here, which is kind of weird.
Still, quite a few struggles are being witnessed. For example, OG not able to squeeze in those good performances, just getting 7 points out of the game. I do understand 7 to 8 points per game is going to get you the average, but at the same time, we're speaking of OG, a team with the international exposure. They're supposed to dominate in a lobby like this. You've got Godlike as well, clearly struggling in the overall standings on the 11th spot and consistently dropping down in numbers. You've got Autobotz Esports as well with just 32 points, consistently on that 12th spot. For Reckoning Esports, I'm not even sure what exactly is going on. Victorious Sumus, they were able to get a few points, but a few is not enough.
Yeah, but at the same time, the games and the fights that has been happening here, especially the bottom 8 here, was really, really different as well. Each team has faced different outcomes. And when we talk about recurring trends, we saw how TKM, always wins their drop clashes, etc. like that. OG has been put in situations where they have always won that initial fight, but when a third party comes, they just get completely engulfed. And it's not happened once now, it's happened almost every single time for OG.
True.
Whereas TrueRippers, they are the ones that are just waiting patiently, waiting for a big fight happening, and then just comes in and gobbles up all those points. So a different approach in terms of strategy and decision making has kind of shifted on how the outcome is currently based on all the 16 teams competing right now.
Yeah, it definitely seems like TrueRippers, they're trying to bring in a bit of that clever approach, while the players of OG, they want to rely a little bit more on their firepower and fight-taking capabilities, which is understandable. OG knows that no one's going to be eliminated from here anyways, and the worst-case scenario, you're going to start things off in the round 4. I don't think that's too bad. Yes, I do understand there's still going to be the sword of elimination on top of your necks. You would not want to be eliminated, but then if you directly qualify towards quarterfinals, that's still going to be a major edge.
Think about it this way. We can't really count OG out, because right now the goal here for the group stages, especially for Group A, is to be in the top 8. OG is only 2 to 3 points away from top 8, so I think you can't really count them out yet, brother.
I'm just trying to say that there's a chance that they might be using this phase as an experimental phase.
True,
maybe try
true.
new stuff out. Maybe see how the aggressive exposure is going to look like for the entirety of OG. Maybe try and fiddle with the new strategies as well. Maybe that's what OG is trying to do. At the end of the day, let's not forget this. They got a big reality check in the international rounds when they played. So I'm pretty sure OG now wants to tweak a few things since they have learned quite a bit.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you as well. You can see some teams are experimenting as well. We see Henry bringing in the bull for quite some time now, kind of experimenting. I like it, but we haven't seen the impact yet. But, of course, now we're going to be jumping into the map of Miramar. I want to see how is this going to be impactful in this upcoming game.
The planes in the skies once again in the deserty lands of Miramar. And as we know, it's going to be Group A playing once again. The plane flat path starting all the way from Los Leones, and it's going to be heading towards Monte Nuevo. Now this plane flat path tilted down south, if the teams do want to move on up north, that's going to be a tough stretch. For example, now they would need to go for those pit stop clashes and see if things really do work out or not.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of drop clashes here, especially for Group A. It's a little bit different to how Group B has, considering that Picado is kind of the favorites now between all four groups for some reason. But based on performance-wise here, Hero Extreme Godlike does do really well in this map, considering that based on their yesterday's performance, they did make a little bit of a comeback as well. They are currently in 7th rank here with 9 points in total. But Blitz, Godstrain, and Higgboson is one of the 3 teams that stood out in Miramar in particular.
Yeah. For Godlike, the Miramar stats aren't looking too clean either. As you mentioned, they're still inside of that top 7. It's really tough to say how Godlike's going to be playing this one. And to be honest, if you look at the overall playing structure of Godlike, the way they have been making those decisions, even that's been extremely questionable. The placement, the positioning inside of the game, that's been really questionable. Blitz Esports dropping down on numbers in the overall standings, slowly and steadily fading away from that top 3. Blitz Esports, they need one decent game to once again establish that dominance back. And I'm pretty sure Blitz Esports will do it as well. They're not doing too bad. And Miramar has been their best map so far.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Blitz had a very awkward encounter with Nebula Esports right from the get-go in the previous map, which resulted in them just not being able to play the macro aspect of the game. And on top of it all, they were gatekept not just by them. There was Madkings in the entire fiasco of Hospital, which was very awkward as well. But let's take a look at the circle here. Seems like there is a huge contrast on towards the east side of the circle itself. And guess what? The 2 islands are in play. What are the chances we see a double island circle?
Listen,
we saw it once last year.
You know I'm a big fan of that, but I've just given up. I have never been able to cast one of those games. And I've just given up at this point. Yeah, you're one of those lucky people. I'm not, though. I'm just unfortunate. But yeah, what I was trying to point out was that towards El Pozo, you've got Nebula Esports and Blitz right next to each other. And both are quite the aggressive ones. Nebula Esports, they're not doing too bad in the overall standings, currently sitting on the edge, on the 8th spot with 41 points. While Blitz, they're sitting on the 3rd spot with 63 points. If Blitz wants, they can go for the risk. But at the same time, as I mentioned, Blitz is fading away from that top 3.
Yeah, Blitz is currently in the position furthest away from the zone. Victoria Sumus is just going to be heading down north onto this eastern highway to go to their usual drop spots. But the problem here is that if, again, a rhetorical, imaginative situation right here is that if the circle actually heads towards those 2 islands, well, Victoria's Summer's going to be very happy, but whereas the rest of the world, for teams like Seoul, teams like Blitz, teams like Nebula Esports, teams like TrueRippers, they're going to be crying.
Yeah. They will be messed up. What are the odds of that actually happening, though? That's the question.
It could happen. Sometimes we've got to pray for it. Meanwhile,
it's really low.
But that's the thing. We pray for it, but teams like K9 Esports might not want that to happen here. Oh, okay. They got the vehicles back up here. A little bit of an incident happening. But again, the players would definitely not want to play a circle like that. 100%. It's fun for us, but for the players, it's an absolute nightmare. Just because, number 1, not enough historical data to work on. Number 2, not enough in-game experience, regardless of scrims or classic matches, to actually kind of figure out how the layout is. We've only had 1 game in the entire year last year on an official with that experience. Can't remember who won that, though.
Godlike's on the move as well. Blitz and Nebula still in that close proximity towards El Pozo. No fight. No shots. A bit of a slow approach this time. I personally thought, looking at the plane fly path, we might see a few pit stop clashes, but that's not the case. Instead, everyone's looking good and dandy. K9 Esports as well now heading towards Hacienda del Patron. It's looking pretty good for them. Godlike looking over San Martin, seeing if anyone's going to be there or not. But K9 Esports, they've just barely breached in. For Godlike, San Martin's clear. And I like the fact that Godlike is now searching for elimination points. Moving up north, at the same time trying to pull off a quick rotation. Let's see though, hopefully this time the positioning's going to be good.
Yeah, no one's going to be on the hunt first. We are expecting some sort of gunshots happening onto his El Pozo very soon here. Blitz and Nebula might be having a little bit of run-in again. Interesting enough, a little bit of rivalry between those two teams in terms of overall drop spots between Erangel and also Miramar.
Yeah.
Did not expect this rivalry to actually happen here, considering that last year they didn't really engage against each other at all. But for 8-bit, look at this. Seems like they're going to be very happy that they are inside Los Leones untouched. No one's going to be able to punish them. Circle's not going to be Los Leones as well. Easy entry, easy exit as well, as of yet, in this first circle. Which again, I think God's Reign is going to have a fantastic time. Higgboson as well. For the past few games that they have been playing so far, at least all the games they've played, before Circle 1 actually starts to move, they kind of position themselves inside the circle already, which I'm not a fan of, just because you are kind of under-looted. But so far, they have found their ways to actually stock up midway and then get themselves inside the zone with a decent amount of utilities and also weaponry to work with. So,
oh my god, what?
Okay.
There's no way, the man was lost. But luckily enough, Nomi still hands out that death blow. Nomi had the advantage. The man in the front had no clue what was going on. And that's a free elimination point that he just picked up. Nebula Esports with the man advantage against Blitz. And now what's going to be the recovery status for Blitz? Because Nebula has been handed out a free elimination point.
That was awkward. Blitz did not expect that. Gets punished for it. Feels bad for Soham, but the rest of Blitz can do nothing here. Seems like they have to bail out of it. They've gotten the loot. Circle is a little bit far off. They have to rotate away. They will lose one in one of the most awkward deaths in this game, I would say.
Yeah, that's got to blow. When he goes back and looks at it, he's going to be embarrassed.
Yeah. For a second, I thought it was going to pan him at least, you know, maybe even a knife throw. We've seen Adi's knife throw so far.
No, that's too risky.
That's been circling around.
I throw in that scenario. It's too risky. What if it misses? The opponent knows, he turns back, and he just shoots you down. Then that's an embarrassing moment for you now. Soul on the move, even they're on the run towards the circle. I guess they'll just want to breach through Los Leones first. That's what the game plan seems like. Don't really think a lot, just do it. OG's on the move as well around that southern side. And Seoul is one of those teams that is doing pretty okay in the overall standings. Yes, fading away from the top 8, understandable. But they're not too out. They've still got 40 points. All it takes is 5 or 6 points to once again put you in that top 8. But if you want to be comfortable in that top 8, you need a chicken dinner.
Oh, speaking of a chicken dinner here. Speaking of which, 8-bit finally making a little bit of recovery from previous game this time. Spot on the members coming from Reckoning here. Levi getting shot out. Tires are blown out as well, but suppressed fires are coming in from another direction. Sarang is going to be in a little bit of a trouble here as Reckoning trades off a little bit, but they will buy enough time for Levi to regroup with his teammates. So 8-bit not going to be able to capitalize on that knock or maybe even some damage that has been done on Levi. But the zone is about to close in. 8-bit decides, you know what? It's time to focus on the zone. This shift is going to be the most important one. Is the 2 islands in play or is it not? It is not. Denied. It is going to be in truck stop.
I told you, whenever I'm on the desk, the zone just teases me. Every time, it just teases me. It plays with me. It shows in a way that maybe it's going to shift over there, but it just takes a hard shift away from those 2 islands every time. And right now as well, the same thing happens. For Godlike, though, this can be a day with destiny. Around the off-centric sides, there's also K9 Esports around the northern side. You've got Blitz as well making that rotation in. A lot of teams now just trying to crack inside of that circle. They've already found the breaching point. It's a huge wave of vehicles just moving in. But around the southern side towards Puerto Paraiso, there's 3 teams duking it out. TrueRippers, OG, and Autobotz Esports. And this trifecta of death it can cause a lot of issues.
Yeah, there's just so much happening as well. Mid rotations getting picked off, left, right, front, and center. Godlike losing one. Now Autobotz also in the skirmish with TrueRippers from afar. They've got Lobster knock. No Mini 14 in play for Lobster, but TrueRippers, they are still deciding whether or not if they want to commit to this fight. They're furthest away from the zone, and OG just out-rotated them. And Autobotz want to get a little bit of trade here on Jelly. Shots has been fired, but they're wasting a little bit too much time. Autobotz forced to go in for the hard reset now to pick Lobster up. But the zone is about to close in, but TrueRippers, they are going to disengage for a 2-2 split, while leaving Jelly behind to keep Autobotz in bay, potentially to try and out-rotate Autobotz and then gatekeep them from the inside.
Autobotz Esports. 4 players next to each other. Not a big fan of what Autobotz Esports is trying to do. They seem confused. And for TrueRippers, the path is laid out well. The blue is taking away a bit of that damage, but TrueRippers is fine. Lobster, the man's taken down to barely any sort of HP. Those shots too deadly. Jelly almost found a knock. But it's still good for Autobotz Esports. They're burning through too many meds.
Yeah, but at the same time, Jelly single-handedly stalling 3 players all by himself, buying enough time for his teammates to out-rotate them. And right now, it all comes down to the pincer attack. Jelly is going to try and regroup to push inside the zone. They've got a wide split happening here from TrueRippers as they disengage from this fight, but Autobotz, they are absolutely clueless right now. They don't know what to do. Forced to take hard pit stop. Expecting that maybe TrueRippers might look to commit to this fight, which again is going to be wasting so much time of Autobotz. But let's talk about inside the zone right now. The furthest from where Autobotz was, far north, Victoria Summers having the mountain terrains of Truck Stop. They do have the high ground, but sharing with them here is going to be Blitz on the south side, or in this case, the west side of them, which is going to be the low grounds for themselves.
The way the circle as well is shaping up, and the fact that TrueRippers is still all the way back in the blue, I'm not sure if TrueRippers can execute the same strategy they were. They're too late inside of the circle. And TrueRippers, they usually require a good spot in the zone. And looking at the next zone shift, it shifts on the big cluster, which means already all the good spots are taken away. If anyone else wants to breach in, they need a fight.
Is it me or Higgboson is just the ultimate circle magnet for every single game?
I know, right?
They always find center control. And even this situation, right now, they've got center, but those compounds are not exactly great for holding down the fort.
They somehow always make it, though.
Yeah.
They know how to survive to the late game scenario. Higgboson, they just know when to apply the brakes. They know when to calm down. They know when to pretty much just stay quiet and let the flow of the game take over. And as of now, for Nebula Esports, Victor Sumus in the front, Venom and Mafia right next to each other, playing in tandem. There's always in the back. VS is not one of those teams that likes to take a lot of fights. Firepower not really the strong suit, but now since it's Nebula across them, maybe they need to go for this fight.
Yeah, they kind of have to, but again, they just don't really have a lot of angles to work with. But speaking of angles that you guys can work with, and that is going to be playing BGMI while looking cool. You guys can check out the Royal Pass currently available right now. The Rebel Rock Force set and also the Rebel Rock Force DP28 in play is available up for grabs. But speaking of which, on screen, Madkings getting sprayed down out in the open. Higgboson getting a couple of suppressed fires in. They've got the knock on Hero, but the confirmations are coming in. Snowjaw with an off angle was able to take him out. That's going to be 1 down from Madkings.
They're in a lot of trouble. Madkings pro, even the man's down low. Clutch God is trying to toss out some utilities, but what was that nade? Maybe he thought that there was someone up close and personal. A bit of that miscommunication, maybe. Madkings' wall, they seem lost. Out in the open, the focus not there. Higgboson now knows there's a third party coming through as well, as one of the men spots out Reckoning Esports. And Reckoning Esports, they're here to grab freebies. Move up, third party, get points, and back away. That's what the game is. And Reckoning Esports, since they're not doing too hot in the overall standings, they just want to minimize as much as risk as they can.
Wait a minute, Higgboson, Bunny, he's actually pushing outside of Truck Stop to actually commit to the fight against Madkings. That is insanity coming from them. And Higgboson to get the knock onto his Madkings, but on screen now, Rapid Chaos Esports forced to take a skirmish here with TrueRippers on the eastern side of the zone. This is just absolute chaos right now, at least for RCE and TrueRippers. They're just scrambling to try and find space. TrueRippers trying to dodge here. Drew trying to intercept. He's going to force go to the low ground here as he tries to get outside his zone. Rapid Chaos decides, you know what, not worth chasing. They have the high ground. And TrueRippers, they still have members outside the zone.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what the game plan was, but Madkings, they've been eliminated from the game. Higgboson still up and alive, looking pretty strong. Not the best possible circumstance, but they've got all the men standing. So that's a really good news. The circle once again centering on up right on top of Truck Stop, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of teams breaching in. But hold on. Rapid Chaos Esports, oh, they are definitely causing a lot of chaos. Eliminating 2 players of TrueRippers as well. Rapid Chaos securing these points. K9, even they're on the opposite side of the spectrum now, shooting against the boys of Godlike. And even Godlike's hurt. As usual, Godlike once again placing themselves in the worst possible spot. Positioning is a problem.
With Nebula also keeping them at bay. K9, again, like you said, Hero Xtreme Godlike once again pinned between 2 teams. The rock in the hard place, not a lot of cover to work with. Vehicles pretty much exposed. But now, joining in for the 4th party from afar is going to be Blitz Esports inside the zone. As K9, they're slowly pushing inside. Which again, Slug has the high ground from all angles here. Manya, going to try and reposition there. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they actually get out. They actually got out of safety as they push through. Admino is the last one left from Hero Xtreme Godlike. And he himself also going to be able to survive and push inside the zone now. K9 Esports, they may have missed their opportunity to pummel them. And as they try to disengage from the south side, Soul also going to be looking to creep up on them. Godlike now, taking a little bit pit stop from the west side. Blitz Esports for the compounds of the north. Everyone's just struggling to find space at this point.
Yeah, they're on the run. Godlike, K9 Esports, Soul, a trifecta of death. And I'm not a big fan of what Soul's doing. Taking 2 different fights in 2 different fronts. Challenging Godlike at the same time challenging K9 Esports. Knuckles should back away. Respect the opponent sometimes, my man. And that's what he's doing.
Okay, legit. Looks like he's going to double down on what Knuckle did. As he tries to nade onto his Hero Xtreme Godlike. A lot of utilities has been used to commit to this fight.
Yeah, that's a little bit weird.
And like you said, Soul, they're taking 2 fights at the same time. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're backing out. Trying to dodge those utils. And K9 themselves might actually run into Soul. Godlike may look to try and capitalize on this.
I think that's a little bit of a weird call made by Godlike. I think they should have capitalized onto it. Godlike could have actually stolen a few elimination points away. They can wrap around the players' Soul and punish them. And the crazy part is, it will be Soul who gets sandwiched, not Godlike. But they still somehow just want to play it as safe, disengage from that fight. So weird, so uncharacteristic. They're supposed to be aggressive in this scenario. K9 now, once again, just want to press on the matters. Utilities chipping away. And K9 just backing away from that spot. Slug giving the room to the opponents. 3 men standing for K9 too. At least in that proximity. 1 man just came back. And yeah, there's a lot of teams around this area.
Yeah, this circle is very tricky as well. It's kind of out and open, kind of like a valley of death, where Truckstop is going to be the deepest part of the valley. Everybody else is kind of like a bowl shape. We're trying to circle around this Soul now. Looking to try and engage against Admino this time from Godlike. As Godlike inches in forward, but the sprays from Nicole will connect, and that's going to be Admino down. Godlike not in position to save him. Jonathan tries to close up the gap, but seems like it's a little bit all for naught here. Nicole looking for those confirmations. It seems like they have to sacrifice Admino in this situation. That's going to be the confirmation. That's going to be a point in the back of Soul. Nicely done from Nicole.
Seems pretty easy. Soul, they're not stopping anytime soon. Omega as well, under heavy fire. Goblin, the man's just chipping away a lot of damage, but look at Ninja Boy! Oh, this flank was insane! Ninja Boy's able to get that trade, but even Soul, they're not far back. They instantly move up, get that trade secured. Trades back and forth. Soul's hurt as well. Utilities from K9 Esports dropping down low, and that's actually taking the players of Soul with them. 2 men down. Soul's alive with only 1 man standing. The final glimmer of hope. And there's also the Knight. Knight was taken down low. He's backing away slowly and steadily. K9 Esports. Yes, one of the men is down, but K9 Esports inflicted a lot of pain and hurt against Soul too. The fight's down to a 2-on-3. Man advantage with K9 Esports. Omega still trapped behind that vehicle.
What a hold coming from Soul, but at the same time, K9 Esports just not making it easy. as Ninja Boy was able to walk up with those nades, just hurting each other, and all this commotion has pretty much stalled each other for so long as they need to make it inside the zone. Godlike abandoning ship was the right call because they're inside center control for some sort of zone. But OG, out of nowhere, they've been eliminated themselves.
Yeah. Not sure what's going on with OG. 0 elimination points secured, no placement points as well. The struggle is clearly visible. And this struggle, hopefully it's not going to take them too down at the bottom. Soul 2 men. Continuously trying to be a firing squad. K9 Esports with the man advantage. They really want to press on the matters. They want to be aggressive and eliminate the remnants of Soul. Knuckle the only person, but this time he cannot be the savior.
Wow, what an absolute dominance here coming from K9 Knight. A new addition for K9, just proving his worth here. But at the same time, let's take a little bit inside the zone here from the east side here. Rapid Chaos Esports and also God's Reign going to be running to his head-to-head. No third parties whatsoever in this scenario, so they are going to be left untouched, while the teams inside Truck Stop is pretty much not going to be able to push out anytime soon. As on the finish feed as well, we do see a waste from Victoria Summers picking up members from Hero Stream Godlike, but God's Reign now. Looks like they find the opener here for Justin.
That was a massive one, but I don't think there will be a push from God's Reign. They know it's not properly calculated, and God's Reign, they're just fighting for survival. They're just fighting for a bit of that control. And Rapid Chaos, I'm pretty sure they will be willing to give it away as well. Both the players, both the teams on the edge actually, so Rapid Chaos pushing them. It's going to be a tough job. Justin still, though, wants to press up. He still consistently want to push up and at least deliver another knock. But it's not going to be an easy feat to be achieved. He's also getting shot at from the sidelines, and just like that, even Godlike has been eliminated from the game. So many questionable moves made by OG, Godlike, Autobotz, even Nebula Esports and Soul. Big names not there in the late game this time. The next circle shift, it's going to be shifting right on top of Higgboson once again. It seems like this one's going to be another one of those Higgboson masterclass.
Yep, circle magnet all the way through. They just completely engulfed everyone as well. This spread coming from Higgboson, initially, I think Snowjoy got taken out by Madkings rather early. But they actually pushed out of Truck Stop, wiped off Madkings, and then went back into his Truck Stop safely, uncontested, unpunished. It's just insane.
It is. The Sumus Mafia. Even that man's going to be the casualty. K9 Esports, the firepower. You got to be in love with it. Always striking down foes, not even scared of anything else. 8-Bit still alive, by the way. Consistent approach. 6 finishes racked up so far once again. Victor Sumus going for that revival. Mafia's back up on his feet. K9 Esports on the opposite fray. They're too far away. Shots are still taken, and these shots are not going to be too deadly.
Well, speaking of deadly here, 8-Bit doing a fantastic job this game here as they pummel onto its K9. The sprays comes in. Juicy gets the knock at K9. They're pinned out in the open. Juicy has got the perfect line of sight to try and punish this as well. Skips not looking in the same direction, loses a couple of opportunities here. Ammunition all-time low. Juicy continues to spray onto his K9, and Knight still surviving this. And 8-Bit, they're not focusing on the right targets.
Yeah, but 8-Bit at least are doing pretty good. They've got all the meds standing. That can help them later on. Blitz now taking a fight against VS. And Blitz, they're already down bad. They're hurt. Sorrow confirmed. But even for VS, they're down on Scary Jawed. That's the main threat. That's the big man. But you've still got boys like Oasis, Mafia, and Venom. Firepower's more than enough to shut down a big Goliath like Blitz. But Chunlin's on the run. He's running away. Victor Sumus has got no clue that Blitz have already evacuated. But VS themselves, they lose out on the main man, Scary Jawed.
Well, speaking of losing a man here, in K9, they've lost vehicles. 8-Bit's got them pinned. And 8-Bit's still deciding if they want to commit to this fight, knowing that they don't really have a lot of information aside from the fact that Truck Stock is occupied. But seems like Sarang is going to try and creep up on them. While this is happening as well, 8-Bit, they're also taking a fight with God's Reign on the east side. What is this spread? 8-Bit just taking fights on all front.
Yeah. It's a little bit weird.
K9 now stuck in a very awkward spot with the circles coming in. Sarang still deciding whether or not if he wants to go in for the push. uncertain here. Higgboson hasn't made a mark as well, made a sound at all.
Oh my god. Rapid Chaos is on the verge of eliminating God's Reign, and there we go. The final nails in the coffin. Rapid Chaos, they always know how to break free out of these situations. They weren't a deadlock, but they still somehow break free. K9 Esports now getting broken themselves. They've lost out into Knight is the only person standing, but Knight actually gets that revival on Slug. So now they've got 2 men standing successfully. 8-Bit in the back. 6 finishes racked up. 8-Bit looking pretty consistent. The previous game was decent. This game, it's got to be better than the previous one. Higgboson, consistency prevails. And they are still over here with all the 4 men standing. How are they even able to preserve that man number? How are they able to shy away so many fights?
This is weird. But at the same time, with the circle coming in on towards the city itself, Higgboson having control, Reckoning already inside, TrueRippers inside as well. Every team from outside here has to make some sort of push. And Victor Summers, they are going to be potentially making the first move here from north side. Chandan from the other side, who's going to be the lone straggler coming from Blitz Esports. Doesn't really have options to push in, but Victor Summers, here comes the slam. Higgboson will let this slide, knowing that there's no way they can hold this out. So Victor Summers will get control of the north side for free, but they do have to cross the road here, which in this case, Higgboson doesn't have the line of sight. They've heard the commotions, but they're very much focused on K9 right now, who's outside the zone.
Indeed they are. Higgboson as well. Not going too frag heavy in this game as well. A little bit slow on that approach. Rapid Chaos, they're pretty quick though. Rapid, just like their name. 3 players instantly want to breach in. They just want to ram their vehicles next to Reckoning Esports. It's going to be one of the most awkward fights. If Reckoning Esports is not able to find a quick opener, it's going to be a big problem. Sahil, he's still trying to wrap up from the backline, but then he realized that window is not exposed. Sahil is messing up big time. His teammates are getting picked off slowly and steadily. Sahil, you got to be a little bit quick. You need to at least find another knockout. Rapid Chaos, they're doing a fantastic job in keeping the opponents in check. And constantly Rapid Chaos, even they're actually delivering. But now it's down to just Thruv. The situation's down to a 1-on-2, and eventually it will be Sahil who saves the day.
Nicely done. Coming from Reckoning Esports, what a setup as well. The Molotov to isolate the fight, pick them off 1 by 1. As the game continues, we're down towards the final 5 teams, 14 remaining. Chandan, the lone survivor from Blitz Esports, was able to crawl their way inside. No one has spotted him out yet. Great signs for him. Even TrueRippers, they have no reason to pick out yet. They've only got 2 players in their favor. They've only heard the commotions coming from Reckoning Esports. But Higgboson, Snowjot left alone. Whereas the rest of his teammates has pretty much shut down everyone from the southeast corner. Or southwest as well. K9 getting eliminated in the process. Now, it comes down to this 5 teams remaining. Or in this case, 4 major teams. And a lone wolf known as Chandan from Blitz Esports.
Looking at that zone, factually, it's supposed to be Higboson's game. Or even Reckoning Esports. Depending on where the circle's going to take a curveballing shift next. But since we know the next zone's also going to be the final one, so these teams really got to capitalize on this one itself. This stage important. Reckoning Esports tossing out the utilities. It's actually meant that booster's going to help the man to patch himself up better. Roman's going to be looking good after that one. Higgboson, all the 4 players, they've got a big spread. 3 men inside a truck stop, 1 man a little bit in the outskirts. I'm not sure what the thinking process is there behind it, but maybe he's there to catch the loose stragglers. Maybe he's there to catch someone who's flanking.
Oh boy. Higgboson, they're not making a move. This urban warfare is just so difficult to play. And again, Higgboson with Reckoning Esports has a very, very wide spread as well in terms of a divider, in terms of roads. And even then, they don't really have angles to look at each other. So it will come down towards a final fight out in the open in the roadside where things will get a little bit closer. No. And Higgboson will have a little bit of advantage. But Chandan was scouted out. Venom finds him proning out in the open. Eventually has to be picked off.
Chandan should have struck earlier. That could have been a free knock on Venom. Maybe he could have made the life miserable for Victorious Sumus. But even for Victorious, this is another game. TrueRippers constantly getting bombarded. The utilities are chipping away a lot of damage. Keo and Jelly playing in tandem next to each other. Jelly's also softened up, but he's also recovering his HP. Another nade tossed out. It's going to blow right next to Jelly. There's also KALINGA in the close proximity, but these utilities, they're doing too much. Another tossed out, and that's going to be it from the entirety of that TrueRippers. Reckoning Esports, they're on the run. As I mentioned, either it's going to be Higgboson or Reckoning Esports this game. VS is too much in the outskirts. And they're also now being focused by Reckoning Esports and Higgboson at the same time. It's going to be a tough conversion for VS. Utilities as well, they're going to start to do a lot of damage. Another man spotted. VS is on the verge of being completely mowed down. They are getting absolutely grilled in this spot, and they just can't do anything. Another man shredded to pieces. Molotov as well. It's making their life living hell. Mafia is the only person standing, but the utility, it's tossed right next to Reckoning Esports, and it's also going to put an end to the entirety of Victoria Sumus.
Yeah, what a Molotov coming from Snowjaw to shut them all down, and now Higgboson, they're going to take advantage of their cover to go in for the flank. Snowjaw finds Sahil on the sides here, and now it comes to us, a 4v1, and one fell swoop. They even deny the point. Higgboson will be able to secure the winner chicken dinner. What a clean out coming in from Higgboson, a masterclass in this game coming from them.
This is crazy stuff from Higgboson. How are they able to do it over and over again? How are they able to replicate it over and over again? Someone needs to study this team. Right now, they were inside a truck stop. I do understand the circle is constantly forming on top of each other. You do it once, fine. You do it twice, fine. But if you do it 3 times, now that's not luck, my friend.
Yeah, it's just consistency for some reason, right? Like, ever since the debut, every single game, Higgboson was able to find center control, a lot of dominations, and they were able to push their lucks as well with very, very overtly aggressive pushes from Bunny and still get away with it, which is insane.
It's actually crazy stuff from Higgboson, and the fact that they actually managed to get a lot of elimination points in that particular game itself, it means it's actually going to be humongous chicken dinner from them. TrueRippers in the final few moments, they were seen, so you can say it's consistency delivered from them too. Even for 8-bit, it was a decent performance. Not good, not bad, a decent one. Mediocre. Reckoning Esports, we are finally seeing some right steps at the right direction.
Yeah, and of course, Mafia, he was pretty much done for as well. The moment the Molotovs from Snowjaw just came in, it just completely obliterated the entire team. And Snowjaw, literally, I have to say, has to be the MVP in this game. So it's gotten 7 finishes in the game, 1,000 damage throughout the entire map itself. And again, Snowjaw has been able to find a lot of openers for any team trying to push into his truck stop as well. Every single team that has tried to take a jab here, Snowjaw was able to find off angles to punish every single team outside, which is just insane. Because when the final zone came in, you didn't even see half the teams actually get taken out because they were just stuck outside.
The crazy part is Bunny did not even do anything in that game. 0 finishes racked up, just 200 damage dished out. Bunny's like, yeah, guys, I'm the IGL. I'm just going to sit back, enjoy my time. You guys do all the hard work, and I'm here to reap the benefits. But I'm pretty sure Bunny's the man who's calling in the main strats, right? He's the one who's calling in the main rotations. He's the one who's calling in the main positions as well for the team. And yeah, so far, Higgboson, they've been doing a phenomenal job. But we've also seen Bunny step up in the fragging departments in the past as well. It's not just about this year. Even in 2025 in Showdown, Bunny was constantly getting big frag numbers on the board.
Yep, speaking of big numbers here, Higgboson has been the most consistent team so far in Group E, just doing so much work in all these circles. Can they do it again one more time in the Miramar? You guys have to find out right after this very, very short break as we bring back the one final match for today itself. See you guys right after this.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Super Johnny with me on the panel. And yeah, Johnny, Higgboson, what's going on with them? Someone needs to study this team and figure out how are they so consistent. Every time you will see this team in the right position, making the right decisions, making the right calls, and I guess all props to Bunny, the IGL.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible performance coming from this team. As you said, everything is just looking very good, very clean. And I like the fact that they don't panic even when the start is bad. They take their sweet time to reset themselves, make sure that they get their composure back, and in the very next game, a nice little chicken dinner to work with.
Yeah, when I was having a conversation with Anki, he said that none of us expected Higgboson to play this well because in third-party tournaments, Higgboson was struggling, fighting for survival, and in third-party tournaments, it was Godlike who was technically dominating. And now look at Godlike, not doing too good in the officials, and Higgboson, a team that did not do too good in the third parties, now dominating in the officials. There's some correlation going on over there. But hey, speaking of correlations, you also see a beautiful relation between that Continental GT 650 and also that classic Bullet 350. I'm not gonna lie, it's beautiful, and also a good relation between BGMI and Royal Enfield. So I would hope you guys head inside of the game and check these two beautiful bikes out.
Exactly. It's going to be exciting to see players rolling in towards you inside of that fight on a classic 350 inside of the game. I don't know how I would react, but you guys definitely need to get those bikes inside of the game. And of course, it is going to be interesting to see what happens in the last match of the day as well. Another Miramar up waiting for us. Yeah. And while we talk about Higgboson and their performance, we need to talk about Victorious Sumus. It seems like after an awkward start on the first 2 days of the grind, today, they have recovered quite well.
It's not a lot of flashy plays from VS, but they're still getting consistent points. Yes. That's a really good thing. Decent bit of placement points and okayish amount of elimination points. And that's pretty much been the case with VS, right? They always know how to make it to the later stage of the tournament, but then they start choking. So I hope this time VS is well prepared. They are well prepared even in the fragging department, because that has been the main issue with VS.
I agree with you on that. I mean, not a lot of frags, but I think in the last two matches, they've consistently made it to the top 4 of the game. And as long as they consistently do that till the end of their journey in the grind, I think it should be an easy top 8 finish for VS on the overall leaderboard, because at this point, that is all you need to do. And if you don't, then that chaos in round 4 of the grind might just end up resulting in you getting eliminated from the tournament before you expected.
But Johnny, imagine this. OG is struggling, Godlike is struggling, AX is struggling. All the big names that we expected to perform, they're not there. Nebula Esports as well. We thought Nebula Esports possesses an immense amount of firepower. Yeah. But still, for some reason, we're not seeing that damage being inflicted in the game.
I have to... I'm stuck between two thoughts in terms of the topic of all of these teams. For OG in particular, this was a conversation I was having with Salty. I want to know your thoughts, because I feel that OG is just slacking off in the early stages of the grind. They're not playing like their usual selves. Even in those fights, we are seeing them take those isolated fights. And for some reason, they are just taking this stage of the grind, or at least the start, a little too lightly.
Maybe just trying to experiment new things, I guess.
Yeah,
just trying to test new things, see what exactly is going to be working out in the future stages, see what they can work with on the grand finals if they do qualify. But if they keep on playing the same way, I don't think they're going to be able to qualify towards the grand finals. Maybe it's time to showcase a bit of that seriousness. What do you think?
I agree with you on that. I think for a team like OG, that can perform extremely well if they kind of go back to their fundamentals, it is very important that you start practicing for the grand finals. Make sure you're polishing up your players and polishing those mini plays that you need to make inside of those team fights, so that by the time you are in the finals, you are comfortable in closing out games. Because that was also one of the struggles for the side of OG. The aggression, the players that they have, it's very easy for them to secure finishes. But closing out matches, getting those chicken dinners, is where kind of I like TR a little bit more than OG.
Yeah, TrueRippers, they're pretty consistent, let's be honest. For every game, you will see TrueRippers getting decent bit of elimination points, and they are there pretty much on the board. And with okayish amount of points, they are maintaining the average that's needed to stay there in the overall standings in an okay spot. The MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Snowjob from Higgboson with 7 finishes and the damage number of 1,049 and 4 knocks. Survival time is going to be 30:05. And if you move on towards the top players, you will also see Godlike right there from Reckoning Esports. It was actually a big up from Reckoning Esports in this game too.
And I think we did expect that to happen. In fact, Maisie, his prediction for this group was Reckoning Esports. I think he expected them to bounce back. And they kind of have made a soft little bounce back if you consider the first 2 games. And of course, we have Mafia from Victoria Sumus also joining the list of the top players today. Let's have a look at the point standings for that previous game. We have Higgboson finishing with 23 points, Victoria Sumus with 16, Reckoning Esports with 14, K9 Esports. Some way or the other, somehow this team is going to maintain that average of 7 points per game. Even in this game, they get 7. 8-bit is there with 7 as well. TrueRippers with 6. Rapid Chaos with 6. Blitz Esports not really having the best of days today, just 4 points. And of course, one more team I would like to mention that has taken a tumble. It's going to be God's Reign.
Oh, you're speaking about tumble. I thought you were going to say about comebacks, because 8-bit today has been decent.
Yeah,
the first game that they played on the Wrangle, they had an occasional amount of points. Now as well, getting 7 points. They're at least reaching the average. And yeah, speak of taking a tumble, God's Reign definitely has to be one of those names. They're slipping down position slowly and steadily. The same thing can also be said for Blitz Esports. Today's day hasn't really been that great for them.
Exactly. I mean, Blitz Esports have survived in the top 3 because they had a safety cushion from day 1 and day 2 of plays. But today, as we mentioned, not a start that we wanted, and of course not the continuation over in, transitioning over into that Miramar. Hopefully the last Miramar they can secure for themselves, because Blitz Esports, again, that duo of Chandan and Sarwar being there, I mean, we always have big expectations from these athletes. They have delivered so far, but they need to keep the ball rolling is all we are asking for. But when you look at that, Higgboson, 3 chicken dinners secured to their name. Incredible performance, a perfect balance of placement and finish points.
I mean, looking at the first half of the board, okay, understandable, pretty big names, right? Rapid Chaos Esports, to be honest, the fact that they're able to pin that spot down, it's actually a really good thing they're doing. But even on the latter half of the board, Johnny, there's so many big names still stuck there. Madkings, one of those teams that did pretty good in IC, and now if you look at Madkings' performance, it seems like it's just not the same Madkings anymore. I do understand they went through one-man shuffle, Apollo not there inside of the roster, but still the remaining 3 are the same. Madkings is supposed to perform the same way.
And in fact, they got a new player that has that international exposure to work with as well, Cyrex, joining the lineup of Madkings. So expectations were definitely there from this team, but again, in those 4v4s, it seems like the comms are a bit off, because of which Madkings end up struggling in those team fights. And you can't really win a game or survive to the later stages without taking any fights. That gets you no extra points from having no finishes inside the game, and Madkings is an aggressive team.
To be honest, one thing is clear in this entire BGIS 26 is that problems are easily visible.
Yes.
Now you know what exactly the problem is, where exactly the problem lies. And for majority of these teams, it's the IGL. The calls have been really wonky. I just hope they work onto it. But hey, without wasting any more time, let's head on towards the final game. Well, without wasting any more time, the plane's going to be in the skies once again. This time the plane fly pad starting all the way from the prison island, maybe towards Camp Militar. This plane fly pad tilted a little bit to the right side of the map. If teams do want to move on towards the left side, towards El Pozo, that's going to be a tough stretch, which means Nebula Esports, Blitz Esports, once again a bit of that pit stop clash.
Yeah, I mean, we can expect that clash, but let's see how things turn out right now. Apart from that, I'm just waiting to see, is anyone going to try and pick off God's Reign, because they are going to have to drop for those vehicles to try and get towards Impala. Although Nebula Esports early exit taken, a split drop, 2 players moving towards Spartona, and I think it's just all right now the entire roster is going to move towards Spartona. But we have the performance rankings for the map of Miramar on our screens, and surprise, surprise, seeing Team AX struggle on this map, not something we expected. Higgboson also have kept a decent average going, especially with the win coming on that Miramar prior to this. There's Blitz as well at the top, along with God's Reign. And I'm just hoping that God's Reign recover today, because, yeah, not really the performance we were expecting, especially after how they started on day number 1 of the grind.
Looking at Nebula drop towards Spartona, now I know they're going to be aggressive. Nebula Esports is looking for early game loot so they can be done with as much loot as possible and then instantly head on inside of the circle and fight. That's what classic strategy is for Nebula Esports, especially when the zone's not on top of them, especially when the playing flat path as well is not exactly on top of their home ground. So now Nebula Esports, they're going to get their hands on quick loot, get their hands on the vehicles, instantly go inside of the circle and charge towards teams.
But Necro, look at this. A very interesting play coming from Madkings. 2 players towards Power Grid and 2 players all the way towards Graveyard. So they have dropped on either sides of that flight path. It is a little bit risky considering Cyrex and Pro are kind of close to the players of Higgboson. And if those parachutes are spotted out, Higgboson will know that these are isolated players and can potentially just charge towards them. So Madkings need to regroup as quickly as possible. And Shadow and ClutchGod are moving towards Reckoning Esports for some reason. Maybe they want to take that early fight. But talking about early fight, Sumus and TrueRippers taking on each other.
It's not a good sight. VS, they've actually got the advantage. Managing to soften one of the players up as well from TrueRippers. And look at that man. Quite the gutsy plays. One of the men from the side of TrueRippers is already softened up. The other man as well does not have a lot of HP. And there we go. Always dismantling another man. TrueRippers, you blink it, and you already see 3 players down. It's unfortunate the way TrueRippers started things off in this map. Down 3 players already. Now the man advantage in the hands of VS. And if they want, they can keep on pressing up the matters. Jelly's the only person standing, and Jelly just wants to be on the run. Does not want to stay in this area.
Quite an awkward start for TrueRippers, and of course, this is something that you would expect if TrueRippers went charging into a fight early. This is a team that prioritizes surviving, that prioritizes the most basic fundamental of the game, which is just surviving till the end, and not really all about that early game, mid-game aggression. They will take fights late game, but not early, and this time, I guess, a little bit unfortunate as well, as right off the bat, they were forced to take a knock, and then the remaining players weren't really in a position to back each other up. Jelly was way too far off from the rest of the team as well, and now is forced to run for his life barefoot. There's a vehicle up ahead. And Sumus, they've just stayed back in the city of El Azhar, so Jelly is going to be allowed an opportunity to escape. But considering he's outside the play zone, even rotating towards the play zone seems like a big challenge. If he gets spotted out, that's an easy frag for anyone to secure.
Higgboson, 0 finishes so far. Once again, a bit of that slow and steady start. That's how they like to play, defensive. Starting things off from Truck Stop. And Johnny, imagine, the previous game, they started things off from Truck Stop. They ended things off in Truck Stop as well. They did not even move out of that spot.
Stopped at the truck stop.
Yep.
The story of Higgboson.
Camper Pro Max.
Quite contrary to where their name originates from as well. The basic structure of the formation of particles, basically.
What?
Higgboson.
I don't know what that means.
It's okay, man. It's just like advanced physics, though.
I don't even think they knew what they're naming their team.
What?
You think? They were thinking that much, you think?
I think so. I don't think they just picked it, like, went on the internet, cool gaming names, found Higgboson.
I mean, that's what I've done, personally. I would have just Googled it. See what exactly is cool.
Ask AI for suggestions.
Yep.
Yeah, that would have been hilarious. I think that, hey, you gave us a question for the next interview we have with them, I guess.
I know, right?
Yeah. Now I can't wait to see them in the finals just so we can ask them this question. But anyways, moving back to the game, we have 8-Bit. They have control of, well, the northernmost compound and kind of a big chunk of the city of Los Leones, but 8-Bit know that they aren't the only ones here. There's Blitz Esports as well, present in the southern side compounds. But based on where the circle is right now, I think both the teams would like to ideally wait for the next shift of the zone. Because if you exit Los Leones early and the circle takes a shift towards the southeast, then re-entering, it can become a challenge if someone takes over the periphery compounds of Los Leones. Then they will be able to gatekeep those open terrains.
But I'm pretty sure the circle's not going to be shifting on Los Leones. It's 2 on the edge. Maybe it's going to be shifting towards the left side or just the centric part once again. Center on up. I was trying to search for TrueRippers Jelly, and the man's actually moving up north even more. Wants to get that good loot first and then maybe move on towards the zone. Which makes sense. Does not want to be too quick since he's the only person standing for his team. But I highly doubt he's going to be surviving for too long. It's really going to be tough for the man to scout out, get the rotations done properly, place yourself in a good spot inside of the circle, especially when you're that late. Just gets even worse. Soul, the previous game, got caught off guard in a really bad spot. There were 3 to 4 teams around them, and in the end, they executed a pretty wrong fight. That's why they were eliminated.
It's not been a great day for Team Soul as well today, by the way. I mean, even in the previous game, the first game of the day that they played, which was Erangel, same thing happened. Got caught off guard, middle of a cluster, could not survive for long, got taken out super early. And as you mentioned, even the Miramar wasn't the best of outings for the side of Seoul. Although, historically, this roster has been known to perform on Miramar, although that was under the IGL chip of Manya.
Yeah.
This time, playing, I believe, Nakul is the man leading the team. A new role for him. We'll have to see how the team does. I think this is a team that all of their fans are just going to observe very critically throughout their journey in the grind, because this is where the observations are going to be made, and because of the experience that these players have, we know they can do well under pressure. Grind is all about just absorbing those learnings and making sure that those mistakes are fixed before you play your matches for the main event.
True. And I'm sure they will try to adapt as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Now, looking at the circle and the way it's forming out. Once again, a massive cluster of teams in the Smack Center. And Johnny, to be honest, there's quite a few teams today that have been struggling that we did not expect to struggle. Even AX is a part of it.
Yeah.
AX is not able to funnel in points. It was just the day one where AX did really good. Day two, decent bit of points. But day three, completely lackluster. Nowhere to be seen.
AX, OG,
God's
Reckoning,
Reign.
Godlike, God's Reign, as you mentioned. The big names, the orgs that have everything you would need to succeed are the ones that, well, aren't really having the best of days today. And Godlike, I think they're on. All right, no, this is just unfortunate, Manya. The man did absolutely nothing. He was just rotating along his merry way.
No, this is unacceptable. There's no way, Johnny. There's no way. Manya, are you in your right mind?
So,
What was that?
I don't think that was a bad play from Manya. I think it was just an incredible move from Rapid Chaos, man. They just waited and waited for him to slowly and steadily walk into that dip. And as soon as Manya got too close, I think even he knew that it was over. Didn't even try to fight back over there. Just gave up.
It's not the first time this has happened to Manya. He just constantly keeps on dying the same way. It's like a cycle. And this was the same thing happening when Manya was in Seoul. He was the first man to get picked off every single time, if you remember. And right now as well, the same storyline repeats itself. AX, they successfully thread the needle. Skips us down. This time he's probably going to be skipping to his own death. But no, Revival's there. Things good and dandy, maybe. Sarang pulls up, tosses out those smokes, wants to get the Revival on the fallen player. Backing up towards Gibbs, so things are now looking decent. Shadow once again around the block. For Rapid Chaos Esports. In the past, by the way, known as Volcano. Now Rapid Chaos, they themselves know. Too many teams around them. What exactly is now going to be the game plan? Readjusting, or maybe finding another spot can be of the essence. They're catching a bit of those strays from the outskirts. Now want to head back inside of the cover. There's also Soul moving up close and personal. Rapid Chaos. Problems after problems.
Yeah, a lot of problems, in fact, as we see. They were already kind of distracted by Godlike, and then Team Soul picked off one of their players, so Rapid Chaos fell down to 3. OG is knocking on their back doors. I would like to see back at what is happening between AX and 8-Bit, because both the teams found a trade against each other, and Blitz Esports were closing in on their position as well. So it could have gotten very awkward for 8-Bit to evade that pressure, because, well, open position, you charge up north, you're going to risk getting taken out by the teams that are there towards the center early. And then you can't even charge for the factories, because that's exactly where the players of AX were. But Soul, I believe, the players of OG have been spotted out by them. And now they're just waiting for an opportunity to strike. All right, so very interesting. Who got that point for Rapid Chaos? Who picked off that man? Because on the finish feed, I think I saw the name of the players of Team Soul pop up.
We'll find out once the DOA status pops up. The next circle shifting on top of K9. Oh, it's a day with destiny, Johnny. K9 Esports, they've got a big split. They've got a big terrain they can control, and also the best possible terrain they can ask for.
Yeah, pretty much, man. I mean, a Picardo endgame. And K9, as you mentioned, I mean, the control of the hills up north, it gives them so much vision, but they will have to deal with the players of Godlike. And look at Knight, he's a little bit far away from the rest of the squad, so he needs to regroup, but he can also be the man that surprises Godlike and catches one of the players off guard, draws all their attention north, and the rest of the players from K9 Esports charge from the, well, the other side of the hill, basically.
Even right now, Godlike's not thinking properly. To be honest, Godlike, they're just like sheep who are lost in a desert. And right now, they're on the verge of being devoured by the beasts.
Man, the first question is, what are those sheep doing in a desert?
The owner forgot them. They're lost. That's how they're playing. I mean, I don't know what else to say, Johnny. There's no way to put the way Godlike is playing in soft words. It's just really tough.
That is
and
true.
especially now, the fact that you have been playing for a decent bit of time with each other. Come on, it's 2026 already. You cannot play like that.
Hey man, just like the fans, we are also still praying for that first trophy of theirs.
At this rate, I don't think it's going to be there.
That's why the prayers are there, Necro.
K9 Esports. From the top, they're like the Guardian Angels, raining down death and destruction on Nebula, constantly tapping away. Higgboson, that's a free drive-by. Always could not even do anything.
It was God's rain out of nowhere who got that knock and finish.
Wow.
What is going on?
Yeah, confusion. Blitz Esports as well, now they step inside of the fray. It's also Blitz taking a fight against Higgboson. Higgboson too exposed, Omega catching strays. Needs to be careful of Victorious Sumus as well. And there's also God's Rain in nearby proximity. And soon there's going to be another team chiming in. Cautiousness. And Higgboson spotting out the players of Blitz. But Blitz are now going to take shots against BS since Blitz have wrapped up. But Omega, he makes a major mistake. Gets taken out by the play zone since there was a lot of damage inflicted by the men of Blitz. Sorov, the man still knocked out, taken away to his own death. Som's going to try to close in, try and get those elimination points secured. But someone else is the one to actually steal it away. It's God's Rain reaping the benefits.
Yeah. God's Rain had the positional priority in this conflict, in this four-way conflict, because Higgboson, Blitz, Victorious Sumus were all fighting to the southern side of the hill. God's Rain, they had the summit under their control, and of course, they were the ones inside of the play zone as well. So they just waited, and every single time there's mistakes being made by Victorious Sumus, Higgboson, or Blitz Esports could not secure a knock that they had. God's Rain is just picking away free points over there, which is kind of brilliant because, again, we've been talking about it for a long time. Not a good day for God's Rain. So if you can walk away with easy points, might as well just walk away with those easy points.
Sounds easy. And I hope it's easy to do as well. Blue taken away. It also means now you got to be quick. OG's on the run. Godlike's going to be pressured from both the sides. K9 Esports from the front, OG from the back. Soul now finally done waiting, running thin on patience. They move up close and personal against Rapid Chaos as the utilities, even they start to barge in. Arjun getting caught off guard from a completely different angle. It's also Madkings knocking on the doors. Rapid Chaos, they're falling apart in a rapid pace. Toxic, the only person in the back. Nate being cooked, and it's actually tossed in a really good spot, but it's not cooked to perfection. And eventually Toxic, he will be done for.
Soul lose out on a man. He got knocked out, but Joker still alive, and his teammates are looking to save him. But this fight might not be done, Necro, because when we were looking at the map, there's a massive cluster over here. Soul, they need to reset very quickly because Madkings wait for them inside of the play zone with Team AX rotating nearby. Well, Madkings focus, shift towards AX. A few shots fired from Shadow, but not enough damage dished out to go for a knock. There's another team just a little bit north of this position. That's going to be Reckoning Esports. And of course, OG as well on that western edge can cause trouble for all of these teams.
Madkings, I like the fact that now they're playing it a little bit passive. They know they've got a decent spot to work with. And Madkings, you do not need to be aggressive or overcommit to any sort of angles. Soul, they were almost done for. The final nail's going to be in the coffin by Reckoning Esports. And yeah, speaking of Soul, we've also got Maisie right next to us, by the way.
Yeah, just giving his luck to his team.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
which is a pretty bad luck.
Yeah. Hey, he was the one who was rooting for Reckoning Esports today, by the way. Reckoning have... Are you satisfied with Reckoning's play, Maisie? Doesn't answer, maybe he's not.
Yeah, does not say anything yet. He's quiet. Which means not yet. Maybe in this last game, if Reckoning Esports gets double digits, then maybe Maisie will be happy.
Yeah. Let's see if they can secure a chicken dinner. Which team did you pick in your caster's prediction, Necro?
I went with... In the previous group, it was Wyld Fangs. In this one, it was, I think, Nebula. Oh, no, it was OG.
All right, OG is also not doing well. I went for K9. I went for the easy one.
Yeah, K9's always dominating. It's not even a question. Come on, Beast is not there. Ninja Point's not there.
That happened to me today, man. I was talking about the roster of K9 Esports, and it's always Slug, Ninja Boy, and Beast. And I almost said it and then remembered, yeah, my boy has gone away to a different team now.
I know, right?
Replaced by Knight, but Knight has been a knight in shining armor for the team. Big shoes to fill, and, well, his feet fit perfect.
He's doing a really good job, honestly. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
As of now, though, Slug, trying to work in tandem. The fact that K9 Esports lost out on Omega, that's going to be a major stinger. Circle shifting around the slope. Picado, it's not in contention anymore. Reckoning Esports, they're going to be forced to move out of the comfort zone. AX is there in the close proximity. You've also got Madkings right there. OG as well around that fray. So Madkings is now going to try to collapse on top of the players of OG. And then there will be a third party coming through from AX. And if there's a third party from AX, even Reckoning Esports will third party it.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a perfect position to actually pile on and get a few extra points for themselves. But I wanted to talk about this position, Knight, Ninja Boy, and Slug on the flank. Because if you look towards the east of Knight on the radar, there's one player from the side of Victorious Sumus Mafia who can actually ruin the day for the players of K9 Esports if they aren't really aware about his spot. But Reckoning Esports, oh no, not really a great spot for them to be in, as Sahil has been knocked out. Sarang and Skips, I think, are going to be hungry for that extra finish point of theirs. And the rest of the players of Reckoning Esports in the backline can't really do a lot to save their teammates. So, yeah, they have to take this loss away. And Sarang, my goodness, what a nade, man!
Yeah, that's a three-pointer. Crazy nade from Sarang. That's going to give them the maximum value. Reckoning Esports constantly being put in a really bad spot. Levi, though, still the man can be back up. It's not even a question. AX themselves in a big world of trouble. Aimbot's knocked out. Madkings now starting to work in tandem. I mentioned this as well. Madkings is going to take a fight against AX. AX, the moment they start a fire back, there's going to be third party from Reckoning Esports as well. And as of now, AX is taking a little bit backseat, but eventually Shadow, he finds another confirmation. This is massive, but he does not have a lot of bullets in the M416. Finds another man, and AX, within a blink of an eye, they have been evaporated.
Hey man, I'm loving this Madkings now. Incredible aggression, especially from Shadow OG, the IGL himself. 4 eliminations secured. Also, by the way, from the distance, from all the way the southeastern edge of the play zone, God's Rain are raining chaos on the players of 8-bit. And of course, they will have the line of fire to do the same for the players of Reckoning Esports as well. With that being said, 8-bit, they've been eliminated from the game. K9 Esports, they have their own troubles to deal with up north as the players from the side of Autobotz come knocking on their door. Ninja Boy Knight, they have the high ground Vantage to work with, but Autobotz, they have the numbers to work with.
K9's got too much to deal with.
Yeah.
Autobotz Esports, Nebula from the back as well, Godlike as well if they really want to shut him down. But Autobotz is definitely one of those foes that you got to take care of. Madkings now shifting their focus on Reckoning Esports. Reckoning, they've already got one man down. Roman's not in the game anymore. The man's put out of commission as of now. GodX, still adamant. They tossed. No value found yet. And look at that Madking split. Clutch God on the left. That's a major split, a 3-1. And Clutch God's job is to thread the needle and find an important knock. But Reckoning Esports, they're playing this one pretty defensive as well. They're not trying to spread themselves out. Instead, they're taking a safer approach. They just want to get the fallen players back up.
Yeah, that's the only option they have as well. But with Shadow OG moving to the high ground, and look at this flank, man. It's incredible. If he doesn't get spoiled out or shut down, this gets them the frontline access that they need to go after the players of 8-bit. But look at the circle. And look at God's Reign
God's
as well.
Reign.
Complete control of the southern half of the play zone. Neo gets a decent compound under his control as well. There should be an easy top 4, top 3 finish for God's Reign in this game.
Yeah, they get a free pass on towards a good spot.
Yeah. All they have to do is not lose their team fights.
Straight up, just be defensive. You don't even need to force it. And speak of forcing it, Godlike, they force a fight against Nebula, but one nade, it's going to dismantle 2 players. Godlike on the verge of being taken care of. Adi does fall down, but that trade's not worth it. Godlike S-Power's the only person standing. He's got the TBS to work with. 8 bullets in the magazine. I highly doubt he can make a lot of difference. S-Power's now taking a lot of damage upon himself as well. He first hands out the death blow. And S-Power wrapped up in a sheet and sent back packing to his home.
Another early exit for Team Godlike. Just 2 finishes secured in this game and 0 placement points. The struggles continue. The lackluster performance not really getting them anywhere.
Look, Johnny.
Yeah.
I'm going to say one thing. If you remember the mistake of Manya back in Seoul, it was the same mistake that he's committing over here as well. He was the first man to get eliminated every time back then as well. That's why we saw the replacement of Knuckle coming in.
So my thing is that I think we've seen that for almost every single IGL, most of them getting taken out. If you talk about K9 Esports as well. The team is doing well, but Omega is always the first man. Well, majority of the times he's the first man to go down. I think in this grind, that record is starting to change because that Erangel earlier, Omega was the last man from the side of K9 Esports to get finished off. In fact, he got a few extra points for the team. And if you remember last year, that was the story of the start as well, that K9 would do well every single time he was taken out after that Severny rotation. But I kind of agree with you. I think Manya brings something special to the rosters that he plays, and he has that potential to drop big bombs and be the saving grace for the team. But this time, I think still kind of getting used to Team Godlike and how to lead this pack of 3 MVP players, bring them together and make sure to keep them in check.
I personally think it's time to update the strat book. That's what I think. Because if you look at Omega, since Showdown, Omega has learned how to adapt to his teammates.
Yeah.
He knows what exactly he needs to work on. And when I had a conversation with Omega himself, he mentioned I was lacking one thing clearly, and that was firepower. When I was practicing with my teammates, I improved on that a lot more. And now I know what exactly I need to do. And Omega has been doing a phenomenal job since then in K9 Esports. They have always gotten positive results.
That is true, man. I mean, I've personally spent a lot of time with him, and you can always see him grind it out, work on his mechanics, improve his firepower, and just make sure that he's just keeping up with the rest of the lads. Because, well, I mean, K9 has a lot of raw talent in them, but yeah, they've been eliminated from this match, so I guess their game is done. We're down to the top 6 teams, 18 players still alive. Who do you think is going to win this game? I think, for me, I feel God's Reign have a brilliant opportunity to finally secure a chicken dinner and take that leap that we've been talking about from their side. Same goes for OG as well, but the only problem is they are kind of pushing for that valley now, which puts them in the line of fire for Autobotz and Nebula Esports in a few moments.
If Nebula does end up winning that fight against Autobotz Esports, it will be an easy piece of cake for them to win against Blitz. But if OG does apply that unwanted pressure, then it will be a big problem. And speak of Nebula winning, they've already lost out on Phoenix. Oh no, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. A 2-on-3 conversion seems tough for a team like Nebula. They have been struggling a bit by bit. Utilities tossed out from Nebula to try and at least get something done. They lost out against Adi, and now they do not want to lose any more men. Nomi softened up Kratos with full HP. Utilities are not finding any sort of value, and Kratos is constantly spamming them.
And with how Ralphie and Arib were tossing those nades all towards Nomi, I think they were kind of unaware about Kratos' position. So awkward positioning from Autobots is going to result in them just getting taken out off guard. But look at this, WizGod spots out a man from the side of God's Reign. A few shots fired, some contact made, but here's the third party coming from the players of Madkings. Bro taking on Atanki. Has chipped away as that HP bar, but not really in a position to commit to that fight completely. But maybe the idea is to just cause a distraction for OG and let LASTADE use the western slope of the hill to make that climb for the summit. It's not going to be easy, but maybe they can make it work.
Utilities constantly damaging them. Another nade tossed out towards Nebula. Blue, since it's on the move. Kratos as well. The man's going to be taking a bit of that chip damage from the Blue soon. His back's against the wall. Does Pro know that there's someone right next to him? He has to hear him, right? Kratos. Even the man's taking it a little bit safe and sound. Nomi. Both the players extremely pressured. And now they're just trying to figure out a way to win the fight. Nebula Esports bringing in a methodical approach. It's a rare sight, but this time they are.
Yeah, this time they're holding back instead of just overcommitting into a fight that we all know. They know this as well. It's not going to go their way. Autobotz has the upper hand. They have the numbers to work with. And the angle that Nomi is holding on that hill slope, it kind of, if he tries to push, he falls into the line of fire for God's Reign as well and the players of OG. So they can hold back, but not for long. The circle moves away, and Kratos is going to be required to push either towards Autobotz or just join Nomi on the same slope. But look at Madkings. Pro has regrouped with Clutch God, and they're just looking for some real estate inside of this play zone to work with. Nebula Esports, they might be in trouble because Clutch God and Madkings, they have their backs compromised. The first knock secured. Kratos with a sliver of HP, and Clutch God armed with the shotgun just wants to make that bounce, but nade from Pro, and that's going to be the end for Nebula Esports in this game.
None of us saw that coming. Madkings creeping up on top of them. And now for Madkings, they need to deal with Autobotz Esports. The fight's not done yet. Constantly keep on dealing damage against the foes. Madkings, they've got the high ground inside of the fight, so you can't say now they feel better. Few men trapped. Autobotz Esports. They are being saved by the trade. Clutch God should use an underhand nade, but he's not doing so. The Molotov, oh my god, it's not spreading in that corner. Areeb, you're so lucky.
It goes everywhere but that corner. My goodness, I mean, Areeb, this has to be his day, man. Hopefully Autobotz Esports can utilize all of that luck and also secure that winner-winner chicken dinner in this match. They're not too far away from finding a break inside of the top 8. As we can see, 41 points on Autobotz, and OG is there on that 8th spot with 46.
There's 5 teams alive in the final stage, by the way, Johnny. And there's 13 players in total.
Oh, wow.
This is going to be utter chaos. There will be random eliminations happening left, right, and center. Autobotz Esports, they finally climb up, eliminating Madkings. Now we've only got 14 still left standing. OG's going to be one of them, and how did this happen? How does OG mess up a fight against Areeb? How did one man mow down 2 players in front of 3? This is embarrassing from OG. A major choke.
And maybe God's Reign is going to be next. Autobotz Esports right now are making a joke out of everyone, Necro. It was supposed to be a 2 versus 4 for the endgame, but now Autobotz, they've recovered. Areeb has been brought back, and God's Reign, they're down 2 players. It's just Delta and Justin that are still alive.
No way.
And I think Autobotz, for them, they feel the spark. And it is time to roll out 3 versus 2. Delta in the front. As Justin in the back lines. The only problem is that a leap from this slope is going to result in them losing out on a lot of HP. Justin is left with a sliver. He somehow is still alive, not for long. Areeb, he drops, has no first aid, just a pixel of HP. But look at what is happening at the top of the hill. Autobotz Esports, they're going to go for a revive. And Areeb, if he is able to bring his HP back to a decent amount, can be a distraction for Delta. There's no way God's Reign win this one, I think.
It's tough. They've got the lower ground. It's an uphill battle for them. God's Reign can't do anything. And Autobotz Esports, clearly off of heroics. They win this entire game. But how does OG mess it up? They were supposed to win that fight. It was a 1v3 in that scenario. The man jumps down. He does not even have a shotgun, by the way.
I think we just said it as a joke that Areeb is having a lucky day, but maybe it's true, man. If he scratches a lottery voucher, he's going to win everything.
I guess today the man is literally making the best outcome for his team. I don't even know what just happened there, but OG, it feels like they were caught taking a nap.
Yeah, OG, God's Reign as well. How did God's Reign go down? They had all 4 players. They knew where the team was coming from and they still lost it.
I guess God's Reign just never in their sane minds thought that Autobotz is going to be able to eliminate OG like that in an instance. And then Autobotz Esports, they just had that adrenaline rush as they peeked out of those regions and easily won those fights as well.
Yeah, incredible outing for Autobotz Esports, man. That was
Crazy
a
stuff.
match. I mean, but also quite kind of a slow game of Miramar. As you mentioned, that stage 9, 5 teams left.
Yeah, there were too many teams left, and there were also 13 players in total left over in that final zone. And I knew there was going to be random chaos happening,
Yeah.
and that's what happened in the end too. Since Blitz was alive as well in that chaos, Blitz was not able to squeeze in a lot of value. Look at this! You've got to be joking me. Are we speaking about some of the best players in the country whiffing? WizGod, AKOP. Oh my god, that's going to be a stinger.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be. Also, I have to say, Blitz Esports towards the end was so passive that until this replay came, I kind of had forgotten that Blitz Esports was there in the game.
Yeah, Blitz was nowhere to be seen. They were just in the corner, constantly hiding, letting the course of the action take over. Blitz thought that at least they would be able to secure a top 3 finish, but since there were so many teams alive, Blitz was literally the 4th team to be
top 4.
eliminated.
I mean, it's fine. Did Blitz have a lot of eliminations from the early game, though?
No, I don't think. Blitz was trying to play for safety. That's what I think.
Yeah, so they just get those placement points. But
Yeah.
this is a team that was there in the top 3, so I think they should be fine for till tomorrow as well. But tomorrow, they definitely need to step up.
Yeah, they're falling down in numbers. They're falling down in positioning the overall standings, which is, of course, a bit of a concern. They were in the top 4 before this game, but there's a chance they might be on the 5th spot now.
Ooh, I agree, because Autobotz had a lot of finishes, and then they get the 10 points for the chicken dinner as well. They were in the mid-40s, Autobotz. I believe 45 was where we saw them inside of the standings.
I don't think Autobotz is going to be that up. I think Autobotz will be around 7th or 8th spot.
They get 21 points from this game, Necro. They're going to be over in the 60s.
Well, you know what? Let's find out.
Yeah.
Let's find out. Because I personally thought that Autobotz Esports was pretty far back in the overall standings. This was the only good game they've had. So Autobotz Esports, let's see. They might have just cracked inside of that top 8, or they might be in a really dominating spot. Another team that is doing pretty okay is Nebula Esports, surprisingly. Yeah, Nebula, this game wasn't too good, but if you look at their spot in the overall standings, they're consistently maintaining that spot.
I think the positioning is fine. It's just their fighting capabilities that are supposed to be questioned right now, because we have seen these players in the past and they don't make these silly mistakes wherein their positional timings or push timings are going to be off. If they find an opening, they usually like to commit to the fights and not just still force out a flank. We have seen them take fights head on and come out on top, but let's talk about all of that once we have the overall leaderboard. For now, we have the stats, and starting things off, it's going to be the MVP of the game, Ralphie from Autobotz, with 6 eliminations.
6 finishes racked up. You've also got Pro right there from Autobotz getting 5. Shadow as well with 4, and then we got Neo from God's Reign. We were constantly speculating, saying that maybe God's Reign will do good.
Yeah.
We were constantly questioning why is God's Reign not able to have good performances. But in that last game, God's Reign securing a top 2 with decent bit of elimination points. Now as we move on towards the point standings, 15 points in total. Madkings as well having a blast in that game. Blitz getting 7 points, that's decent. Average achieved. OG could have gotten a lot more. They could have actually secured the chicken dinner as well. That's why I would say that was a bad performance from OG.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think had they won that fight against Autobotz, then they could have picked off the players of God's Reign maybe, but that didn't happen. OG just got taken out over there. Nebula Esports, 5 points. Kind of a decent outing, I have to say, considering Nebula Esports was already inside of the top 8, and they don't really need to do a lot of heavy lifting. But let's have a look at the overall rankings, and, well, you were right, alright. Autobotz, 57 points in total. They finish on the 7th position. But God's Reign, now that is what we wanted. I think those 15 points were quite helpful. They find a spot inside of the top 4.
Yeah, God's Reign now is going to be feeling quite decent. You speak of TrueRippers as well. Yeah, they're still around that mid-pack. That's where they were. Nebula Esports, they started things off on the 8th spot, ended things off on the 8th spot once again. Pretty much they're on the edge, doing a decent job in maintaining that average. OG, slowly and steadily, we're seeing that a price, but they're too slow.
Yeah, they are kind of slow right now, but I mean, they need a few extra points. 47 tied up with Nebula Esports. From the latter half of the leaderboard, I think positions haven't changed much. It's just those massive drops. Soul on the 10th, AX moves down, Reckoning Esports drop down, Godlike drops down to the 14th. Madkings, to be very honest, I think Madkings have gotten the major chunk of points from this previous game that they played. This Miramar was the best performance we've seen from Madkings. And I would like to say that this is how Madkings is supposed to play. My goodness, you have players like Pro, you have Cyrax, you have Clutch God, you have Shadow OG in your roster. On paper, this team can move to the finals and I think can secure a top 8 finish in the finals easily.
That's the whole point, right? On paper, this roster has a lot of motion. But for some reason, they're not able to work that well with each other, and that's been a major problem. It's not just about Madkings, right? Even for 8-Bit, there's such a hit or miss. Sometimes 8-Bit does really good. Today's day was decent for 8-Bit, I'm not going to lie. They did much better compared to what they started with and compared on the day 2. Day 3 has been the best so far. And speaking of Victor Sumus, today's day has been phenomenal for them as well.
Yeah, we forgot about one team though that was very unlucky today. That is TrueRippers, man. For some reason today was not their day, even in this game getting taken out early. We can just cross our fingers and hope that tomorrow is going to be a better day for TrueRippers, for God's Reign. Maybe they can close out matches, and of course for OG. These big names need to bounce back.
To be honest, for TrueRippers, it's not going to be that big of a hit though, since they were still there on the same position
that is true.
Where they started things off with, just like Nebula Esports on that 8th spot. So yeah, for these teams, I don't think it's going to be hurting them quite a bit. And we know these big dogs, they don't really take the early stages that serious.
That is true.
It's the later stages when they start revealing the main strategies. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, that's going to be it for me, Necro, and even I, Super John, signing off. We'll see you guys tomorrow.